Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Monday. It is a full week, no short week, no none of that, but believe it or not, you're about to end the month. You have earnings on the way, and then you are going to close out the week with a presidential debate and then the PCE inflation data. So we have quite the week ahead of us. It shouldn't be that wild, but the potential is there, and even over the weekend, leading into now, we're waking up to drama out of France, drama in Chipland. I don't know if you guys know, but NVIDIA last week was its first red week in like 3 months. I know, yeah, it's kind of weird to think about, but you had a little bit of that. You have people talking about Bitcoin and chips and all these other things, but for the most part, we are still following the path. We are really getting into the summer session, and then before you know it, we are going to decide what's going on for the end of the year, policy, election, all that good stuff. So, Chatadonia! Good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on? It's Monday. Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about. What up, Mark? What up, Floor Slayer? Good morning, Zoraz, Tim, CD, Tony Garlinger, Alaskan Assassin, Troy Lemon, baby. Good morning. What up, Jose? What up, Buffalo, El Chapato, Carissa Hines? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. It's Bradley Frizzle in the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he's here in the AM. Really? Really? Oh, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, it was just a normal good morning. And then it turned into Bradley Frizzle and they don't get it. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. That's an American hero right there, baby. Good morning, Mr. Nightswatch, Shane McGrath, Angela, Rena, Kessan, Straw Hat, Frothy, Dinosaur, Jerry, would ya? Good morning, baby. Oh, yee in the house. Wandering, Ian, Hunter, Carlos. Good morning, baby. What about Jamar, Canella, Backstreet, Xavier, Big Curly, Morgan? Good morning, baby. That's what I'm talking about. What about that Twitch? What about 333? Dan Royalty, Rocky Bow, Blowout, baby. Avansk, Z Destroyer, Elevance, Iceberg in the house, baby. Angeles, Feed Me, Mother Liquor, Roach, Vince, Hailstone, BDA Cookie Monster, Blowing Dough, KJ Lemur, and Mr. Malone, baby. Oh, my goodness. So, Chatadonia, I hope y'all are feeling good. I hope y'all ready. Did you guys get rest over the weekend? I'm excited. We have a full week now. There ain't no holiday, no none of that. Yeah, baby, we out here. We out here, Chatadonia. So I hope you're ready. I hope you got some plays even here in a little bit. I have a lot of, I got a lot of headlines. I have a lot, many headlines. Where's that by me? No, I don't fly Boeing. Because they don't go to the sky no more. NASDAQ futures under... Oh, yeah, here it is. My bad. It already started. So, like the video. And good morning. It's okay, though. You already hit the 3 strikes, so don't even trip about the liking. You know what I'm saying? That's your own prerogative, like Bobby Brown. NASDAQ futures under pressure as NVIDIA retreats. NASDAQ 100 futures were under pressure on Monday morning, with NVIDIA Corp set for a third day of losses as investors cooled on tech's sky-high valuations. Contracts on the NASDAQ 100 slipped 0.2%, and S&P 500 futures were steady. NVIDIA slid 3% in early trading, taking its market value further below Apple Inc. and Microsoft Corp. France's Eurofin scientific Scientific SE was the main stock mover in European trading, shedding 20% after the laboratory testing company was targeted by Carson Block's Muddy Waters research. Markets are heading into a period filled with political risks, with the first voting round of the French parliamentary election on Sunday and polls showing gains for the far-right National Rally. Thursday will bring the first U.S. presidential debate between Joe Biden and Republican challenger Donald Trump. Still, signs of firm economic growth continue to support global stocks, while the U.S. core PCE reading on Friday, the Fed's preferred gauge of consumer costs, is expected to confirm easing price pressures. That could pave the way an interest rate cut in September. Currently, markets see a 65% chance of a September rate cut. The expectation is we will see confirmation that inflation has slowed, and that's a development the Fed should welcome. If we get more soft inflation prints, they could well signal over the summer they will cut rates in September, said Lee Hardman, a strategist at MUFG Bank Limited. Meanwhile, dollar index eased about 0.2%, having enjoyed a 5-week rally. The yen saw sharp moves around the 160 mark as Vice Finance Minister Masato Kanda said authorities are ready to intervene to support it 24 hours a day if needed. In Europe, the stock 600 index gained 0.5%, led by auto shares, which benefited from news that China and the European Union have agreed to start talks on the bloc's plan to slap tariffs on electric vehicle imports. And in a boost for the UK stock market, online fashion retailer Shine has confidentially filed papers to list shares in London, Reuters reported. German chemicals firm Covestro AG rose more than 7% after staring concrete negotiations with Abu Dhabi National Oil Company on a 12 billion euros deal. Elsewhere, Bitcoin extended last week's losses, shedding 3% to trade around $61,200. The token has been buffeted by a 6-day streak of outflows from dedicated U.S. ETFs and doubts about the Fed's scope to cut interest rates quickly. Key events this week: Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem speaks Monday. San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly speaks Monday. Fed Governor Christopher Waller speaks Monday. Canada CPI Tuesday. U.S. Conference Board Consumer Confidence Tuesday. Fed Governor Lisa Cook, Fed Governor Michelle Bowman speaks Tuesday. Australia CPI Wednesday. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and Labour leader Keir Starmer debate Wednesday. Bank of Finland's third International Monetary Policy Conference begins Wednesday. RBA Deputy Governor Andrew Hauser speaks Thursday. Japan retail sales Thursday. Philippines rate decision Thursday. China industrial profits Thursday. Eurozone economic confidence, consumer confidence Thursday. BOE releases financial stability report Thursday. Sweden rate decision Thursday. Turkey rate decision Thursday. U.S. durable goods initial jobless claims, GDP, wholesale inventories Thursday. Mexico rate decision Thursday. Japan Tokyo CPI unemployment, industrial production Friday. UK GDP Friday. France, Italy, Spain CPI Friday. US PCE inflation, spending and income. University of Michigan consumer sentiment Friday. Richmond Fed President Thomas Barkin speaks Friday. Columbia rate decision Friday. Steady trading, and the dollar is steady. Treasuries are flat and stock futures are fluctuating a little as the market awaits catalysts set to come later in the week. Sights are trained on the release of the Federal Reserve's favored inflation gauge, which is expected to show the slowest advance since late last year and open the door to possible interest rate cuts. Oil prices have calmed after a drop last week, while iron ore futures sunk amid further fears about a recovery in the Chinese property market. Peak gains. The gains for the S&P 500 this year have likely peaked, with investors growing increasingly nervous on rich valuations in the stock market, according to the latest Bloomberg Markets Live Pulse survey. One of the driving forces of the rally, Nvidia, is the most expensive stock in the index now. However, analysts and executives are struggling to quantify what its sales will actually be given the AI boom, making it hard to calculate whether the shares are pricing policy or not. The bond signals. The U.S. bond market, meanwhile, is facing one key indicator flashing a bearish signal. Treasuries are on the cusp of erasing their declines for the year, and traders are getting more confident on the possibility of rate cuts emerging from the Fed. However, the neutral rate, the theoretical level at which borrowing costs neither stimulate or restrict growth, is much higher than currently being projected by policymakers. Crypto declines. The sell-off in crypto markets that resulted in the second worst week of the year are continuing. A gauge of the 100 largest digital assets fell by around 5% in the week through to Sunday and remain in the red, with Bitcoin falling by around another 2% to slip below $63,000. The drop is being driven by uncertainty about monetary policy and by cooling demand for Bitcoin exchange-traded funds. Intervention, the yen remained under pressure even after Japan's top currency official warned that interventions may be used if necessary. Vice Finance Minister Masato Kanda said authorities are prepared to take appropriate action, though the comments had minimal impact. An army of retail traders appear to be reloading bets for a yen rebound on the chances of more interventions. Top overnight news: China and the EU will enter into negotiations over the tariffs Brussels plans to impose on Chinese EV imports. Nikkei, the yen traded a whisker away from the key 160 level against the dollar, even as top currency official Masato Kanda said Japan is ready to intervene again at any time. IG Australia said it expects authorities to step in around 160.20 BBG. Netanyahu says the most intense fighting in Gaza is nearing an end, but the war will continue until Hamas is eliminated and any forces removed from Gaza will be shifted to the northern border with Lebanon, given the rising risk from Hezbollah. RTRS, French voters trust the far-right Rassemblement National more than any other party to manage the economy and public finances despite its unfunded tax-cutting and spending plans and lack of experience in government. French polls show National Rally still in first place at tilde, 36%, followed by the left-wing New Popular Front at tilde, 27%, and Macron's coalition at tilde, 20% BBG. A new French government led by Marine Le Pen's far-right National Rally, RN, would end the decades-long practice of running high budget deficits and stick to the European Union's fiscal rules, the party's financial point man told Reuters. RTRS, ICE is angling to become a central clearinghouse for U.S. treasuries and repo agreements ahead of new regulations. The NYSE parent is seeking regulatory approval and is in talks with the SEC. BBG. Meta has held talks about integrating its AI model into AAPL, Apple's Apple Intelligence. Apple is also talking to Google, Anthropic, and Perplexity. Wednesday, Apple Intelligence will only be available on its latest and more expensive devices and won't show up in some major markets like China and Europe for a while. Business Insider, Hughes Breton, says they are taking further action against Apple, AAPL, to ensure compliance with the DMA. Company has been squeezing out innovative companies and denying consumers new opportunities. EU regulators says Apple's AAPL requirements fall short of complying with EU tech rules. Open investigation into Apple on its new contractual requirements for third-party app developers and app stores. Rules breach EU tech rules, prevent app developers from steering consumers to alternative offers. That was a long sentence. BBG. So again, that was a lot of headlines. We still have more. Good morning, Tatadonia. Good morning. Happy Monday. S&P futures little change Monday morning. Trading comes after U.S. equities finished mostly higher in the holiday shortened trading last week. Equal weighting S&P outperformed the benchmark. NASDAQ underperformed as big tech was mostly higher. NVIDIA and other semis came under some pressure later in the week. Treasuries a bit weaker across the curve. Dollar down by 0.2. Gold is up by 0.5. Bitcoin down by nearly 5. And WTI is up by 0.3. No big directional drivers in play. Volatile macro narrative seems to be the big story. Some focus on overbought conditions, stretch positioning, and the selling pressure from NVIDIA, semis, and AI leaders late last week. Late June seasonality, this week's presidential debate, and buyback blackouts also mentioned as near-term overhangs. However, early July seasonality widely flagged as very favorable. 2-week period to start to July, the strongest of any year of the S&P is up in July for 9 straight years, and NASDAQ for 16. My goodness. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Fed speak included Waller and Dolly, pretty quiet ahead of the data perspective. Highlight of the week expected to be PCE on Friday. Street looking for PCE to go up by 1.1 month over month in May, bringing the year-over-year rate down to 2.6 from 2.8, which would be the lowest since March of 21. Biden and Trump debate on Thursday evening also expected to get outsized attention, while Treasury supply also in focus with 2-year, 5-year, and 7-year note auctions. EU has informed Apple of preliminary view of App Store rules that are in breach of Digital Markets Act. Apple and Meta have reportedly held talks about possibly integrating Meta's generative AI model into Apple Intelligence. New York Times article discussed how Meta looked to boost user engagement at expense of child welfare. CNBC said Tesla has reduced its workforce by approximately 14% this year. Reuters reported U.S. prosecutors have recommended the senior DOJ officials that Boeing be criminally charged for violating 21 deferred prosecution agreement related to 2 of the fatal crashes. UPS announced sale of Coyote Logistics to RXO for just over $1 billion. RMed under pressure after Eli Lilly weight loss drug reduced severity of sleep apnea. That was from Friday. Ta-da! There's more. Traders bet on higher for longer Fed funds rate than Fed. Neutral rate shift sets up limit to gains in Treasury bonds. U.S. investors growing more anxious on Wall Street's rich valuation, survey shows. Japan top currency diplomat says authorities ready to intervene in yen if necessary. Option market signals French election volatility likely to continue through summer due to politics. Bank of Japan debated need for timely rate hikes, singling July move. Also plans to reduce JGB purchases. ECB Schnabel warns of potential inflation shocks, emphasizes flexible approach to interest rates. German IFO misses with economy showing signs of weak recovery after bottoming out earlier this year. Nvidia blockbuster sales growth is so rapid that Wall Street is unable to keep up. European Union regulators accuse Apple of breaching digital competition rules for App Store. Apple adds 2 big China online retailers to App List, and that will support Vision Pro. Broadcom and ByteDance in talks of collaboration to develop an advanced AI chip. Sources say U.S. prosecutors recommend to DOJ that Boeing be criminally charged. Israeli PM Netanyahu signals intense stage of Gaza fighting is close to an end, open to partial deal with Hamas. China agrees to talks with EU on EV tariffs, including German Vice Chancellor visit to ease trade tensions. France far-right Le Pen makes further gains in polls, vows fiscal restraint and pro-business stance. UK's next government to face rising economic misery with increasing unemployment and inflation. UK ruling Conservatives lose a third of their voters since January. Polls show fears rise after betting scandal will bury them. And then Japan PM Kishida losing public support despite plans for more stimulus. My goodness. We got to work a little bit more. There's some more. It's hard. Damn, it's already 6:18. So we got a couple of plays out there, too. ALNY up 36%. Helios Phase 3 trial of ATTR-CM meets primary endpoint. Stock is up 36. Neutrala and Ionis up in sympathy. ARGX up 9.9. FDA approval of Vyggart, Hytrulo, and CIDP. PUK up 6.7. $2 billion repurchase. Bud up 2.6. UBS upgrade. BNTX up 2.4. FDA fast-track designation of BNT 324. DB 1311 in prostate cancer. Micron up 2.3. Car up 2.3. Citi assumes buy versus prior neutral. SRPT up 1.4. CCL up 1.4. Shopify up 1.3. IBM up 1.2. Goldman initiates buy. Square is up by 1.2. RXO up 11.2. Acquires Coyote Logistics from UPS. DJT up 8%. Reports $69 million in initial proceeds from warrant exercises. IBRX up 5.4, ASTS up 3.8, Affirm up 3.7, Goldman assumes buy versus prior neutral, ARWR up 3.5, CMK up 3.5, Roth MKM upgrade, GLNG up 2.8, ASPN up 2.7, RKLB up 2.4, VFS up 2.3, MNKD up 2.3, Inhale, Phase 4 study of Afrezza meets primary endpoint. ALIM up 76%, acquired by ANIP for $550 cash plus CVR. MLGO up 26, VCIG up 17, ICU is up 15, RDZN up 14, UNCY up 14.9, Rodman and Renshaw initiates buy, NNVC up 14, data on NV387 of H5N1, RGLS up 13.5. Top line data of cohort phase 1B trial of RGLS 8429. EOSE up 12.2, 315 million investment from Cerberus, all up 10.8. Phase 2 momentum trial of pemvidutide in obesity. BTM up 9.7, Guts up 6.4, weight maintenance pipeline updates, NNE up 6.2, Domo up 6.1, SLDB up 6.1, Leerink Partners upgrade, AGBA up 5.0, CRNK up 5, TRDA up 4.4, data from phase 1 trial of DMD treatment, LICY up 4.3, BNED up 3.6, RMD down by 8.9, reaction to results of Eli Lilly's Surmount, GME down 3.1, Siri down 2.7, SMCI down 2, NVIDIA down 1.8, Qualcomm down 1.6, Flut down 1.5, Peel, Hunt downgrade, Palantir down 1.4, Celsius down 1.4, Mobileye down 1.1, HPE down 1.0, Boeing down 1.0, U.S. prosecutors recommend DOJ pursue criminal charges, INSP down 12.6, reaction to Eli Lilly's Surmount OSA trial, BBIO down 7.9, reaction to ALNY Helios trial, UAA down 1.6, 434 million settlement of class action lawsuit, and GTHX down 52, phase 3 trial, Allure down 8.8 off nothing, and then Bitcoin related stocks all trading lower. Wow, Sadadonia. My goodness. So I think we got a little bit of time. I have a couple plays. I'm going to be watching FedEx, Micron, Nike, ALNY, Nutrila, Affirm, Beto, and Hood. But let me see. I need to actually double check one more. When do we have our earnings? Oh, yeah, that's crazy. So, yeah, we are kicking off earnings low-key this week. Chadadonia, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Maybe that's what some of your Friday moves were, but we got a little bit of time here. I think we got like two to 4 more minutes. So, Chadadonia, I just shared a couple of my plays with you. I hope you liked the video, but either way, you're here now. You haven't heard the people on the TV yet, but Chadadonia, tell me, what is your first play of the day? What do you got, baby? Post it in the chat. MLGO, Google is my play, Amazon, Chad calls, Tesla, Law Russell, calls on Titan, NVIDIA, MPC 180, Tesla calls, Law Time, Law DJT, Law GME, Learning, XAU, USD, QQQ, Mobileye, buying NVIDIA shares, Any News, Tesla, looking for DJT, 60 calls, Pfizer calls, FedEx, Tesla, Force, or 200, Mobileye calls, AEP, 92.5, GME, buying MPW, Riot, TSMC, Snap, Leap, Short Tesla, SQQ, TRMB, Micron puts, NVIDIA, GLD, 624, 220, XOM, BMY, holding Amazon, calls on the long term, USO 80.5, SLV calls, TGT, CRM, Marvel, Oracle, TSM puts, GME, BBG, SLV calls, 28, and J&J, UPAT, Penn calls, sitting on my hands, waiting for pullback, and UPS for the long term, baby. Oh. Not bad. Not bad, baby. Not bad. So, I already told you mine here. Again, you do have earnings right around the corner, so we'll see how all of that ends up playing out, but it shouldn't be too bad. You got Novak's news coming by. You still got the wire? I believe you do. Yeah, so other than that, though, again, we're getting a little thing from the French and overseas. I think Bitcoin and some of the earnings may be your driver in the short run. Other than that, all the data is going to be coming out towards the end of the week, and then we'll see where it takes us in the meantime. So we have like 2 minutes. So I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will BRB. Yeah, BRB.
Third session in a row. Time now for some morning calls. Look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. First up, Citi is upgrading Carrier Global to a buy. The firm says the company, which makes air conditioners, is well run and sees room for further upside in this heat wave. Next up, Goldman Sachs initiating coverage of IBM with a recommendation of buy. Goldman believes Big Blue Blue is on a path to successfully complete its pivot to long-term growth. And finally, Citi, again, cutting ResMed to a neutral. The firm is downgrading the breathing machine maker following additional clinical data from Eli Lilly that showed its weight loss drug reduced the severity of obstructive sleep apnea. Again, taking a look at the markets as we see big tech, at least in the shape of NVIDIA, down in the futures market. We see S&P futures down 0.1%, NASDAQ futures down about 1/3%, and Russell 2000 futures actually up about 0.1%. Can small caps come back? Can you see it broadening out if you lose leadership from NVIDIA? It's lost over the past 3 sessions. If it does fall today at the indicated level, about $300 billion in market cap. If you take a look at what's going on in the bond market right now, there's a lot of questions about what will come out of the Fed, what will come out of PCE.
In
we were
market
talking about
cap.
that with Mike McKee a little bit earlier.
I didn't realize it. Yeah, last week was like NVIDIA's first red week in almost a month. Yeah, or no, excuse me, almost 3 months. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know what's crazier? Every single day, we pay homage to a special group of people. And what's crazy is we have this freedom, the right to go and chase our dreams and go after so many things and have so many opportunities. And it's there because that special group of people has made a sacrifice throughout the years before some of us were even born, every single day in and day out. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country for real. Thank you for giving back to this country. Thank you for holding it down, whether you agreed or not. And I hope all of you know how much we love you. And I hope all of you actually show this in real life, baby. So God bless every single one of you. Veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We're back. Happy Monday. I know, it's here. June is already almost over. It's another Monday. We get a full week this time, too, baby. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're locked in. We got 2 minutes until the bell. So, like the video. If you have any questions, you let me know. Again, we've already covered a lot of the schedule here, even on the morning. We even had the watch list as well. But, again, you're waiting for PCE data, inflation data overseas. We're going to get a lot of Fed speakers. And, quite frankly, nothing heats up until we get to the end of the week. So, let us have a good time. Keep it positive and respectful. And good luck, my friends. Good luck. There's a couple of plays out there. So I actually got surprised this morning by what was moving. And then a couple of biotechs, they got some data. My TOS is working. I don't see that it's down. I mean, it has been like what? It has been like a week since we haven't heard of anything. Oh, I forgot the random play. Oh, dude, I totally blanked. Did I even mention it? Oh, fudge chocolate and yogurt. Oh man, I don't know. So I'll check back here in a second. But I have other plays I want to go after here. So let me see what happens, and then we'll go and see if we can pull out a random play. Yeah, I don't think I did mention it. Now that damn, it's okay. We save $100. You know, maybe. Oh, I need to open up the other Thinkorswim too. I don't think I thought, and now it may not swim. You know. All right, less than 1 minute here until the bed, ladies and gentlemen. The bed, the bell. If you want to go to bed, now would be a good time. And then you could come back by lunch, too. Otherwise, good luck. It should be a good one. And then, the Biden. I can't believe Biden is actually debating. It's going to be fun. My long term is not working. All right, 10 seconds. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. Yeah, my TD's working for now. That was like 2 weeks ago. We had all the issues. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay, some of these plays are nuts. My goodness, Baba running. Well, there's a lot of Chinese stuff, and people are worried about it. And remember last week, again, there was a lot of movement out of China in terms of the property stuff not really going well and them loosening up their currency. Pfizer green out of the gate. Yalla. Let's see. All right, NVIDIA's going up. That one's going to be the one to watch here. And then you got Micron, Qualcomm, and all the other ones from yesterday. And then ARM, too. Yeah, Tesla, you guys were talking about that. Silver popping. See, gold and silver were up. But remember, even like Friday, they are prone to making one of those bigger flips there. Yeah, Firm got an upgrade by Goldman. DoorDash on the high. Neo going up. I'm still shopping through a chain here, but not as much. Yeah. I don't know if there'll be downside on this one. Okay, that's first one down. Oh, Mark Dez, baby. I didn't even see that. I was not even looking at the chat, my brother. Good morning. That started off on a Monday. Bro, this Monday, we even woke up with Bradley Frizzle in the peach, too, bro. That's actually kind of nuts. And now we got Mark Dez, baby. Good morning. Good morning. All right, NVIDIA's going up, and then ARM too. And then I made a play. We'll go over it on the Watchy. I don't know how much I paid for those. Yeah, Intel. I was talking about Intel yesterday. That one's going to be an interesting one, but they have earnings here in a couple of weeks, but I do think their pre-earnings move is going to do good. Tesla straight up. A couple people called that one out here in the AM. Yeah, Tesla's actually up too. And then GME's in the green. Soundhound and Archer. I mean, I feel like a lot of people bring up those. I think a lot of people like Soundhound, but I would both of those plays I would probably trade them, and I wouldn't necessarily put them in the long term, if that makes any sense. But I think Soundhound, a lot of people talk about it. If that could actually get some legs, that would be very interesting. But it's also kind of a new company with it really hasn't confirmed a lot. Airbnb drop in. Watch airlines too, but I do think the travel names are going to be a little bit on fire. Disney on the high. I haven't heard a Inside Out headline yet, except for the first one, but that's good. Besides any earnings, that's going to be their only driver. Yeah, Disney kind of did just pop there. How big is that? 0.6? I guess not too crazy, but it has stayed at this 100 and 103 level for a minute. Airbnb 149, Delta. Baba's on the high. So Baba is going up here. And then Bidunius. Meta. Again, Meta had news even with Apple. So they're saying Apple and Meta might be friends for their intelligence stuff. Let me see this one. What's the date today? Today's the 24th. Oh my goodness. All right, and then I think I'm done for the day. I just wanted these ones. Let me check gold and silver. Meta's on the high. So I don't know. Maybe that Apple Meta news is hitting a little bit harder. Yeah, for some reason, Alibaba, I don't think there was good China news, but it's starting to go up. So, hey, I mean, we'll take it. We will take it. I'm in the gold. I remember I averaged down on that on Friday. Actually, I'm back to break even on that. So we're like $10, $20 down. And then oil, bro. I wish we could grab some oil, but ever since we talked about it a couple weeks ago, that thing has been in a whole new world. Filled with oil and politics. Biden will debate Trump, and that'll be fun. I can't wait for that. Do you guys know how funny this is going to be? And now, put me on stage. And just screws you. We invented a computer chip. The debate's on Thursday. Yeah, Baba popping. Baba, Baidu. I want to say all of them. Even Pinduoduo, China. It's starting off good. I don't know if that'll be permanent. I think it's going to be around the same time that we do the live watch list. So we will see you there. I will probably most likely be live for the Biden-Trump debate. That might replace your normally, or your previously scheduled programming. HSY on the high. That one already going crazy. Oh, fuck. I got the wrong date on that one. Okay, I lied. That was my last one now, I assume. Unless I go after a commodity. All right, we really out here, bro. We really out here. All right. Yeah, and then gold is up there. Is the AI bubble over? Well, people were a little cautious on Friday. I don't think it's over though. It'll take earnings to confirm that, but ironically enough, even though we were talking about the Mag 7 leading and all of that, literally last week, that Friday, that was the worst week for Nvidia in a while, where it didn't really go up as much. And then even this morning, some people are saying, oh, maybe it's going to slow down. But then at the same time, it is, whether AI led us the way or not, that was the main driver this year. You were saying this being the least cash heavy for large firms. You think they're already starting to price in a Trump W? No, but I do think Wall Street is going to win no matter what. So, I mean, at least that's what political theory would tell you. When you go and look, I don't know if it's society-centered. We've had this lesson, but we're going to get to it again. I talked about it a while ago, but usually Wall Street doesn't care. So I think it's way too early to say if something's priced in for the election, but, Wall Street can benefit under Trump like it can Biden. You got to think Trump could either be taxes, Biden can be a bunch of free money in certain industries, and, energy would be one area where Trump would benefit versus Biden, but I would say it's way, way too early to assume that they're all up because of being priced in. Vivek met with BuzzFeed over stake in company. AMRX. Was that Summit? Isn't that AI? AI Biotech, and then SPY near the low here. Tesla's still on the high. Where is NVIDIA? So NVIDIA's down 2.5. ARM is down 2.5. Micron is green by 0.8. Ramaswamy continued to increase his stake, disclosing it's risen to 8.9. So BZFD, it's only up 9, but wasn't it last time? Last time he announced the stake, didn't it have that big pop and drop? It was one of these days. Just one of them days. Ramaswamy goes through. A firm on the high. They had Goldman upgrade this morning. Airbnb has just stayed pinned like a mother effer. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember after earnings, I thought it was going to do this move and then rock it up. And then it did that and then just stayed pinned. He's been moving the same $5 every single day for the last month and a half now. So you'll have to wait till earnings. But then again, the travel trends are looking decent. Where is it? Where's the long term? All right. Bro, it's kind of crazy. So we still have our deposit, and then we got more cash coming in. In what? At the end of this week? So literally by next Monday, we will have another deposit. The question is to buy what, my brother? To buy what? And then Pfizer's back to 28. Wasn't it just at $26, I feel like? All right, man, not bad. And then SPY going a little lower. MLGO from the morning. That thing's been holding up. Oh, shit. I'm sitting down. I need to stand. Delta, no, I don't like airlines. I don't even like flying on Boeings, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but not a big fan of airlines in the long term. Deputy Secretary Campbell believes there are discussions about North Korea getting in exchange for weapons supplies to Russia. We do covered calls in the long term, yeah. We don't do, I mean, we had this talk on Friday. We don't really do the wheel strategy, i.e., we don't sell covered calls just to get the premium, but there is plays that we have good gains on in the long term, and we've sold covered calls. Actually, I might have to do it finally, Chad. We need to sell those covered calls on Snap. Remember, I want to do it every single time, and then I never do. Same thing even with Airbnb if we really want to. UPS, I like for the long term. I don't think that's a bad one. And then you have FedEx earnings literally tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, man, I don't know. UPS is tempting. UPS, what is there? UPS, Ulta. I think so. Those are some of the other like growth names that are still at 2020, higher 2020 levels, but they've moved tremendously. And Meta's killing it today. Fizab. NVIDIA new lows. And then SPY trying to bounce. I haven't checked equal weight GME on the high. And then Lululemon. So right now, SPY's red. NASDAQ's pretty bad. Russell and Dow are good. So SPY's down 0.04. Equal weight's up, actually. So equal weight's rocketing. And then Meta, again, they had a headline there with some of that Apple AI shit. They're doing good. NVIDIA new low. Do you want to stack what you have, though? Yeah, that is kind of the dilemma there. Because there is a lot of names that I like, again, like Ulta, UPS, I think Whirlpool. I could probably name you 5 other value ones, but stacking is of importance. Only problem is I think every name we've bought in this year for the long term has gone up, except for Intel, because that's the one we just got. But even then, I think we're slightly up on it. But that may be the move. How come I don't see Intel? Am I blind right now? What the fuck's happening? Okay, there it is. Yeah. Intel, damn, we're up 2.3% on Intel. But yeah, that is the one I'm missing. Or that's the only one that's like cheap. But again, Pfizer, MO went up like 18% or something this year. Kind of nuts. And then Pfizer, I still like Pfizer a lot, but it's kind of in that weird price. And we're kind of waiting for that 25. SMCI on the low. Yeah, damn, they're down 4.9. That's actually a decent amount. Qualcomm red, FedEx came down, ups. Who else is there? Nike went up. NVD. I'd get NVO if I could sell covered calls on Airbnb, but that's what I was going to look at. Covered calls on Snap might be worth it. Nah, we could have got way more. Well, maybe I wait. Maybe I wait, brethren. And then Airbnb. Yeah, they're going to need some juice. Did you grab that 23 DJT? I did not, but I hope it did you well, baby. That one, again, I think Tuesday you're going to get another update. You already got an update this morning on how much they sold. So, if you get that bad news out the way, we'll see how that plays out. And then obviously factor that into, what's it called? Factor that into the whatever we get on that debate. Boeing pop, no play. Yeah, BuzzFeed just got Vivek news. He increased stake to like 8.9 or something. Southern Copper Pop. There's Boeing a little bit at the high, up one. High ticker is still kind of going, but you are getting a red candle. So again, equal weight is outperforming, believe it or not. So there's a couple of names just doing really bad here because NASDAQ down almost 0.5%, but Russell and Dow are just going in the exact opposite direction. It has been what? It's only been 20 minutes? What? Can you believe it, Chad? You've only been here for 20 minutes. It's only 6:50. Oh, man. Oh, it's bright and early, man. Bright and early. And then oil barely green. Gold chilled out a little bit. Palantir. MO Pop. Remember, they had the FDA news on Friday, but they got clapped. But, yeah, it is up now. It's above dividend level. So I'm still negative on my shares. But now, technically, from the dividend we're going to receive, it's out. This should be in either break even or like a $10 profit. So we'll see, but I'm still in those. Vivek increased his stake. Harder. Oh, whoa. Steak from Jake Farb. I always love that one. He increased his stake. He did. He really did increase his stake. Excellent timing. DJT on the high, and then beyond, and then there's MO, and then bonds are trying to catch a move here. SPY, literally, bro, it was just a couple seconds ago we were at that low, and then you just pop back up. Dollars down by 0.3. Beyond a decent pop, yeah, up 6%. And then DJT's up 11. So those two are running on the high right now. XLF on the high. Interesting. Banks are doing good. Remember, banks were kind of shitty last week. So that's not that bad right there. And then NVIDIA still down. There's AMDizzle. SPY starting to break out a little harder now. NASDAQ just went up 0.15 in like 5 minutes. So there's equal weight. Equal weight is up 0.5%. Equal weight is matched up with the Russell and all of that. SPY's only up by 0.06. So more names are up than down right now. You are getting more broader bullishness, but whatever is keeping you down or making it not move as much, this is probably a handful of the bigger names. Again, we need like 30 minutes for everything to update, so I'll get you those numbers here in a little bit. But for now, whatever the equal weight and normal SPY is doing, you could kind of see a little bit of the story there. LMT slowly creeping up. No position, but thinking about getting one. Defense, even some of the, kind of like one of the war plays and conflicts there. But if you really are interested, I'd look into their contract schedule. Again, stocks like LMT, defense names, they have periods where you kind of know their future guidance for a very long time. MPW, Netflix on the low. Yeah, dividend stocks value doing good. It was kind of like that end of last week. We'll see if that holds, but it just seems like a couple of names, bigger tech names, not doing good, aka NVIDIA. You're not moving as much, but equal weight is killing it right now. So equal weight SPY's probably up a little bit more than 0.5% right now. Boeing starting to go up. Tesla up 2.5%. Again, even the China plays are like, we're coming too. Toyota, Escondido. DJT running up. DJT's up 14% now. So again, they announced they did like $69 million from that warrant offering. So hopefully that news gets out the way. Otherwise, you should get another update on that tomorrow. Yeah, Russell's killing it, 0.62. Not bad at all. No more debates. We have a debate on Thursday. I can't believe it, man. Come back, why? No reason. More names are up right now. So it's like today is it's bullish. You have more names advancing than not. So whatever you see with like, it may look like we didn't move much. NASDAQ still red. Apple's starting to come up now, but NVIDIA is down 3. And then there's a couple other names not doing good, but Meta and a few others are leading. But you have more names going up than not. But we literally, NASDAQ right here was down 0.5%. Now it's on pace to go green again. UBS forecast Q2 Tesla deliveries at 420. That'd be 10% year over year, but 9% quarter over quarter. Is that why they're running up? So Tesla's up 2.7. You're getting some early delivery number forecast. SPY just had a crazy ripper. Everything green except the NASDAQ. So again, SPX now is approaching, oh my gosh. Oh, wait, we already hit 5,500. But we are approaching the highs of Friday. So literally 4 points off. We didn't go any higher than that on Friday. This kind of reminds me of last Monday. Didn't we do the same thing? Or, well, yeah, wasn't it the holiday? Remember we had kind of a shitty Friday? And then right when you broke past the Powell level, we took off. So I don't know. Keep your eyes out for that. If it really does start to get good, that'll be something. UBS and Walmart? Well, they're two very separate unless you're referring something I'm not aware of, but as companies, I like Walmart. I like Walmart a lot. It's just expensive, near all-time highs, but I'm a big fan. Hearing Max short report, Wolfpack. Max? Is that a stock or is it like Wolf or Wolf Speed? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me know when you get it. Teva launches generic. Max, nothing come up when I put in Max. Oh, that's weird. Now it did. But yeah, super illiquid, so be very careful. Yeah, Media Alpha. I don't know why it didn't load the first time. Escondido. SQ going up. Damn, Square's up 3. I think they got to upgrade this morning. I'm not too sure, though. What's up, SK? Good morning. 2 people dead near Moscow. Yeah, Tesla's still up. And then Meta, bro. Meta's up 2.09. Carvana, again, Meta and Apple. That was the headline. No, we pump it up at 5,600 now. I forgot. We hit 5,500 last week. But this reminds me of last Monday after that slow Friday. If we break out through the high, I think you might get a little bit of juice here. And then give it 3 minutes. Let's see how everything is. How was your weekend? It was good, man. I got a sunburn. That's how you know it was a good weekend. I got a sunburn. Kind of hurts, but other than that, super chill. Yeah, Teva launches authorized generic of Victoza in the United States. Teladoc had something in the AM, or I think it was just moving. And then Meta coming down a little bit. Penn put. Oh, yeah, Penn. They're chilling at that level. Who was the other one? BYD. We haven't gotten any updates on that play. Teladoc predictive AI model leads to increased engagement among diabetes members. So that was the headline. It reminds me of the South Park episode. Well, after you did Lizzo, now you qualify for diabetes in Ozempic. So, yeah, it is. I think Teladoc's like, more people have diabetes on our telephone, doctor, because they want Ozempic. Weed helps with sunburn pain, dulls it down. I mean, so you tell me to get high for my sunburn? I just put lotion on, man. I'll be chill. I think it's not that bad. It's good. I've been cooked a little harder. Yeah, Walmart's on the high again. I don't think there's any headline on there. They're just up. And then even NVO, bro, I don't know. Since I was just looking at covered calls, that's still one of the ideas. Meta up after reports discussing AI partnership with Apple. Meta. That's crazy that Meta was up at 5:30 not too long ago. But again, earnings season within the next, tomorrow you're going to get earnings. The next couple of days we have earnings from some pretty big companies. And then before you know it, 1 month later, we will be getting into all the big dogs. ARM was insane last week. Or the 2 weeks. Again, ARM went from From 120 to 170. So 176. Again, even 130 to start off for middle of this month. So it's kind of nuts. So whatever you see it like, and unless it gets back to the 120s, even 130s, that was a crazy level for them. This is all, I think ARM is outpacing. That last week or two allowed ARM to kind of carve out its own little lane after chilling out from that one earnings. Good morning, baby. What up, David? How you living, man? I hope you had a good weekend. And now we get a full week, no breaks, nothing to make it weird. So SPY breaking out a little bit, man. I don't know if you want to go for the play. Yeah, literally, you just shot up 4 points. This is exactly what happened last Friday. I don't want to chase it. If we get a pullback, I might go for it. But I was just telling you guys leading into it, you did the break of 78. We did absolutely nothing on Friday. And remember, Friday was a big expiration. So a lot of shit got to expire when it's all said and done. And then gold is starting to chill out. It's not being as excited as it was in the morning. Holy Microsoft. Yeah, holy Microsoft. It's only 0.3, but I think that's what's lifting the Nasdaq. And Nasdaq's up, bro. Literally 20 minutes ago. Not even. The Nasdaq was down. So, yalla. Yeah, MO was up early. It's kind of chilled out. It hasn't gone any more. Because this is dividend level. So, if you bought ahead of time from here before that little sell-off on ex-dividend, you're pretty much break even now. So, we'll see. And then remember, Philip Morris was not looking hot last week. Yeah, Google was the leader last week, so we'll see if that comes up. Even Amazon, they made some waves as well. EU equities may provide further upside in second half. Bank of England says gilt sale. I just scrolled by. It says gilt sale. Oh, they just had a bond auction. 750 receives 1.52 billion in bids. Pfizer came back down. Typical. Yeah, but maybe it sucks. I don't know. We gotta make a stacker play or grab something new. Otherwise, we're gonna hold some cash. But I'm waiting. I want that, sadly, unfortunately, in the 25s. Yeah, the FDA news for MO was last week on Friday. So remember, it's sold off on the news and then came up of, I wouldn't say it's the first time we've seen that. But in general, too, we'll see just if dividends and value plays get a bid. But Russell's the leader today for now. And then it's 10:03. China's Xi says we'll step up tech R&D in response to bottlenecking constraints in integrated circuits, industrial motherboards, and basic software. What is this? Yo, check China names. Your boy Xi Jinping talking about tech. Last time he talked about tech, he destroyed the whole industry. Alrighty. Yeah, I got Baba in the bottom. They were already up. That's the crazy part. And they felt like there was good news. Damn. So, Chad, you got 405 names in the green. So, 97 or 95 names red. So, S&P is fully green, advancing. Dow Jones, 25 in the green. 5 names in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, literally 65 green, 35 red. So I was telling you, it was mostly bullish here to start, but it's like really bullish in terms of just advancers. That could obviously flip. That means you have more room for downside, but even that little pullback here. LPCN on the high. And then bonds are just staying pinned, ironically enough. See, it's ironic because everything else is moving big, from the yen and currencies down to even equities and this back and forth. So, and then again, even the French election brought a lot of volatility. Elon quietly welcome back baby number 12. His third with wait, what? He had another kid? What? Your last message? I don't think I saw one. You could always chat facts, ya boy. Oh, man, no. Bro, the AI thing is back. Fuck. No. They said the conversation revolves around the stock market, with traders and investors discussing price movements. They mentioned SPY, Palantir, Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft, and express excitement about their performance. Oh, that's crazy, bro. And then SPY's still working its way up. Man, that's good. Then Elon had another kid. And then Pfizer, bro, dumping. That went from, bro, wasn't it up like 2? I want to say it was up 1 and some change. Microsoft starting to break out more. SPY going up. Again, NASDAQ went green, bro. You just watched NASDAQ go 0.6, 0.7 in about 20 minutes there, a little bit more. But now Microsoft, 52-week high. I believe that is the most valuable company in the world right now. So not bad. MU flush a little bit. They were kind of already leading. So, again, there's a couple of chip names that are down a ton. I mean, ARM, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, those are all in the red. I think even AM Dizzle, they're also down. Where's Marvell? They're also down. So, I think probably the whole index. Yeah, I don't know where these Xi Jinping comments are coming from. But, hey, if he boosts the tech, we'll see. But he can't be trusted. MO on the high again. Nope, maybe I'm tripping. Or maybe that was NVO. Or my chart isn't loading. Yeah, NVO just went red to green. Firm is up a lot. They had a nice upgrade here in the morning. So they're up 7. Remember, we flipped that one like a week or 2 ago. It just shoots up and then comes down. That thing is actually nuts. Rivian moving. China Medical Products approves Novo Type 2 to enter China. That was earlier. I don't think it was even moving off of like a headline, but this thing is just still, it's all been good. And then Eli Lilly, that was the real one. They benefited off the sleep apnea news, that headline from Friday. So none of it was like new, but that's where a lot of the Ozempic plays. They're like, the fat people can breathe now while they sleep. That's me, because I'm a mouth breather. And then, I got to go for a jog. Trading halted on LRE. NVIDIA's down like 3%. I don't know if it came back up here. Sorry, I'm still in the chat. Yeah, NVIDIA's down 2. Bonds are starting to move, and then that's it. You're taking off. So it's up almost 25 points since that level. I told you, if it breaks through here and runs up, it's looking just like last Monday. Like exactly like last Monday. And then Eli Lilly catching volume. Is that Micron again, or is that MJ or MU? Am I blind? I think that's MJ. There's something, something that keeps running across the high ticker. There isn't really any news. Like, there's no real headline driving this. I think just borderline momentum. But it's just like last Monday. So I gave you a heads up before it happened. Guild. I forgot. Guild from last week held up very good. So even the fact that it's still going up, like this could be a 3-day just gapping candle, one after the next. Coin. Remember, everything else is bad. ELF, IBD, swing trade. So crypto is really, really bad. And honestly, I don't think a lot of people have been talking about the price movement, but when you look at it, it's pretty like clapped. I guess 61,000 could be worse. But it's still down 4% on the day. One big update, then 2-3 sideways. Yeah. And related to the data, like you're just getting weird-ass data reactions. So, like, one set of data just doesn't make sense, and you'll react. Like, again, that ISM on Friday or last week, that was nothing like any of the other sets of data, and then that caused a way bigger reaction on the bonds. So, I think that'll get in the way a little bit. But before you know it, we're probably going to just be reacting to the earnings. Another Xi Jinping comment about innovation capacity. And then he's saying some key tech. He's talking about U.S. restricting the chips. Yeah, DJT's up like 15%. You got Amazon on the high. Micron started to move again. See if Coinbase and crypto names can go up. Amazon hitting a new high. Bob is up 3 now. Again, banks were killing it. So XLF was up like 1%. Yeah, it's up 1.1. So that's still going up. My long-term outlook on Intel is that I think it has a chance otherwise like to be part of the whole AI game. But for the most part, I think it's a good American company. It'll be around. I think worst case, the government will subsidize the shit out of them. But I do think they have an opportunity to get back into the AI race. But for now, they're not really performing. But that's why it's at such a cheap price. All right, there's your little SPY pullback. I like Broadcom, just expensive. And I love the long term. Okay, bonds coming down. You're getting your first little red there. And then MO, that's starting to go up again. So that's good. Gold still green, but a little bit below where it opened up at. July. Lulu. I do like Lulu. I'd rather get Ulta, but if Lulu can underperform, I think they did good though last earnings. But if they come back up, that's like the only caveat. But if they come lower, I mean, I compare them to Ulta. Ulta is my favorite, but if they drop enough, those are really good names. I think that'll be around. So right now, our dilemma, we got another deposit coming. We have a couple of names. The only problem is, do we go for names that are do we stack up or do we go for a new name? And that's a problem because every name we'd want to stack up, it's already in the green and it's moved up a lot this year. But then it's like, well, what do we do with the deposits? So I'm down to hold the cash though too. Reuters, Mexican exports to U.S. Of avocado and mango are normalizing after security inspection incident. How do you limit yourself from buying too many names? But just like we're doing now, just thinking about it, we still got a decent amount of names in the long term, but it's definitely not like we have our own 100 names in there, but you do got to kind of just think about it. And that's why we say, act like you can't change your mind for 10 years. And if you really want something, the real thought should go before you purchase it. And that's kind of why I'm breaking it down now. Intel, I grabbed a new name there with the last one, but other than that, I think I grabbed Baba, and those are our 2 new names of the year. But what I'm looking at, I'm like, man, I want some of these other names, but they're not cheap enough. It's not like, if it's a new name, I'll grab it if it's like dirt cheap. But at the same time, I do want to stack up or even just hold the cash. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. Just collect our little yield off of it and call it a day. Is Abivai up a lot? And Meta? And Baba? And JP Morgan? G will guide financial capital to invest in tech. Habibi. So, I don't know if that's legit. The only problem is anytime he says this shit, he goes back. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't follow through. But if he does, all these China tech names should rally. Moelis says Jonathan K. resigns after punching incident. What? Did he punch somebody? Cash in bill, technically, yeah. So I have it in the money market. I do need to put it in the bill on the other account, though. So on the TD. What's the random? But yeah, I haven't put the cash in a bill. I think I still get some interest. It's just not a lot. They gave me 11 cents last time. Woohoo! Yeah, Abivai is killing it today. I think that's a subtle runner right there. And then watch the China names. If those, I think give it a week, over the next couple days. If that, if the China stuff is actually legit and G goes to being supportive again, I think you'll get a nice little move there. Robinhood took away your cash sweep for day trading. Wait, what? Why? Are you on Robinhood Gold? I don't think they should. If it's already been like that. Regeneron price target increase. IBM on the high too again. That's one of your tech names. Yeah, IBM, you still got a month till their earnings. So that's a pretty early move. Xi Jinping made like 3 or 4 comments. His latest one, he said they're stepping up tech R&D, and then he said he's going to even like support high-tech industries. What did he say? China's original innovation capacity still relatively weak, and some cores are restricted. No, he had one more, and he said he's going to invest. He said we'll guide financial capital to invest in tech. Yeah, the Moelis, again, I don't know. I think somebody punched somebody. I think somebody worked at the company. Do you think it's worth paying for Robinhood Gold? If you use Robinhood a lot and that's like your main broker and you also have a high cash balance, then yeah. Because you got to think about it. If you are going to keep a lot of cash in Robinhood and they allow you to get that 5% on cash, I mean, it'll pay for itself. Right? If you have, enough cash there for it. You got flagged for PDT even though you have cash in the account. They said even with the 25K without restriction, they still flag and remove. Well, I know, like, if you do the trades, even if you have more than 25K, it's pattern day trading. But if you have 25K, they don't restrict you. But that sounds weird. And it's not about having the cash, like, to avoid PDT. It's about being on a cash account. So there's a difference. Just because you have the money does not mean that's a cash account. A cash account is an account that does not have margin. ASE giant orders from NVIDIA, Oracle. ASE, that does not load, my friend. It's just 25,000, not cash. It's 25,000 total. All your account value needs to be above 25,000. That's what I'm very worried, actually. You guys don't know what I'm worried about? ASX, not ASC. Thank you, Troy. Did we get something on this one last week? There was one of these other... Remember there was a something chip name that got a crazy upgrade? Dow hit 1 month high. That's good. Again, Dow has not moved in a while. Did you guys know Schwab is #1 customer satisfaction? And by J.D. Power and Associates. You know what made me laugh? You know, like, have you ever seen those commercials and they're like, GM rated #1 by J.D. Power and Associates? That sound familiar? You guys know that, like, I'm pretty sure General Motors owns J.D. Power and Associates. Yeah. Because you remember, back in the day, you would always see it on the commercials. Yeah, but they own the company. Yeah, somebody does. I don't know. You could go fact check me on that one, but I'm pretty sure one of the auto companies owns them. So, here is the long term. You know, beautiful long term. This is the small one. Again, this is our small long term account. We did what? $200 started now to $300 a month. But what's this? I'm scared for some of y'all. Why? Some of you will go through a test. If you have a similar portfolio to this long term, you, my brother, are going to you will be running into temptation very soon. Uh-huh. Not the temptation to sell. No, no, no. What are you guys going to do when it hits 25,000? I already know. I'd say 1 out of every 10 long terms will be susceptible to this disease. And then you'll be like, well, I got 25K and then I need the PDT. So if I just keep my long term in there and then trade and put my trading in there and then I could day trade and then there's no limit. And then, so that is, you got to be careful. You got to be careful, my brother. Okay? You will be tempted. You will be tempted. Mm-hmm. You'll be like, no, it's fine because I'll put it in there and then I'll only make a couple of trades, but then I won't get restricted because I have it, you know, and it's already 25. It's mine, and then it'll be separate but not separate. No. So be careful. All right, gold trying to tick up a little bit. MO chilled out from the high. The ASX, it didn't move yet, but watch it. There's follow through. Amazon on the high. Oh, and SPY trying to go back up again. We still got, what, 1 more hour till Euro close? It is kind of crazy. We already moved a decent amount here, man. So I don't know. If you want to go for the double dip, that would probably be it. Remember, it was last Monday. How many points we do? You did, what, 60? Your friend refuses to separate their trading account. Been pushing her for months, but I don't know how else to convince her. I mean, all you can do is give solid advice. Hopefully, show. The one thing I like is it's clean. No matter what, there's no question on what you're making in the long term, and it's not like being confused with a lot of other things. But the only other way at this point is you got to kind of learn it on your own, right? The experience. And like I said, we were talking about it last. What was it? We talked something about it last Friday. We were talking about one of the rites of passage where, like the wheel strategy. Like if you don't believe it, when people are like, yeah, like don't buy a stock just to sell covered calls. If you don't believe then you got to do it yourself and find out why. But at that point, you do have to, there's only so much you could do. You don't want her to blow up her account. Well, that's not up to you, unfortunately. At least you gave solid advice, and then that's it. Unfortunately, this is the story of my life. You know what I'm saying? Imagine day after day, year after year, a lot of Chads. There's even Chads. I promise you right now, there's somebody with like a peach badge or even like a 2-year badge, and they still have not separated their long-term and trading account. Just because, everybody goes at their own pace. And then you make your own decisions too. But yeah, unfortunately, you can't. You can only do so much. Well, that's me, guilty. Yeah, man. So you only could do so much, man. Only could do so much. But shout out to Law Turn, baby. Guilty with that jet badge. Yeah, man. Well, be careful, though. That's all I can tell y'all. I want y'all to have it separate and clean and easy. It'll be waiting for you. And then you're never going to have regret when you look back and be like, oh, I wish I did this. But you got to be a man and make your own decisions. Yallah. You've been here for 4 years, fell into that trap. Yeah, a lot of you have even woken up to it recently as well, too. So, there's 2 lanes, baby. There's 2 lanes. Robinhood won't let you have 2 accounts. Then make a separate one. Go make a long-term account at like Fidelity or even Schwab. There's nothing wrong with the covered call. It's just the don't buy a stock just to sell covered calls. That's the problem most people fall into. That's the trap. Because then they're like, oh, I'm going to buy 100 shares of Tesla so I can sell the juicy premium. But it's like if your plan wasn't to own Tesla in and of itself, intrinsically because you like Tesla, then you're probably going to wind up into trouble, a.k.a. the wheel strategy. People are like, oh, I'll sell a put, and then I'll buy it, and then I'll sell a covered call. But if you're not buying the play just to own it, that will wind you up in trouble. Because then you end up buying it, and you're like, oh, I'll sell premium, and then before you know it, the premium is nothing compared to how much the stock moves, and then you'll be holding it for X amount of time. I've done cover calls aren't bad though. Like again, if you own something, you naturally build it up to 100 shares. It'll do its thing, and like you might get some good opportunities. I was just picky. We should have sold our Snap and Airbnb ones earlier this year when I said, but I was getting greedy. I was trying to get a lot of that premium. Do I remember you? I think name looks familiar. Unless it's like, you're like, we grew up together. I'm like, what? That's crazy. Day trade disease. Well, it's not really. Again, that we're talking covered calls. As far as the day trading, you do what you need to do. But OG advice, Just separate the accounts, baby. But then again, some of you guys, if you have built your long-term, a very small deposit month after month, I mean, we are about to be going over that 25K threshold. So good luck. And then I think it's going to open, again, just like Richest Man in Babylon, you know, it's going to open up new opportunities for you. Dallas Fed, I mean, we're already dropping a little bit. And last time we had data from Friday was really awkward. The reactions we get are nuts, but at the same time, like I said on the watch list, I don't think the market wants to move. It wants to hold on to this path. It does not want to change its mind. No, it was always 25K. So Dallas Fed came in negative 15.1. Estimate was negative 13. So still bad. I don't think manufacturing's surprising too much. And then SPY back to VWAP. Well, yeah, the more money you get, every time you stack and stack, bro, you get more opportunity. But you also get opportunity for the scoundrels to make you part with your money. All right, this is back to the high from Alia. Damn, NASDAQ's still near the low of the day. This has to be because of NVIDIA, right? Where was it? Last Monday, it just launched. So there's like 200 points. You might get clapped on that. I already bounced too very fast. And then bonds coming down a little bit. Can you play options on stocks that aren't in your long term? What do you mean? So like you could buy anything. I mean, you could play an option. I don't know if you're talking covered calls or not, but all I'm saying is just have separate accounts. Sometimes like TD, you could have multiple accounts within the same account and like actually separate it, but some people are saying they can't even like Robinhood, you will need to make your own. Got your real estate license 2 years ago, baby. Let's go. Want to give an update. Still in the game. Gonna have my best month next month. I love to hear it, baby. Good work, Matt. Hell yeah. Finger to the sky, baby. Oh, Devlin. Bro, Devlin. I think you're the only Devlin that I know. And I was like, man, I love that name, Devlin. Right? And then I watched a movie with my girl. It's that old 1997 Sandra Bullock movie. And the main guy, his name is Devlin. I was tripping out. I was like, what? And I was like, nah. And I was like, even better. Like, it's an OG name, bro. Yeah, Devlin. My man. Good morning, baby. But yeah, I don't want this to be weird, but I was thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Oh, okay. Did I make it weird? I think I made it weird. Okay. Well, Dallas Fed numbers came in line. Yeah. It wasn't Jennifer. It was Sandra Bullock, bro. KFH said to explore bid for Saudi investment. KFH, stake in Saudi investment bank. Yeah, Devlin was the bad guy, though, in the movie. He was like a ruthless hacker, killer guy. It was a good movie. You guys should watch it. It's called The Net, I think. It's like a 1997 film with Sandra Bullock. I've never seen it. It was on Amazon. And my girlfriend, she likes old. She's like, I want to watch an old movie. I'm like, okay. I watched a little bit of the soccer, yeah. My girlfriend's into that shit because of Switzerland. SMCI's on the low. Yeah, The Net. It was a good one. It kind of, I don't know, with all the AI shit too. It's pretty funny. XLF killing it. Wells Fargo on the high. Wells is killing it up too. Praetorians, yes. He knows. Yeah, bro, it's a good movie. I've never seen it. Yeah, remember Netflix started off last week killing it, and Spy here too. If that was going to be a VWAP bounce, I mean, we're either going to bounce here or not. It's already been 1 hour. Let's see our volume. 7.9 million. So last couple days, we were having like 10 million by the first hour. Can you buy options on your long-term account but not use stocks that is on your long-term? I have no idea what you're saying. Yes, you can buy. You could buy options on any account as long as you have approval for it. You don't need to own the stock. You know, owning the stock is only related to covered calls. If that's the case, what can you? So yes, you can buy options. I wouldn't buy options on your long term, but if you had an account with options approval, you can. But if you have yeah, you can buy a naked option. But if you own the shares, if you have 100, like just for margin's sake, it will kind of you'll be using those shares if you sold a call hypothetically. But if you just bought it, you're fine. But this is exactly why whatever the question is, that's what I'm saying. Just separate it, and you don't have to even worry about any of these. You know, they separate the church and state. I would separate long-term and trading. Swordfish, yeah. My dad loves that movie. John Travolta. My very good. Travolta, very good. Very, very good. I mean, let me give you a better example. I think in the long term in options, it's like beta fish. You know, like if you put two of them in the tank, one of them is going to eat the other. That's it. That's what you guys got to realize. Sometimes, you know, maybe your long term will eat the trading, or the trading account's going to eat your long term. But you got to really think they're different species. One is every day. One of them needs an environment to sit there and grow. But if you put them in the same tank together, I mean, one, their food might be different, but there is a good chance they're probably going to attack each other. And only one of them is going to walk away. So, or maybe they both get clapped. But that's I think a better way to kind of put it. FTI, that's on the high. Yeah, FTI popping. I think they had something in the morning. They're already up 2%. You watched that Netflix documentary? Yeah, bro. I don't know. That lady's cuckoo. She was, dude, it's weird, man. It's weird. I didn't finish it yet. I still got like 10, 20 minutes left. And then SPY, that bounce is holding from VWAP. That was their little pullback. Bonds came down again. A couple of names like chilled out. We do got like, an hour here now until Euro close. Gold is making a move now. So gold is slightly above open. That's good for now. I don't know. Financials could be because last week they did bad, or last like 2 weeks, and then there was all like, I think the risk event got out of the way. Literally the banking stuff and the living will stuff, but other than that, it's kind of hard to say. Gold is up and oil is up as well. Oil was chilling though. Oil not as much. Gold was up 0.5% in the AM. Now it's up by 0.6, and then oil's up by 0.4. It wasn't up that much. It was only up like 0.3 in the AM. Even though he kind of has game. But that's the thing, bro. Like, how do you know it wasn't just her? That's the scary part, bro. This lady was like that could have just been a lady who's like, dude, just imagine. She's just like, oh, you want me to take my shirt off? Okay, like, no, dude. Like, like, what if she was just making it up and just like playing this weird fucking game? Like, nah, so I don't know, man. Like, dude, she was married and like she already had a husband and kids, and like, That's just like, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. It's very hard to say, and like, nah, man. Nah, that's too much. It's his Netflix thing. It's #1 on Netflix right now. It's called Tell Them You Love Me. But it's a dark, twisted story, bro. And it's just fucking weird. The guy had cerebral palsy. So he was just non-communicative. So like he needed facilitated communication. And like she was the lady who taught him. But then it's just like there's just too much gray area. And then she was just like, I think the part that gave it away was when the brother was like, no, he don't even like wine. Like, what do you mean he likes classical music? Like, there was just certain things that, like, his family, they really knew him. So I think, it was very, very, very wild in that sense. Because, like, I think his family was like, nah, that's not him, dog. PayPal ad potential? No. I don't know if there was an update there. I think Square got an upgrade in the AM. But I've not heard much on PayPal. And then MO climbing back up. Yeah, MPW paid dividend, or ex-dividend wasn't too long ago. That was on the 10th, so they had their little pullback. But they haven't came up. Like MO, they've sold off heavy dividend and then came right back up. And then NVIDIA on the low now, so that'll probably hit the NASDAQ a little bit. But again, high ticker is fully gassing. Do you guys see it? So we're not doing much here. And it seems like you're doing the VWAP bounce. But look at the high ticker. High ticker is in full force. I mean, thinking about you. Yeah. Meta looking good now. Yeah, Meta, the Apple news was big for them. So they said that they might do it with them. They said Apple and Meta might work together on Apple Intelligence. No more mods. I mean, we tried it out on Friday, but I kind of liked it. And I think people kind of behaved a little better in a weird way. So we'll see. We might need to bring it back if we need be, but for now, I'm kind of down to ride it out. Because, again, I have the chat on one day. So, like, Tesla flushing. So, damn, Tesla already gave up 2.7. Getting steam. BuzzFeed was because of Vivek. It was harder to see the news. I'll call him out if anything, though, because, again, not every headline causes something. And then there's even, like, just a lot of those, like, illiquid ones. I don't think they need that much attention. So, but I feel you. I got you. Vivek's your uncle? Are you serious? Or are you just, is that like, because I have a lot of ummus too, I be thinking about you. Oh, yeah. I'm your uncle, Ummu Josh. PG on the high, so more value names going up. Dow is outpacing Russell. Russell was the winner. And then financials, ARM, NVIDIA, Tesla, all on the low. Palo Alto, Vivek, like Vivek Ramaswamy, the guy who ran. Didn't he run for election? Oh, you said Meta not looking good. I thought you said Meta is looking good. Oh, why do you think it's not looking good? Like, are you talking intraday or in general? I think it's going to come down to their their earnings. But I think the answer will be whether or not they spend a lot of money. It's kind of wild how we ignored how much money they burn after they found a way to bounce. Communications, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile running. We're putting in the LT of too much money. How much cash are you sitting on, like percentage-wise? Because there's decent ones. Again, I mean, I'm up 2% on Intel. That was the latest one. But, like, I'm telling, like, UPS, Whirlpool, even Ulta, NVO if you want a top tick. Bro, NVIDIA flushing. Yeah, so, dude, NVIDIA's down 5.7. Yikes. So again, we were just talking about this. I was saying, like, from this high here, that's down $20 in the last 3 days. But last week was its first red week in 3 months, or just under 3 months. That's insane. That's insanity. So literally since like April or March, NVIDIA only had one red week. So now after it went red on Friday there, our Micron on the low right now, but they're all kind of dumping. But it's down 5%, 5.7. It still has the ability to watch. It'll bounce like 2 or 3. But Dell, you're doing Monday morning chip sell-off. That's what happened on Monday, but then chips bounced by the end of the day. Today, they were kind of already down, and now they're going lower. So we'll see. 3M's on the high. You think NVIDIA is fun selling? I mean, I just think all of the money is there. If anything, I mean, the only thing, it's crazy. This is why I talked about it. Like I went over a lot of the trends leading into this year. I really think this was very informative on the watch list yesterday to just see where, like, do you guys realize you have people way less bearish than any other time in the last, 2 years now? And you could even see how people are having cash and then, again, the most crowded trades. But the way I'm looking at it, man, I think we're starting to see some tightening around the margins, i.e. the rate hikes, I think, are slowly hitting. Because, again, even real estate this weekend, bro, I came across a bunch more real estate deals. I'm seeing people list their house at one price and then a month later drop the list price by 30%. Because I think they're catching the reality. And then, again, people even, money markets are starting to come down. So I think just NVIDIA, a little bit of profit taking. And then I think maybe some people might need it. But also, too, that fund manager, it's all funds who are buying into this. So just a liquidity pocket. That's where all the money's at. So I wouldn't read into it too much, but then we'll see where it goes. Yeah, MO and other divvies hitting highs. Yeah, PG and all the other. They're doing very, very good. PG keeps hitting 52-week highs. And then gold even climbed a little bit. And then those China names are giving you lift. I've been thinking about you. Very, very, very. Amazon turned around. Disney. Bonds catching a bid. And then this is VWAP here. So if we flush, this will definitely be different than Monday. But if this holds up, it'll kind of do the same thing. Let's see. Yeah, because Monday, I don't know. You didn't really come back down. You did have this little move, and then it took off. So it's still kind of hard to read. Marquez again, baby! I love you, bro. God bless you. Give him a horn. Wake him up. It's Monday. Hello. September. Well, remember, a lot of people right now, I do believe the second one is December, but a majority of fund managers so far, they do think September will be our rate cut. So it'll be like end of summer. We're going to get an SCP, and that's where they think it'll happen. But high tickers still gassing. Value names on the high. More tech chip names on the low. Bonds selling off a little bit, and now you're back to VWAP, a little bit lower than where you were a couple of minutes ago. Is it possible the overall market can sell off and meme stocks soar? Yeah, that actually, I don't know, like back in the day, before there was short squeeze and roaring kitty and all of that shit, that's what would happen. So when the markets were really, really getting clobbered, the small cap, no name names, that would be the trading names, and the money would just be there. People wouldn't want to deal with everything else. So yeah, very possible. But don't bet on it. Don't commit your safety to that level just because you never know. And even the last month, you got to realize that whole GME roaring kitty shit that brought back a lot of life, but then it really, really got clapped. Tencent's top shareholder has a new boss and old problems. You really hope real estate comes back to reality. You want to buy your first home in the next couple years. You will. I definitely think it is coming back to reality, or at the very least, the other stuff will come back with it. But I'm seeing very favorable signs right now. But it's wicked, bro, because like I'm like, so I found a condo. I found a really good condo that I wanted to make an offer on, and I was just talking to LT, and because I want him to write me the offer, but then I'm like, yeah. He's like, give me a week and I'll find you a better one. I'm like, what do you mean? He was like, this whole building is foreclosing. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And low key, like, there's so many foreclosures right now too. So it is coming back to reality. And like I've told you over the last like week or two, the inventory is starting to climb. So like that's why like this condo, I've seen it over the years, but I couldn't find a good deal on any of them. And now I'm like, damn, you're getting, higher prices still. It's cheaper than what it would have been a couple years ago, but now you're getting a lot more quality of things, of property. So it's, the problem is just don't wait too long, in the sense that when you do start watching, we'll talk about it when it starts to happen. I'm speaking way ahead, but just don't wait too long when you start seeing it there. But you are starting to get that, and wait till when they actually cut rates too, because then when they cut rates, some of those people who have the mortgages at low lock-ins, they're going to want to move as well. Yeah, well, it may get cheaper, but at the very least, I'm okay with paying the same price and getting more utility. That's the thing you got to think about, because it was really expensive when you were paying these high prices and you weren't getting utility. You know what I'm saying? You were not getting good properties like for what you were paying, but now you are starting to see a lot better utility. I like Disney, but we are up on it a decent amount. Is it a triplex or quadplex that could qualify for FHA? Yeah, you can. Fourplexes, any of, as long, it just has to meet FHA requirements. So FHA is usually a B word. You have to it has to be in good condition. Most buyers don't want to deal with FHA or sellers, but if you can, yeah, you could own or occupy one unit and then rent out the other ones. And you could even, if it's already rented, you could qualify the rent as part of your income. So if you wouldn't qualify, or you're right on the cusp and it has multiple units, for FHA, you could consider the income of the property as your own income. Yeah, ARM is just getting whomped. And then Amazon flipped too. And then again, NVIDIA is down 5% today, 5.6. Yeah, NASDAQ's down 0.7, yet 62 stocks are up. That's literally in the NVIDIA effect. You could, yeah, you can live, if it's a multiple unit, you could take one unit as the primary, and then you could rent the other ones. That's acceptable. Apple's on the high now too. Interesting. So literally, NVIDIA down, Apple up. I think that's the counter win that's balancing you out here a little today. I did not buy Intel today, no. But Intel is coming down. INSG looks like a small cap. Again, Apple, I think that's a pretty interesting one right there. Yeah, bro, NVIDIA moved down a lot. That 5% is not light. And again, just from that 140 it was at or whatever, that's a big, big move down. About the government guaranteeing second mortgages? Yeah. I don't know about second mortgages, but the government will put a second mortgage on your house if you use some of their assistance. It's non-interest. So they'll, that's, again, Midwest helped out one of his clients. They gave him down payment assistance, and then it's a mortgage. It's a secondary mortgage on the property with no interest. And then when you sell the house, depending on when you sell it, you pay it back, or they forgive it after 10 years. There's some first-time home buyer incentives, yeah. And if you guys are like, if you're in Cali, if you're first generation, there's opportunities where they'll hook you up on the down payment. Even without it, like even first-time home buyers and certain income qualifications, you could get good down payment assistance if you do want to tie it to some of the equity or what's it called? Just FHA. Don't underestimate. Again, FHA is a bitch to work with, and you know it's hard to get approval sometimes, and some people won't want to work with it. But I'm telling you, it's a good loan. You have to pay the mortgage insurance, but you know 3%, 3.5% down, bro. That's fire. Again, I'm seeing a lot of small caps on the high. Apple is breaking out, and then we'll see if NVIDIA bounces. Bro, NASDAQ's back down to 0.5 again. That's crazy. Man, you're moving pretty big on the futures. Every time it hits one of these lows, it bounces right away. Making the monthly payment. Yeah, like income qualifications. That's always been the issue. It was easier over the last couple of years because, again, people were getting cash flow from stimulus and wages going up and all of that. But it's always going to be that. That will always be the issue. The debt to income requirements. VA loan is awesome, man. If you qualify, if you're a veteran, man, and you have access to a VA loan, I mean, the world is yours. I would definitely take advantage of it. Mark that again? What's up, baby? Bro, he just like, show love. He's just showing love, baby. My man, God bless you, bro. Let's go, baby. Happy Monday. Oh, Mark, he's in 3 for 3 today. Oh, it's just for no reason, as always. Just showing love. Always, baby. God bless you, man. Thank you, for real. Daily. And then now, I was going to say, I need to go pee. It's been about, what? We got 30 minutes. It's been an hour and a half. The VA rates, I think they were a little higher again. And you have to pay the mortgage insurance.
The next generation of AI tools will be able to help travelers when they're on the ground. Imagine an app that will make specific recommendations.
All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trade of Fraternity.
Or give
I will
you the
BRB.
history of exactly what you're looking at. Guys, back over to you.
Julie, I'm curious if this has had any impact on the pricing of travel.
Not yet. Right now, these tools are more about planning itineraries. They might be able to help people find locations or find hotels that are more cost effective or in the price range that they're looking for. But we haven't seen it having any meaningful impact just yet.
Pretty interesting, Julia. Maybe next time we'll talk about privacy, whether consumers push back on disclosing too much information, but that's great stuff. That's our Julia Borston. Meantime, Dow gains almost 400 points, about 1%, close to a one-month high. Money Movers starts right after this.
Damn, bro. I went to get a water. I didn't even get to go pee. This is bullshit. Come on, man. All right, well, wait. Give me a second. And then, bro, you just bounced 8 points off that. This is the high from earlier. Again, 54.78. That's where we were chilling at. Yeah, the PMI, that is the only problem. Do I have any tin? No. I mean, I'm excited for the Biden debate. I think that's going to be hilarious. Biden and Trump, bro. I mean, some of the two most entertaining individuals. You know what I'm saying? I've been thinking about you. And then nice little bounce there. Bro, NASDAQ just went up 0.25% on that. My goodness. He said, hi. How the hell is Biden entertaining? Are you kidding? I think Biden and Trump are both hilarious. And then SPY going up while bonds are getting dumped on now. That's their first move. Where's gold? Bro, MES just rocketed. And then gold still chilling. Oil came down. Oil gave up half the gains from the morning. I mean, NVIDIA just bounced 1% there. But Apple was going up that whole time. And then don't forget about Microsoft. And then ARC-G on the high. I've been thinking about you. I should have never sung that. That's just stuck in my head. 7 dead in a fire building near Moscow. Yeah, MU did come up. Again, they have earnings right around the corner this week. Yeah, I know. That'll be stuck in our head all day. But happy Monday. You know, it's good to be back. Good to have a full week. Last week kind of messed with me. Oil rocketing now after selling. I wouldn't call it a rocket, but it just flushed 30, 40 cents and then bounced right back up. Gold still trying to fight and hold on. TSM, too. That one's down 3.6. Damn. I know Qualcomm was down, but then Apple's still going up here. So watch. I think Apple and NVIDIA, that's what's kind of being the balancing effect on the day. We saw that on Friday, and then Microsoft right in the middle. So I think if Microsoft or Amazon, if they make a move, and then again, I think Meta is still up. Yeah, but Meta was up a lot more earlier. TXN on the high. Interesting. Shanghai Fosun Pharmaceutical offers to take Shanghai somewhere. I don't know what that say. Take them private. Fosun. Honeywell, Netflix low of the day. Apple's still going up. MO hit a high earlier than chilled. Again, dividend stocks are killing it. Dow Jones up 1 is the highest Dow's been in like a month. And remember, Russell, that 2040, oil's going straight up now. So what's going on here? And then Le Pen party, you're getting news out of the France election stuff. But yeah, oil just rocketed up 40 cents now. Very interesting move. And then Nordstrom's, NNE. NVIDIA predictions, I think earnings, that's it. Earnings will either, reignite the fire or earnings will start showing a yellow light. I mean, I'm not expecting anything too nutty, but if anything was going to shift, I'm pretty sure it's going to be earnings. I mean, so far, data hasn't moved you too much. And like we said on the watch list yesterday, nobody wants to change their mind. I hope you guys realize that. Everybody is just following the golden path, and they are sticking with it. It does not matter what you've seen in data over the last 6 months. The first good sign that confirms the story. There's a lot of confirmation bias, but when it's all said and done, until there is a real big underlying shift, I mean, I don't think people want to shift. The Houthi stuff has been coming back, low-key. It got quiet for a couple months, but low-key they have been ramping that up. Dove on the high. Chevron still sees full-year capex between $15.5 and $16.5 billion. Estimate was 16. Oil still going. Yeah, oil, that's new high of the day, so that just took off. That was that little drop I told you about, and it did this twice already today. It has these little quick sell-offs and then rockets up. The Lebanon escalation, that will be another global tension one. Geopolitics, that's coming up. Yeah, it's not fully. I mean, if that happened, that would be very bad because that would just be a whole nother one of these fronts going on, another war front. They are July 5th, Iranian snap election, because remember, the president did pass away. But it's not that big of a deal, because remember, they have a president, but they also have a supreme leader. So those two things are different, and supreme leader has kept things in check for the most part. Affirm next. Apple's still going up, bro. Apple's up $2, $2.50 in like 10 minutes. So like low key, it's going nuts. The yen, so 160.20 is what people are looking for yen. But again, homie over the weekend said we will intervene in the currency 24 hours a day if we have to. Oh crap! I forgot to go pee. Hold on, we got too excited. All right, I'll be right back.
This whole race, this arms race for AI, was sparked by two men, Sam Altman of OpenAI and Demis Hassabis, the founder of DeepMind, Google DeepMind now. And both guys were trying to create artificial general intelligence, which is this hugely ambitious goal to create a machine that can essentially do everything. It is more knowledgeable than humans. It can surpass our own cognitive abilities, and it has general knowledge, meaning it can do creative things, but it can also do mathematical calculations very well and better than humans. And their objectives were nothing less than curing cancer and solving climate change. There was a sense that if you had this machine, this almost godlike machine that could solve everything in a general capacity, that it could fix all problems. And I think when you have a vision like that, that's just so grand, and then it trickles down into the marketing and sales channels of your tech company, and then they're going out and trying to sell this to businesses, then your end customers have this kind of sense that they're getting this tool that has this general purpose ability. They're almost left with a sense of paralysis. I mean, what do you do with technology that can do everything? Where do you even start? So I think the mistake that some tech companies have made in marketing AI has been not necessarily in saying that the capabilities are too high, because they're very capable, but it's been in marketing them as being general purpose, because they can't do everything everywhere all at once. They can only do a few things very well. And that's why I think businesses need time when they buy these tools to experiment with them. You know, it's a little bit like with the mobile revolution. People, individuals who worked for companies brought in their smartphones, and they told the IT people, can you just set up my corporate email to my BlackBerry, to my iPhone? And they were sort of forced, companies were forced to do that because people were doing their own personal experiments with them and using them as productivity tools for themselves. And I think right now this kind of top-down approach to let's force the entire staff to use these tools is just a recipe for failure, because when technology is so new and cutting edge, it really needs time to percolate and for individuals to just sort of find the way and how these tools will work for everybody else.
Parmi Olsen, one of our Bloomberg opinion columnists, just really fantastic to have you on the show. And I really strongly advise the audience, read Parmi's column from last week. Let's keep the conversation going with Ayako Yoshioka, portfolio manager at Wealth Enhancement Group. This is wonderful. There is the fundamental analysis that you can make, whether you're on the sell side or buy side. There is the technologist or techno-optimist view, and then there's the sort of romantic view of what AI can do for mankind. Very difficult for you, Ayako. Everything that we've just discussed, where do you start? With the fundamentals or what your heart tells you?
Absolutely. We always go back to the fundamentals, I think, when we're looking at a security. And I think we look back at history, too. I think there's a part of us, or some of us, that have witnessed some of this back in the 90s and early 2000 when the tech bubble burst. And so we're well aware of some of the risks that surround names that get hyped up from both the sentiment standpoint, even though the fundamentals may be there in order to support some of the overall enthusiasm around the stock.
The point that the Bloomberg story at the weekend made was that it's really hard to forecast or predict top-line growth for NVIDIA right now. If you go back to the August quarter of 2023, which is when this kind of parabolic growth took off, revenue each quarter has come in on average 13% above what management guided. Now, as you know better than anyone, management teams can be a little conservative, even at the midpoint of the ranges when they guide. But it's still the math that you have to do. They point in this piece to the price to sales ratio being above 23, something like that. In any normal circumstance, I think, Erica, people would be much more cautious than they are with NVIDIA. Why are they not being so cautious, at least until this morning's session?
Israel says they're at the point where they could say they have dismantled Hamas's Rafah brigade. And then Fundstrat Tom Lee says S&P 500 may reach 15,000 by 2030. Or? So, again, talk to me in 2030. Tom Lee. I think some of you like him. He says 15,000 by 2030. So, it will go up about 3 times, just under that. Yeah. In the next, 6 years? Well, either way, I mean, we were going to hold for that long anyways, you know what I'm saying? Shit. You like that Tom Lee dude? I know a lot of you guys like him, I feel like. Wasn't he married to Pamela Anderson? Pamela! Very nice. That was a Tommy Lee Jones, not a Tom Lee Stratfund. I mean, hey, that happened in Argentina. But if it's an inflation effect, that'd be crazy. But also, too, I mean, it depends on profitability of some names and all that. But, the S&P is already, every index in the market, that is the general idea. It should go up no matter what. So, I mean, there's a reason why big on the long term. Set reminder, pump it up for 2030. 15,000, literally pretty much like 200%, almost triple. And then oil going up, SPY still holding from here. GME on the high. I've seen that a couple of times there. And then retail, XRT on the high. But yeah, GME breaking out now, 3.5. And NVIDIA still not doing as hot, but down 4.8. We will pump it up at 15,000 S&P. I got you. For sure, man. For sure. I would not put the yen in the long term, no. Maybe a Japanese company. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Again, a lot of people are buying Japan for the long run. It's been a while since Japan has, assets have gone up in Japan. So people are loving it. Maybe it's a new regime shift. Thanks for everything, baby. Go get yourself some lunch on me today. Rick, baby, that's our 5th one, toe. Hey, man, horn. What should I get, bro? What should I get? Hey, man. I don't know, bro. I was thinking I need to stop, eating, bro. I've been posting you guys what I eat. I'm a little fatty. I might just have to go back to just chicken and rice every day. And just that meal prep, no more than 600 calories. I was going to say, what should I get, bro? What should you tell me? But I don't know, man. I think it's time. 15,000. Well, that is in a couple of years, man. Several years. No, I'm not. I actually lost weight. So I'm not bulking, but I don't eat good. That's it, man. I'm turning into a hippie still. And I heard it. They're like, everything you eat either kills you or keeps you alive. And I was like, damn, facts. That's crazy. I eat some healthy food, but I do eat a lot of junk food. That's it. It's crazy, bro. Apple's still going up, and then NVIDIA back to 4.9 or 5%. So again, it was down 6 at one point, which is crazy. Hey, that Carl Strauss. I've been there before. That place is fire. They got it's like a Jack Daniels burger, I think. That thing's fire. You lost 18 pounds since I got the iWatch. Yeah, he's like, stand up, get up, close the rings, get up. It'd be cool if they had like a Dave Goggins iWatch and it just like yelled at you. That'd be so dope. It'd be so motivating. I tried to turn off the alarm, but it was on Dave Goggins mode and it wouldn't shut up. Who's gonna carry the boys? Get your ass up. You gotta do what you don't want to do. You're like, I don't want to. Get up. And like you can't even turn the alarm off. And then it's like it has like a taser built in. So if you're not like doing anything, it just shocks you. It's like electricity current. Let's go. Mm-hmm. It's time for your 21-mile run. It was supposed to be 2 miles. It's 21 now. Go. Okay. New iWatch Goggins series. Did you feel you were falling behind? Did you want to be the alpha male that you have the potential to be? New Goggins series. Good for the environment. I got the standing desk. Now I got the walking treadmill. Am I an asshole or health responsible old millennial? It's a fine line, bro. It's a very fine line. Mm-hmm. I saw that. Did you guys see the alpha male boot camps? Yeah, that's crazy. It's like $15,000 to just go to a camp with a bunch of dudes and get yelled at. But then it's not. I was like, nah, man, I'm not feeling this one. That's just y'all. This is your guys' fault. Y'all let Andrew Tate get too popular, and then one thing led to another. Now you got alpha boot camps for $15,000, and they're like, I've never felt so alpha. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna kick you in the kneecaps. The fuck. Then they like cry together or they yell together. But here's the, you know there's one for women too, right? And then there's one for the women. It's not like related in the same company, but there's one for the girls, and the women go, and then they have like they let out their rage. And no, I'm being dead serious. I saw a video of it right after. I was like, oh my gosh. Right? Why don't you just join the military? Just enlist, get paid, go do boot camp, and then there you go. Uber on the high. There's a lot. We live in a wild. And then I saw one, bro. Nah, this shit. It was. I had to make sure. I went on my Instagram. I said, do not show me these videos. It was like sound something like, and like these girls were just having seizures and like banging on pots and doing. I was like, it's some Miami shit. And I was like, man, this is wow. Hey man, bro. These guys need help. I'm gonna pray for them. Yeah, I saw the Screaming Forest video. But no, there's another one, bro. I was just like, nah, this is... Hey, man, to each their own. To each their own, you know? Like, I sit in my room, I read my Bible, I pray. So, you know, some people think that's weird, but, you know, I'm not. Mine's free, though. Mine's the Bible. Yeah, Bible app. The horrible Padres uniforms. No. I did not. I was going to go to a Padre game. I wanted to. AM Dizzle on the high. That woke up. And then NVIDIA going. Let's see. If NVIDIA pops, Apple will probably give up. I think Microsoft is the balancing act right there at break even. Apple adds Alibaba JD to list the Vision Pro apps for China. The City Connect uniforms? No, I didn't see them. Oh, these ones? I've seen these ones. I like them, actually. The, like, weird neon pink ones. They've had this for a minute. Yeah. I think I got one of these jerseys for my nephew. I love stupid color jerseys though. Yeah, I'm all about like OG jerseys and then put in like wild colors. Like who was it? Remember the royal blue ones? It does look very Miami. Apple's going up there, so I thought in the video was just watch for these two to flip-flop. That'll be the answer. And then keep an eye on oil, bro. That thing keeps hitting highs. That's not stopping. Gold chilled out. And then Tesla came back up a little bit. They were up a lot more in the AM. Yeah, I remember Apple was killer last week, was it, or 2 weeks ago? And then it did have that bigger sell-off on Friday, but it's low-key been moving a lot more. We're pumping to sell Apple and buy NVIDIA. A lot of people have been speculating that. Don't forget Apple's buybacks. So after that whole AI thing, I didn't think the AI stuff was good, but they turned on the buybacks, even though we are entering in blackout period. But the way I'm looking at it, Apple and NVIDIA, you could tell how it's moving the market. It's one or the other. Otherwise, again, like there's more names green today. Like NASDAQ has almost 70% green and it's still red. It's like Apple and NVIDIA are having outsized effects on both ends because they're just massive. So even NVIDIA, that down 5% today, that's definitely having some level of an effect. I don't know if the buyback was confirmed, but I mean, it seemed pretty obvious. Consider, like, again, Apple just went from not moving at all to like, dude, now you're getting $5, $10 moves in a day. It's kind of nuts. Ooh, Broadcom X Divi today. Good call. And then we got 9 minutes till Euro close. So 2 hours almost in the books. Oh, my goodness. Holly. Been watching for years. Just started trading last month. Watch you every day to stay grounded. Keep up the good work. The first super chat. Let's go. Thank you, Holly. And you better get the law term too. You know what I'm saying? Horn. Let's go. I got a first timer, a fifth timer. I got Mark Dez holding it down. Amen. Good morning. Yeah, man. And get the long term. You know, the thing is, the summer trading, I mean, it could either really help you or hurt you depending on how you position, but definitely the long term. And then, I mean, don't ever forget, man, when the world starts moving a lot, we get like more volatility, you know, your trades are really going to get a lot of fun, but just don't neglect the long term. Amen, 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 amen. You really hate the effing horn, SMH? I heard if you complain about it on the internet, it makes things better. So I don't know. So that's a good first step. But yeah, I think the more you complain about it, the easier it'll become for you, and like it'll put you at peace, and then it won't bother you. That's what I heard. I don't know if it was just a TikTok or something, but yeah. So I don't know. It's good. I'm glad you took step number 1 though. Yeah, complaining will help you a ton. I think it makes people like you more, too. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, that's the dude who complains. Fuck yeah, I want to be friends with him. Yeah. It happens all the time. Your husband and I share one, thinking about getting a long term. I mean, hey, 2 is better than 1, but even 1, that's as long as you got it and put a focus. And like we said, everybody's going to make their own decisions, but I do think you should separate the long term and trading. That's, if not a rule. And it'll go a long way. It will go a long way. What the horn is so bad, yeah. Again, I'm glad you guys are taking the first step of complaining. It's good for your life. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Man. Very cool. You guys must have got that TikTok too then. You're more partial to the saxophone. I love the saxophone. I like jazz music. Maybe. Should I get a saxophone and standing up? That'd be really cool, actually. What point do I dip into Broadcom? It had its pop. Would I consider a position? I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like every day I get asked these questions with like, I don't know if you guys are trying to use me to like justify it, but I ain't buying any of these names at all-time highs. If I was, I would grab NVIDIA or NVO and I'd buy them multiple times if I was going to top tick anything. If I couldn't resist, bro, and I had to buy top tick and I wanted to get something there, it's either NVIDIA or Ozempic. That's the only thing I'm fucking touching if I was going to do it. Other than that, I mean, any of these names, like, it's definitely up to you. Because even a good friend of mine, it's funny, I got a good friend of mine, he's balling, and he was telling me he's buying NVIDIA, and he was trying to get other stuff, but I laughed because I was like, bro, you are cheap as hell. I know this guy. He's very good with his money. Like, he won't blow, like, if he wants something, he'll blow his money on it. But, like, on a lot of things, he's very frugal. He's a wise man about it. But then I'm like, bro, why are you insisting on only buying things at all-time highs? So it's up to you. But, like, I wouldn't touch this. This thing was, again, if I was going to buy it, like, you should have been buying it at, like, 700 when it already doubled. You see what I'm saying? So, like, it already went from $400 to $800. Like, why didn't you want it then? Worst case, why didn't you want it after it tripled? Like, now after being quadrupled, like, none of these names, I am not going to touch any of these. But, again, that's just my view. Like, you could buy them if you would like. And if you do, you got to have a plan. Don't put all of your money in on one trade. And, you know, space it out over the next 6 to 12 months and really commit to it. But the way I'm looking at it, you know, concentration and everything, the only, like, hype names that I would consider top ticking, NVIDIA and NVO or Eli Lilly. That's it. AI leader or Ozempic leader. That's the only trend where it's like, yeah, maybe that keeps going. Maybe it gets nuttier, and then that's it. So you do what you need to do. That's how I look at it. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm not saying I'm going to be like this. None of this is a recommendation, and maybe I'm wrong. Again, I watched Amazon go up year after year after year after year. Same thing with Meta. It's up to you. It's kind of more of a principle that I have. That's the only way I could explain it, is that I'm just not, I didn't make money by buying things always at all-time highs. You know, there's a couple things I bought expensive, but when it's all said and done, I mean, I made a lot of my money off of the buy and getting good positions and good names, but they were early. I mean, all of these names we knew about, we just chose other things. So you gotta have you make your decision. But I do get this question every day, and I don't know. I hope you guys like that. It's it's the same answer, but if you like we talked about even earlier this morning, you got to make your own decisions, and you'll either learn from them or not. And I don't want you to fail. And that's why I'm saying, if you are going to go about any of these names, have a plan of 6 to 12 months. Be ready to buy that multiple times, and you're going to build your position after multiple purchases. It's not just because of how high everything is right now. So again, if you make a plan, commit, have the rest of your portfolio there, like, you got to do what you got to do, baby. But like I'm saying, you shouldn't be too don't be so easy to part with things at the ultimately the highest price it's ever been at. And then 2 minutes till Euro close. You're already getting a little popper with European Union. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. A firm's up 9? What? Yeah, shit. That's going up to a new high. SPY got a little pop there again. High ticker, very active. more value on the high. I see Caterpillar and then Walmart. That's hitting a 52-week high. So Dow and Russell still killing it. NASDAQ still in the red. Volume's still pretty low. Yeah, we are at about 12 million, so 6 million an hour. And then Euro close in about 30 seconds. So we'll see if this takes us up or not. Again, there was a lot of French headlines. Yeah, dollar cost averaging will be the best way to buy anything at all-time highs. But that, like I'm saying, you got to commit to that before you even buy it. So just be ready to get it multiple times and understand that, you know, you shouldn't throw all of your money in at once on these plays. And you got to be ready and willing to buy it and risk whatever opportunity cost as well, because that you got to find that plan, set out for it, and then commit to it and actually go about constantly buying it so it doesn't end up being a bad position. Non-comp 6-month bids. So you got 6-month bond auction. And then gold. Oil's up 1. That hasn't made a move there in a minute. But gold's still 0.5. Gold is pretty much what it was holding pre-market. Pentagon spokesperson says Ukraine makes own targeting decisions and conducts its own military operations. All right, Chattadonia. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop that thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. Put a smile on your face, baby. But Chattadonia, it's time for some push-ups, and let's get an arm circle sesh, huh? It's been the weekend. I don't know. Did any of you do arm circles over the weekend? I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't. So I think we should do it. Let's go. 1 minute of arm circle. Honestly, let's go. You guys, let's go. We need it. Like, come on. Just get up. All I'm asking is arm circles and just stand up and change your body's position because we've been here for 2.5 hours. Arm circles, you put your arm above your head and move them backwards. And like you're trying to fly. It's the workout you would do when you were a child in PE. And you're like, why do I do this workout? I will never jump out of a plane and need an arm circle my way to safety. It doesn't make any sense, but it's good for mobility. But here, no, I got you, man. I got you, bro. I got you. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Boom, that was 3 minutes. 1 minute of arm circles, and then 2 minutes of everything else. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Nice, baby. Nice. This was Southern slang. Oh. I might want to do some curls. Yeah, man. All right, I might do curls now. That's it. I did the back workouts. I did the resistance hip thing. I do need to do like a floor stretch, but it's good to be here, bro. It's good to be here. Every hour, just moving around will change your life, bro. I'm out of breath too, bro, low key. So I'm like, whew, I gotta go get the weights. Pinduoduo on the low. Interesting. I think they just got hooked up, though, from the Apple thing. So that's a China name dumping right now. Just finish hitting leg. That's good, bro. Oh, yeah. What's the AI chatbot saying about this? You want to bring dumbbells into work? Don't know how to sneak them in? Just say you identify as them. I think they'll give you a pass. I don't know, though. I feel like if you got a chill boss, they'll let you bring in some weights. Like, why wouldn't they? Chad discussing workout while playing hype music. Yeah, just put it in a gym bag. Your boss uses kettlebells. It's lit. There you go. All right, I need to get heavier weights. Oh, I'll have to get them on the next push-up sesh. DVA on the high. All right, man. I hope you're all living good. That's it. 2 hours into Monday. Before you know it, the day will be over. So I think chips are the main story, mixed with the value names. And then don't forget, people are getting ready for earnings. I don't know if it feels like it or not, but you do have earnings starting this week. If you push more than your boss, you are the boss. Yeah, I think that's how it works. You could like challenge your boss. It's kind of like old ancient times. So if you challenge him, he has to fight you. And if you win, you become the leader of the company. Yeah, I'm glad we still do it that way. You know, it's more effective. Eli Lilly's still going. And then AMD's on the high. And then Affirm, y'all just called that out not too long ago. Is this your king? Exactly. I'm glad you know. You're definitely aware of the process. MU back to green. Yeah, still struggling. Eli Lilly's like printing on the high. It's not that crazy, but about to be 900. Can we do that with the Colt? Well, it's a good thing we have a Colt structure. You know, that's why I set it up as a Colt structure, because then it's harder to challenge, you know. Otherwise, what kind of Colt can be susceptible to that, you know? I'd be down. If anything, I do pugil sticks. That is my main mode of fight. Oh, my God. Did I tell you guys I got to fight? I fought my girlfriend with pugil sticks. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. This was a couple months ago. Holy shit. We went to like some I forgot what it was. It was like some park thing. Like it wasn't like a trampoline park. It just like I forgot what it was, but they had a big ball pit with pugil sticks and like a balance beam. And then you walk on the balance beam. Yeah, bro. And literally I fought my girlfriend with pugil sticks. I won every time. I'm like, "Come on, rookie. This isn't fair." I just take her out at the knees. I said one fake pugil left, right uppercut pugil stick. We had to take her to the hospital, but it was still, you know, it was fun. She had a good time. I'm just kidding. None of that actually happened. I won, but yeah, no. I did not uppercut her with a pugil stick. Just in case. Just in case some of you misinterpret that. I did see the big buck hunter. Did you play? Wasn't it fun? It's mad expensive, probably. That's the thing. They make you pay like $2 a game or something, but it's so fun. Yeah, bro, that's exactly the game I would play with the little orange shotgun. Yep, bro. Big buck hunter is the best. That's my version of hunting. Have you ever been hunting open face? Like, have you gone real hunting? Or are you like me where you're like, yeah, the video game hunting, where it at? You're sick right now? Oh, man, get some water. Get some vitamins, some echinacea. You'll be good. You had 3 days off of school for deer hunting? For deer season? Wow. That sounds like middle of America. That's awesome. You're from Texas. Real hunting is all right. You low-key feel bad for the animals. Well, that's a good take, man. Last time homie tried to tell me about hunting, he was like, "Free yourself, Joshua. You must know what it's like and feel it and breathe." I'm like, all right, bro, calm down. Calm down. CFOs at Walmart, Alphabet, and Google among the highest paid C-suite data shows. Pay rose nearly 8.5% last year. Okay, that's. I did not think that's where this story was going, Ghost Load, but I hope you're okay, bro. I hope you'll be good, man. You'll be good. That's just a Twitch comment. We'll leave it there. ESPN bet operator Penn has reportedly been approached by Boyd. Boyd owns 5% of FanDuel, which would need to be sold off before acquisition. Why? That's what I'm saying. That deal is all sorts of weird. Boyd's up, though, 2.3. Oh, I'm doing lunges right now. If you guys don't. Or the knee ones where you flex the buttocks and then you lean forward and it stretches your hamstring. And then SPY has not really moved. It's actually been 13 minutes here since Euro close. We have not gotten any real crazy move here. Coin again, crypto. Not the best day for young crypto. You live in rural Oklahoma, and we've had to hunt to eat before. I've heard this, so I think my brother-in-law, he's from Oklahoma, but they hunt. He's crazy with it. But yeah, he grew up on a farm, and he would tell me those stories. He's yeah, we'd have to hunt to eat. And I'm okay, bro. I'm well, welcome to Cali, man. I'm glad to have you here. I'm you want to go and get food? We could go to Chick-fil-A. You just moved from Miami, Oklahoma, back to Ohio? Wait, I'm very confused. You moved from Miami to Oklahoma, then to Ohio? Are you okay? Wait, you want to talk about anything? He's I need to go to Miami. And then, fuck you, let's go to Oklahoma. No, I want to go to Ohio. Yeah, I don't think any of those are related. Oh, there's a Miami, Oklahoma? Oh, okay. That makes way more sense. I'm bro, I'm here if you need to talk, bro. There's no way you did that in the last couple of weeks here, man. That's odd to go from those 3 locations. Unless you're stalking somebody. Because I'm this makes no sense. Somebody is running away from you if you are going to those weird locations. There's my southern slang. Bank of America says Broadcom sales growth to double because of AI. Raises price target even higher. Air Liquide selected to invest $850 in largest carbon oxygen segment. Paramount, Nickelodeon, and DCMP form multi-year partnership to make brands globally beloved kids programming accessible. Paramount. About AMD, AI is not benefiting. Yeah, they're pretty much saying AMD is not catching up, or it's not benefiting off the AI wave like a NVIDIA. Chewy calls. I forgot Chewy's been on a tear. I mean, somebody said it. They're AMD. You got to think about it. AMD was competing. It was trying to compete with Intel. And then now it's it doesn't. It's going to be a while before it could compete with NVIDIA. Does that make sense? Because AMD was at first it was Intel in the top processor space, and then AMD started eating their lunch, and AMD started building up, to compete against Intel. But then now NVIDIA comes out again. Graphics cards are different than the processors, so it's AMD is doing good, but it just spent this whole time competing with Intel and surpassing Intel. But now it's it's not going to be as easy. Or they still have to put resources and stuff to go back down to compete with NVIDIA now. Here's your Diz headline. Inside Out 2. Highest grossing film of 24 globally after 2 weekends. Yeah. I knew it was on the way, bro. It did very good. It did very, very good. But I think it's not moving. People already got excited off 1% sell-off. It's crazy, bro. It beat Barbie, I'm pretty sure. Or at least the only other comparable film was Barbie. Yeah, my girlfriend showed me Inside Out 1, and I liked it a lot, and that's why we watched Inside Out 2 on opening weekend. It was good. What were all those plays I made this morning? I'm going to cover them on the watch list. So again, we failed our like mission for this month. So all plays will be diverted to the watch list. So we'll cover them all. Don't worry about it. Man, it happens. How much I spend at the movies? I think like $30. It was like $15 a ticket. So I have to pay for my girlfriend, so $30. And then I think we spent another like $40 on fucking food and drinks. So like $70 for 2 people. But not bad. Not bad. I mean, still kind of crazy, but you know, it was a good night. We got to have fun, some wholesome fun, watch a nice movie. It wasn't bad. It wasn't woke too. I don't know if some of you guys don't like that shit. I mean, it was pretty decent. I think Intel could go to like $25. So yeah, it does have room to drop. I said it yesterday on the watch list though. I think Intel is gonna stay pinned, and then right ahead of earnings is gonna have a pop, and then from there, just bad earnings will kill it. Good earnings will make it go up. The membership monthly fees. Yeah, it doesn't work. They've tried it. Remember? Do you guys remember Movie Pass? This was before the pandemic. There was this thing called Movie Pass, and it was like $10 unlimited movies, but they went bankrupt. It just did not work. Again, AMC tries to like do the whole membership stuff, but it's pretty hard, man, especially with the advent of streaming. And like you got to think all these movies, like they come out on, you know, in the comfort of your own home eventually pretty quickly now. So you don't get the same, like it's hard to get a lot of people to sign up for those subscriptions and like stick with it. What's keeping the market flat? I think it's a mix of Apple up 2, Nvidia down 5. So like even then Nasdaq's down, but like about 60%. It is 60% of the names are green. So just once again, you know, that concentration, outsized effect, I think that's having a problem. I think there is publicly traded car washes. One of them. What is it? Somebody might know. I think there's one car wash that's publicly traded. It's like one of those franchises. You applied to MUFG? Good. They got good job opportunities. I don't know. Were you the one who brought it up last time? I feel like somebody brought up working at MUFG not too long ago. You just graduated? Well, good work, man. Good work. I don't know. I've been hearing, though, it's hard to get jobs. As weird as it may sound, but, like, I've been seeing people trying to get into certain things. And I've had people call and they're like, hey, man, are you hiring? And they're like, I can't get a job. And they're, like, really qualified, even though they are, you know, lack of experience coming out of school. But here's the thing, man. If any of you guys are applying and you feel like you are not getting an opportunity, or you just, you know, again, you're like, oh, there's no jobs. Remember, if you start, like, if you might have to start from the doldrums. And if you started from the bottom, now we're here. So, like, I always say it, man, like, if you want to get, like, right now, it is hard to get into finance jobs. But, like, just don't forget, bro, like, yeah, you got to, like, work in the mailroom or literally go work as a bank teller and start at a bank. Like, that's one of the easiest ways to, like, low-key break into finance. So, but you do you know, it's harder to get hired at certain positions, but if you really want a fighting chance, I mean, you got to kind of be willing to eat some shit in the beginning and work at a lower entry level job, and that could start making you headway into the industry you want to be in. I've been hearing it a lot. Yeah, no, the tin of the ghost jobs, bro, is kind of real. You're currently in the door. It's good though. I think it's worth. I mean, I think if you really commit to it and want to be in that industry, I think it'll give you a better shot. And most people are willing to do it. That's kind of the thing. Is like, yeah, I think the job market is weird, but I also think our younger generation is batshit insane. I love you guys. I think you guys have a lot of potential too, and I think you guys have already changed the world. But I see a lot of like the young guys. They don't want to do certain things. So, like, they're not really, I think, and that's why I'm like, if you're willing to set yourself apart and kind of actually put in some of that early work, a lot of people just, they're expecting to get hired at a pretty high level to start out. But it's like, don't forget, a lot of people, they work their ways up through a lot of industries. Young people need to wake the hell up. This better not be an ad for like wake up now, MLM. You young people need to wake up. Wake up now. Sign up today. Be your own boss. No. Yeah, everyone wants to start off at 100. Yeah, well, even then, like, people do think you'll get hired instantly just because you graduated, but, you know, there's a lot of people, and then even AI too, don't forget about it. You have AI that's just, I mean, that's another part you're competing with. Again, they said it. Finance and banking has the most jobs that are threatened by AI right now. Just because it's all automated shit. And that's pretty much what you're going after. So unfortunately, you're competing with that. It's taking you 13 years to get up to 85K. Yeah, but the crazy part is that you'll probably get up to 160 in like 2 years or 3 years. So that's why I always tell you guys, saving is important, and let your account grow and do what you need to, because at the same time, like, it takes a while to build up the first bag, but after it grows, like, before you know it, it may take you a long time to get to 100K, but then the next 100K will probably come in half the time or less. You think he means you salary? Oh, well, where are you working, if that's what you're talking about? You work at the largest custodian bank. Our systems and its department are ancient. Woo! Blue-collar work is something young people hate. They gravitate towards white-collar jobs. But that's the thing. Like, you're not, even though everyone's like the job market, this and that, it's hard to get a white-collar job. Like, if you got a finance degree and you think you're going to work for JP Morgan or you're going to just, like, get a job here, like, think again. It's not going to work like that unless you're willing to start off at a very low level, or unless you're interning prior and, like, actually, even then, it's hard to even get the internships. But, like, that's even the white-collar jobs, they're not hiring like you think. And then a lot of people think, oh, yeah, well, I have a degree. I'm just going to get hired for if I apply, and there's all these, I applied 1,000 times, but it's like, if you think you're going to get at a decent position, it's like, I would guess, again, you gotta start off on the lower end of the ladder. Huge shortage of auto mechanics. Yeah, even electricity, EV mechanics, and then just even like EV technicians. That is, it's actually crazy how much we are behind on that. So, like, if you want to get into that, I mean, you could do pretty good. Wouldn't EV mechanics be engineers? I think they're electricians. But also, too, like, I know a lot of people who work in cars, like, over the years. If you're really into cars in, like, the mechanic space, like, you already know how to work on EVs. So I know a lot of people who have, you know, they grew with the industry because it would pay a lot more. So, again, like, but that's something, I don't know. Remember, one of the Twitch chats says they're going to electricity or electrician trade school. I think that's a really good industry right now. Again, from solar to EVs to EV chargers to just home stuff. Like, I'm telling you, I really think that's a good industry to be in right now. Plumber too, yeah, those are doing very good. Cybersecurity, yeah, that's always going to be there. Like, that's been pumping for a while. Is my southern slang. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. 9 o'clock, baby. My goodness. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. AMD on the high. Spy trying to move here too. So let's see what happens. But I will BRB.
If anything can slow down this bullish run.
Funds have been flowing into India and Japan. We speak about any potential risks investing in those countries with Jeremy Schwartz, Global CIO at WisdomTree.
And BlackRock strengthens its active ETF platform with 2 new active funds. We'll discuss them with Jay Jacobs, the firm's head of thematic and active equity ETFs. But as promised, Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence back with us now, and he's taking a look at those flows. Eric, welcome back.
Oh, it's great to be back, Katie. Thank you for that nice intro, and Scarlett as well. So let's look at the flows. There is a lot of hotness in the flows to speak. ETFs, we think, might even break their all-time record this year. If you look, IVV with $9 billion, that is a ton. Now, I will say there's some tax rebalancing going on this week. So some of this stuff, like cows, for example, that's not real. That'll come out probably tomorrow. But in general, we do see a lot of the Vanguard bid in particular coming in as usual. Let's look at the outflows, though. And you can see some of the trading crowd money got a little spooked by NVIDIA getting sold off. Like money coming out of SPY in the Qs. Again, I think it's probably NVIDIA related. XLV Healthcare. And then Soxel again, that's semis, and XBI is biotech. So clearly a little trading crowd spook, but largely everything is still relatively bullish as usual. Let's look at the international markets. We rarely talk about what's going on because we're so focused on the US, but if we look at the top single country ETF categories by flows this year, India is at the top. And then Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Argentina. Now, if you look at the net flow numbers, 4 billion, 4 billion, 1 billion, they're not massive, right? You know, overall, ETFs have taken in 390 billion, so these are small numbers, but these represent like 20, 25% jumps in the assets of these categories. So for these categories, these are big. Argentina in particular, that's a 100% jump, believe it or not. A lot of it is based on new elected leaders and whatnot. So some of these areas are definitely doing pretty well. I mean, obviously the US dominates, Katie, but there's definitely some hot spots elsewhere.
All right, Eric, thank you. And joining our conversation now is Jeremy Schwartz. He is Global CIO of WisdomTree. And it's hard to know where to start, whether we're talking about India or Japan, but let's start with Japan, because I take a look at your product lineup. DXJ has taken in nearly $1.3 billion so far this year. And DXJ, of course, it hedges the currency risk. So how much of that inflow is just people hiding from what we're seeing when it comes to yen volatility?
It's interesting, because I think this has been one of the biggest mistakes investors have made over the last decade. You know, the yen's at 160. It's down considerably from where it was 10 years ago. Even just 3 years ago, it's down. It's had a big move. And still, there's probably 4 times as much in unhedged ETFs. And I keep telling people, why are you betting on these currencies? The stocks are cheap. This is the classic Buffett trade. He's been buying all these trading companies, and he's issuing yen bonds, so he doesn't have any of this currency volatility. You get paid 5% to hedge. People thought it was expensive. You're getting paid 5%. And so it's been a great place, but still people have been betting too much on these currencies.
Can you talk a little bit about the costs to hedge the currency from your end as it moves in large measures? And of course, as we talk about, it's been weakening quite a bit. How much does that cost for you, and at the end of the day, for the investor who might pay for it through fees?
Well, this is a very interesting thing. I call it a better than free proposition in a sense that you're paid. So when the U.S. has a 5% interest rate, and their Bank of Japan went off of negative to 0, that spread between the foreign interest rate and our interest rate is how much you're paid. So in India, it would cost you 2% because their interest rates are higher, but in Japan, you're paid 5%. You know, so I think it's one of the big misperceptions that it's costly. It's costly for Brazil. It's costly for high interest rate countries, but you're paid this extra carry to neutralize it in the developed world.
So it's the carry trade built into the ETF, essentially.
Yes.
You guys getting deja vu? Because
the first show.
This guy was the first guest on the first ever ETF IQ, must have been 6 years ago, talking about the same thing. Back then, currency hedging was like all the rage. It was like a craze. Then it kind of underperformed. A lot of people left. And now it's come back, and it's outperforming. But we have this phrase called, do you get a second bite at the apple? Has it been hard to get investors back in, ones who were in the trade, went down, they got out, now you want to get them back on the ride? Has that been tough?
Well, I think people are using it more strategically. Like, we still have about $10 billion in the category from our broad international quality dividend growth, which is now bigger than our European product. And we're seeing it in model portfolios. People are adding it as a strategic position. We've been starting to think about it that way. So I think people are starting to say, well, why am I taking this currency volatility? Do I really get paid to do it? And yeah, it was certainly a hot place 10 years ago, but people are rethinking about it strategically.
How much education do you have to do? What you're describing, like you say, this is such a big mistake that people make all the time, but you take a look at DXJ and you read the description, and that might not be so intuitive to maybe just the casual observer who comes across this ETF. How much time do you have to spend on education in conversations with investors and financial advisors?
Oh, for sure. It's a big educational thing. And part of it is benchmarks. People say, well, my benchmark has dollars. Am I making a call on the dollar? And so it's a circular conversation of like, what is your benchmark to say what is default strategically your baseline? So there is some education, but I think as people see the history that you lower volatility, it really has been a helpful thing to do.
Okay, remove the yen's weakness from the equation, which is essentially what DXJ does. What do the corporate fundamentals of Japan look like right now?
To me, I've been saying Japan could outperform the U.S. because you're starting with this 5% how much you're paid. They've got 2.5% dividend yield, so twice the S&P 500. 14 PEs versus 21 PEs for the S&P. They're growing dividends because of the corporate governance reform. So the fundamental case is actually very, very strong. You've got people moving away from China strategically with all the geopolitical. India, you talked about, was a benefit. Japan's a benefit. And so the fundamentals are there. Very attractive, growing the dividends, plus the 5% carry.
I get all that. It resonates with me. But I feel like people say that all the time about international. The fundamentals always look good. And yet the Qs just plows over them year after year. And it just seems like people are like, it's going to take a couple years of outperformance for people to get off the Qs and move money internationally. Do you disagree?
Well, they always say it's cheap for a good reason because there's sort of these value traps where you get a lot of, when you think about the international market versus the US, you have the big tech stars, and then you don't have any of that internationally.
Right.
Japan actually outperformed the NASDAQ during much of the last few years. It's been like trading like an AI stock, and they do have semiconductors. And now they were in a bear market for 30 years as the Nikkei deflated from like the biggest bubble of all time. So they're even trying to, all their investors, their local investors were in cash. They're now trying to reinvigorate them with equities. So there's still, I think, a long runway ahead of that type of market.
Well, let's talk about another market outside the U.S. that investors are very excited about, and that, of course, is India. You take a look at EPI, for example. That's your India ETF. Big inflows year to date, over $1 billion. The performance, not too shabby either, almost 16%. You think about the political turmoil that we've seen there, the volatility that maybe certainly doesn't seem like markets were expecting. Do you think that could sort of cool some of the big inflows that we've seen?
I think this is a multi-decade story. So India has got the best demographics of the world. It's got some of the best GDP.
But we're chilling, bro. We haven't moved in like an hour and a half.
Rise. They're trying to bring people out of the countryside into sort of the traditional, what China did 30 years ago, is sort of the development prospects of that. So this is not just a short-term thing. We think that this is one of the best long-term stories. And now when you got a market like that gets so hot, you got to think about how you weight it. You don't want to just be in the most expensive stocks. It's a valuation-sensitive approach that we've done. We're also the broadest. When you look at it through the MSCI, it's 125 companies. We have close to 400 to 500 companies in our basket. So it's sort of interesting as it's most representative. That's what's been leading to the performance. The mid and small caps, actually value has worked quite well there. And so it's a long-term, multi-decade story.
We keep talking about India vis-a-vis China. How much of the inflows into India is driven by the fact that it is not China, in that investors need to replace China in their portfolio because they see it as uninvestable, and India serves as the next big anchor EM country?
You do see that in the diversified emerging market flows. EM ex China has definitely resonated and been the leader for even the broad diversified funds. And I think this Japan and India together are people viewing this as the Asia pivot. So I do think there is some of that, but it's the growth story. People are saying this is the fastest GDP. They want exposure to the consumers. So it's as much about China pivots as well as the local growth story of India.
Yeah, but isn't now the time to go into China? Because the Chinese government's not going to do a bunch of QE. And the market's been beaten up. It almost seems like your fundamental story would apply to China more than the other countries.
People keep trying to time the bottom of this China market and say, does it become so beaten down? And I'm sympathetic. The tech stocks are trading like value stocks of the lowest valuation they've had. But it is a challenge. The tensions with China don't seem to be going away. It's the only thing that unites the politicians is who can be tougher on China. And so you're going to see more trade back and forth. And maybe we'll see if we have any of that news at the debate this week. But it's just a very tough place to be strategically allocating.
All right, Jeremy, great conversation. That's a good place to leave it. Hope to see you back again soon. Our thanks, of course, to Jeremy Schwartz of WisdomTree. Now, coming up, it's a hot ETF summer. I think that's a Megan Thee Stallion reference. U.S. funds on track to set a new flow record, and there is potentially no end in sight. We'll discuss next. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Hey, man, I put that on the watch list yesterday, but I did not clarify with the Megan Thee Stallion reference. But yeah, she brought that one home. MO is on the high ticker again. So again, we're down on the equity, but if you include the dividend, now there's like a $200, $300 gain. So that is running up there. That was a great ex-divvy bounce. It sucked that it dumped like it did, but that came up a decent amount. And then SPY just still chilling, bro. AI stuff, I really feel they can let it go out of control, like taking jobs and letting off the average person. Do you not know there's one part of the tin, I don't know if you want me to tell you it, but there's tin. We heard this back in the day, the early days. It's kind of funny, but people are saying that eventually at one point you're gonna get a company that's all AI. So there will be a company with no employees, just ran by an AI. So that is the general idea of everything going on. Oh my goodness. Skynet? Yeah, but they think like that. There will eventually be an IPO where it's just a company and it will just be one person. That's it. Man, you brought that up a lot, Sal. Kind of weird, man. So, but yeah, long term, bro. Long term, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. I think you brought it up 5 times today, and I have not reacted. So even after you donate your $2, I still will not. Good morning. AI heavily involved in the market. I mean, it kind of already is, but yeah, that's what people have been talking about, man. It's a good time, man. It's a good time, you know? It's a good time. You're back. What up, Eric? How you living, man? You feeling good? You feeling blessed? Sajiba. Did I say it right? I hope I did, man. Good morning. How you living, baby? How you living? We're halfway done with today. We got a little bit more time, but yeah, man, we've gone through a lot already. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning. 5 on the high. Good morning. How's your weekend? It was good, baby. I told the chat earlier I got a sunburn, so I was out and about this weekend. It's good. I have it. The guy hasn't annoyed me. I'm taking care of my girlfriend's dog too now. So I have him here. He's at my house right now, but he hasn't made any noises. So that's good, unless he got clapped, but for the most part, pretty chill. Great weekend. I had some good food. That's it. Got to see the fam. And I got more of my fam coming in every single day now. So we partying, bro. We partying. It's not really partying, just a bunch of Egyptians. And then my little nieces and nephews. Yalla. Yeah, I have the little terrorist. He's good, though. He's chill now, bro. He doesn't, like, shit everywhere and do all that. But, like, you know, he's less of a terrorist. He's kind of been reformed. But, yeah, we did not start off good. The classic Buffett trade they were talking about. What did they say? I think the classic Buffett trade is just going for deep value and then not really as much tech, but I don't know. I feel like that can mean a lot of things. Man, we've been getting way too many songs stuck in our head. Be prepared to be second to the dog. I already am, bro. So, like, because my girlfriend, she left. And she's going to Switzerland and a couple of other places. And then she's like, before she leaves, she's crying. And I thought she was crying because she was leaving me. And I thought, I was like, oh. And then she was crying because she was like, the dog. And I'm like, man. It's like, this is bullshit. I'm like, this is bullshit. I was like, no way. So she was crying about leaving the dog, bro. Not like leaving me. I was like, dang, that's cold, bro. That's like super cold. But yeah, here we are. Men are not loved. Okay. Well, I love you, man. You know, I got love for my brothers. You know, not everybody, but definitely, you know, I don't know, man. That's it. And you got to find the things you love in life. You know, that's a good way. You could give a lot of love. White House officials say G42 deal with Microsoft is positive because it meant cutting off Huawei ties. Huawei ties. And then, bro, Spikes, this reminds me of Friday, but remember we were saying how it could be like last Monday. Well, it has chilled out now. So it's not as aggressive as it was earlier. Kind of crazy. Because, again, that Monday morning, this was looking pretty crazy, and then it just chilled out. Say hi. Oh, appreciate all you do been listening since 2019. Long-term going strong, baby. Ruiz. That's another first-timer today. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. And TLT on the low. Oh, no. God bless you, Mr. Ruiz. I love to hear the long-term doing good, man. That's what I'm talking about. Market is sideways. Yeah, I mean, it started off very aggressive, and then again, it's that NVIDIA Apple effect because there's more names up than not today. It's just only now 0.25%. It was up a lot more, and the NASDAQ's still red, but that was because of a couple of other reasons. My goodness, 2019 Wise List put me on, baby. Amen, man. I hope y'all did get the long term. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you need in life. The long term will set you free. And God, too. Don't forget how God moves. Only need a little bit. That's the way that God proves. Got 3 long terms. That's good, man. Were we just talking about it? Or I think I was talking to somebody else, but don't forget, man, hide the money from yourself. You could lock in money for long-term investments, put them in a bunch of areas, man. That's it. Make sure you don't get your hands on it so you don't destroy it. And before you know it, man, you'll be like, wow, look at all this. Say, we did it, Joe. We did it. They not long-term. They not long-term. I know, man. 4 years, it's flown by. Just wait, though. Before you know, it's going to be 10. And, like, it's crazy how subtly things move. Like I'm saying, man, some people, you know, everybody moves at their own pace. Some people still doing certain things. Some people not following the rules as much. But before you know it, you know, you're going to be like, oh, I'm in a rush. I need to do this or do that. But you're going to look back and be like, wow, look how much time it's already been 10 years. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, man, hide the money. I've said that back in the day, and I think some of you took that advice to heart. It sounds kind of dumb at first, but, like, for real, like, put money in places where you could tie it to, like, long-term investments and not be as linked to it. We did it, y'all. You messed up. I had to sell my long-term earlier this year for an emergency. I just hate how I couldn't stick to it. What do you mean? Like, if it really, like, what kind of emergency? If you're like, the emergency was I needed to buy a PlayStation, then you fucked up. But if it wasn't like an like, that's why the long term's there, man. So I wouldn't really feel too bad about that. The beauty is you can start over, and that's what you got to do, use it. But yeah, if it was a real emergency, I wouldn't be tripping. Chewy Big Pop. I don't see it on the high ticker yet. It was already up here in the morning. Oh, yeah, 20 cents. There it is. Now it's on the high ticker. Good call. It is starting to move. They not long term. They not long term. Yeah, man, the long term, that's exactly what it's made for. Airbnb coming up. I mean, Airbnb needs to just get above that 155 because it's been doing that 150 dance for a minute now. They not long term. Man, everything is just getting stuck in my head today. And then where's Tessie? Again, Chewy just made that move there. Not bad. All right, 10% to take it to the grave. Yeah, you got to have a plan. I mean, you're going to either use it because you need it or, ideally, the best thing would be to put the long term and turn it into an investment that's more valuable. Or maybe you start a company. Don't underestimate that. It could open up doors like that where, maybe you'll come across a company one day and you'll be like, wow, I want to start this business. I want to do this or that. And then now you'll have the opportunity. They not long term. Last time you purchased A and B? Oh, dude, a long time ago, actually. It's probably been a couple of years. Let's check. I wish we bought it at 80, but then again, that's when we bought like Meta and other stuff. But last Airbnb purchase was May of 2022 at 124. So not bad, but it has been 2 years. So again, I haven't bought Snapchat in 4, but it's still one of the biggest in our account. So yeah, Airbnb is still the biggest in the long term on the small account. And then I think on the big account, it's probably number like 2 or 3, I believe. Let me see. Current value. Yeah, it's number 3. That's crazy. So MO appreciated and paid dividends, but technically on the big account, we have more money in MO than Airbnb by like $1,000. So yeah, but then on the small account, it's the biggest, and then it's bigger than Abivai. But yeah, I haven't bought it in a couple of years. But then again, MO, so I have more MO than I do Airbnb, and then that pays everything. So here's the big long term. So again, year to date, because remember, it looks like this because we had to do the transfer at the end of last year, if you guys recall. But it's been a phenomenal year for your boy. And then remember, it was at a way different price. At one point, these long terms were killed when everything was in the doldrums. I like saying that word, doldrums. So yeah, here's organized by size. Abivai number 1, Altria number 2. There's Airbnb. Then Uber is number 4. Pfizer number 5. JP Morgan pretty much tied with Pfizer. And then Snapchat. And then again, we've collected more on covered calls. That's the crazy part. So it says we're down 15%. But remember, we made like $3,000 or $4,000. Yeah, I sent out a lot of stream alerts today. I think there's like 4 or 5 already. There's 4 or 5 off of the first like 30 minutes. And then Disney, I think. And then, oh, yeah, number 7 is Meta, then Disney, then Netflix, then Baba, then MP Dubs. And then you start getting to the names we have. Again, there's a couple names here of just all one. These are all like 1-2 deposit names here. Some of like Walgreens was a loss, but then there's some like Solventum was free. WBD was free. Beyond, we only bought that one, but that one also declined. We only bought that once or twice. And then here are the covered calls. Are the mods still Homeboy? Are they gone? I don't know. There's only one way to find out. Oh my gosh. Why don't I lower I only bought one PayPal one time. So I'm only down 4%, but you know, I don't know if I want to add more with all the other names getting cheaper, but that is a growth name that we could add to. They not long term. They not long term. Looking to Charter Communications. I mean, they're a decent company, but I don't like the communications low key. Like, I mean, we have like AT&T. I think if any communication company, I think the best one right now is T-Mobile, but unfortunately, I mean, they're kind of up a decent amount. Affirm, yeah, they got a big upgrade, and they already moved a ton. Bro, Spies stopped moving. Chewy had to move. Energy, I mean, I'm not a fan of Energy, believe it or not. So I'd rather get Tech or another value play that could kind of hold up in a different realm, you know? They not long term. What's today's day? 24th? Yeah, that's crazy. 24th of June, bro. You don't believe in PayPal? Well, I think PayPal is going to be around for a while. I'm not expecting it to like disappear. Again, PayPal, a lot of members, a lot of things, but you know, their growth hasn't really been on par. And then at the same time, I mean, they spend a lot of money. Sadly, the way that PayPal will get growth is by not spending money. You know, if they could fire a bunch of people, the company can do very well. But sadly, I mean, PayPal's everywhere, but I don't think it's going to keep like growing at a crazy rate, more or less. We said the same about Rite Aids and Eckerd's. You're comparing grocery stores to PayPal. They're completely different, unfortunately. I have PayPal in the long term, but I only put in one deposit. So like we haven't bought it. I think that one we haven't bought it in maybe over a year. So like we just said, it's been a while since we even bought Airbnb. So I have PayPal, but ever since we got it, like other stuff started moving and then other stuff got cheaper. So there's other names that I would prefer to PayPal, but you know, if everything starts rocketing it up and it's there, we'll grab it. But also too, like I have been what's it called? I have been stacking the cash. I'm like not really against the cash, if that makes sense. Like maybe we don't even have to put it somewhere. All we got to do is just hold the cash, be chill, live life, you know? That's it. Then we'll be good to go. So right now I have like 1.8%. We have one deposit still remaining in cash. And then we get a deposit next Monday. So we'll be chilling with that. But then again, it's like we don't really have to put it to work. We could just keep it there because everything's moving up. Paramount Plus to increase prices for streaming plans, CNBC. Showtime will increase by $1 a month, while Essential Paramount plan will increase by $2. So Paramount price increases. SPY not welcome to Monday, bro. Yeah, I feel like a lot of Paramount news today. There's another company that we heard something on too. The timeline for final high of cash deposits, like 3 to 6 months of earnings before the shoe drops. Wait, I'm not really following. What are you saying? $9:30 push-up time. It is, baby. Are you guys ready? Can you handle it? Because we went crazy last time, bro. I don't know if you guys are ready, but I'm down, man. We could do everything. We could do everything. We could get moving. Oh yeah, I need to stand up. Stand up. Where is it? All right, are you guys ready though? So all I'm looking for is a minute of arm circles, and then you'll have the other 2 minutes of the song to do anything else you need. Are you ready? Wow. Wow. Oh, no. Calm down. I was trying to pump it up next. No. That's good. I need to do one more floor stretch, but I gotta get some. Oh, wait. Shit. I need to go swap out the weights real quick. We gotta move to 30s.
Expected. Most of the activity has been highly concentrated when you think about the M&A side of the world. 40% of M&A activity has been with mega transactions, whether it be in the energy space, TMT, financial institutions. On the LBOs, we've certainly seen some of that. But when you take a look at the broader M&A volumes, private equity has still, I would say, on the sidelines, constituting 25% of overall activity compared to the 35-40% that we have seen in recent years. So certainly a rebound, but there's a lot more pent-up demand. There was a Bain study that came out and said that there are 28,000 portfolio companies sitting in private equity firms, 40% of which are 4 years or older. So there is clearly, I would say, demand to monetize some of those. Also, as we know, private equity had raised massive funds, which they have yet to deploy. So we're beginning to see some early days of activity, but hopefully there'll be more to come as we get through the elections and beyond.
The 28,000 companies there that are ripe for exiting, is that how you look at the potential base of future clients?
Part of the base of future clients. As I mentioned earlier on, we do focus on publicly traded companies, which have been very active participants in deal activity. They're well capitalized, and there is an opportunity for them to achieve synergies in pursuit of growth, innovation, as well as consolidation. That's one area. Second is the private equity world, which we just talked about. But let's not forget that there are also 1,400 unicorns in addition to other cohorts of companies that have been funded by the venture capital community, which are similarly looking for an exit and what has been a rather muted IPO market. And so when we take a look at what is the potential client base, it does span companies all the way from the venture side, or I would say growth venture, to the private equity, as well as publicly traded companies, mid-cap as well as large cap.
Where are the opportunities most ripe for M&A now? You were talking about that potential for publicly traded large cap deals. Do you think that we can see more of them in the next 12 months, and in what industries?
So I would kind of put in a couple of different categories. Certainly, there are opportunities for large cap companies to continue to utilize their strong balance sheet and access to the capital markets to expand, grow, consolidate. But there's also companies that need to transact that may not have that access to the capital markets, who may be looking for a home. And so, broadly speaking, I would just say that you ask which sectors are we excited about. There are those that are very much supported by strong secular trends, which are going to be multi-year, perhaps multi-decade, whether you're thinking about AI. We had at our tech conference last week, Arvind Krishna, the CEO and chairman of IBM, who talked about AI being the first of a 9-inning game. And so those are multi-year trends that we look at. Secondly, infrastructure. There's going to be enormous amount of demand to build out infrastructure, both in core, whether it be toll roads, airports, ports, as well as core plus, being digital data centers and just driving digital transformation, whether it be in automation, whether it be electrification, and what have you. We've been talking a lot, and you've talked a lot about AI and the build out in data centers and the electricity that would be required to power those. And so there are several different trends that would support a multi-year, multi-decade investments. And then there's those that potentially could be more tactical. And then I'd put the last pool, which is potentially companies that are looking to focus on their core businesses. And so spins, splits, and then those divestitures could also be on our part of M&A activity.
And don't miss our Bloomberg Invest event with leaders in asset management, banking, wealth, and private markets. This week, we will be airing the best moments from our conversations on Bloomberg TV and radio, including those conversations with Boaz Weinstein, Todd Boehly, Katie Koch, Gary Gensler, and many, many more. This is Bloomberg.
That's good, man. Woo. There you go. Add push-ups. You got a couple of names running, and then SPY, man. We are actually finally coming down here. And then PayPal dropped a little bit. Where's Apple and Nvidia? The boys. So I don't know why we're going down there. Below ticker is starting to pick up a little. Interestingly enough. Rock Nation. SPY VWAP plummets. Small for now. Bonds started coming up. FedEx on the high. Again, their earnings is right around the corner here. NVIDIA. Okay. NVIDIA. Thank you. Rock Nation. My goodness. I'll be getting out of breath on some of these, man. Twice I bought an instant dump on what? On Nvidia? But, I mean, it is, just remember, a lot of that low liquidity environment still exists. So whether stuff run up and dump, I mean, the point is, if it ran up or dumped off a little, it could do the reverse off a little. So that's why you got to really, make a decision when you want to buy something. You got to kind of be committed. Don't forget the old adage, the goal is to punch the speculators in the face. So it's not going to be easy in that sense. I'm holding check. I still got Chewy up here. I don't know. That one just keeps going. I feel like the rumor is that we're going to hear one day that Ryan Cohen took all the GME money and started buying it. But for now, we don't have any updates on it. But it is up 10 or 6% right now. There was something else that went up 10 earlier. Chewy. Rock Nation. I'm going to say that a lot. At least I got the other song out of my head. So that's decent. Oh, yeah. Where is Tessie? I've been watching Tesla or Nvidia and Apple just because I think that dynamic is why it feels like nothing's moving. But every 30 minutes, we're kind of getting a switch in everything to go back. Can I get Uncle to spit on on Timmy Turner beat? I don't know. That'd be hard. I could ask him, but You know, he doesn't really do those. But I don't know. Is it possible to get that thing without like lyrics? Is there like just the instrumental? Still in the same, bro. It actually has been. Every time, I don't know if any of y'all leave and come back, but every time you do, you might come across the market not moving at all. That's literally been every single period on this stock, man. It's kind of nuts. Or on the whole market, not this stock. This SPY, we're just not moving. Rock Nation. Go inside. It's weird because I thought it was going to be more like Monday. I thought we were going to actually have a little bit more excitement, and then all of a sudden it just was like, nah, man, I'm good. So we were actually looking pretty good in the morning. That was a good move, and then it was like right after Euro close, it just not even air brakes. You just hit the brakes here right at like 10:30. So again, you're like right below that price, but yeah, it was looking actually kind of exciting. But then from the morning all day, it was negative on the chips. So that wasn't anything good. But then Apple and the other guys, they were kind of able to hold up. It was I was going to go for a play, but I was like, I already made a lot this morning. So we'll chill a little bit. I won't go too nuts. But I'm sure the volume is probably dropped dramatically. 16 million by hour 3. I mean, we had 12 million. So you did 4 million this last hour instead of 6. We're doing like 6 million at a time. Played SPY. I was going to, but I played a different place. We'll cover them on the watch list, and then I'm still in my gold, and then even the MO from last week. The MO came up a lot. So now, like, even then, MO, I'm down on it based on the equity. But if I sold out here, I could walk away with net profit after the dividend. So it's looking pretty decent. I think I might, though. I don't know. So I like MO upside, but right now I could take like $300 from the divvy. Yeah, it's 98 cents a share, right? Yeah, you know what? I think I might. Okay. I sold out my 1,000 shares of MO. I sold them at a loss, but then the divvy that hits in 2 weeks will leave me with 300 net profit. So 600 loss, and then I'm going to collect 980 on the dividend. Just because I don't want it to flip back down. So $380, not bad. That was not on the long term. No, that was the pre-dividend. Rumble experiencing an outage? No. But yeah, long term, that was just a flip play. With dividends, you have to be in before X dividend. Otherwise, it will not work. So, like, if you buy on ex-dividend, unfortunately, you will not get paid. The textbook is International Political Economy by Thomas Oatley. It's very, very good. I need to update the playlist, but we are like, I think we're like 140 pages into that book. So we still got a little bit more to, I think it's like a 400-page total book, but it's kind of crazy how much we've covered already. And then in the next couple of chapters that we're going to get to, we're going to start going over like a lot of the like international trade stuff. So, but then again, the foundation we're building, it's to understand why certain things happen and why certain countries and economies and people do certain things. I only bought one deposit of Intel on the first one. So I only have like, or I think it's like $3,000. I still have one more deposit here and we get another one on Monday. So I'm considering getting more, but it just depends where everything else is at. Nexalin? Why does that sound familiar? Oh, that was the one on Friday. Nexalin. It was fun to say. But yeah. And I think MO. So again, I sold out there. I think you go break even on the shares in a like 20 or 30 cents. But then if you were holding before divvy, again, just keep in mind how much. It pays 98 cents a share. Oh, SPY just chilling. VWAP. Yeah, NXL. That was a mover from Friday. Tesla posted on X. Long-term return on Tesla, I believe, will be exceptional. It sounds a little different than I think the stock is too high. So, little Elon comment, you know. Bought back in Walgreens on a call. Yeah, that one I'm going to wait before we ever add more to that on the long term. I mean, we still already got some, but definitely giving it some time. Quick little VWAP and chill. We'll see if it wakes up from VWAP. I mean, that could be good, but if anything, at this point, maybe our move happens at the end of the day, or if the bonds start waking up, which they kind of are, if we could get any other event, or if Apple either moves up way more or NVIDIA just stops dying, because I think NVIDIA is getting in the way of everything. Big can, or we get 2K. I don't think I can't play 2K on a Monday, bro. On stream, that's offensive. But then again, it is summer and it's offensive that the market moves this slow and that they scam everybody every day, but at the same time, I mean, that was not in my plans. Yeah, Friday, maybe like a Thursday thing. But definitely I was not planning for it, man. Was not planning for it. It's offensive. Wednesday, middle of the week. I didn't even get to play any 2K over the weekend. I think I got like one game in, 2 games. I had those games we played on Friday. But then every game I played, I did awful. I shot like 20%. I was like, all right, man, just quit. So I gave up. Long-term reviews on a Monday. Oh, that even seems like a Friday thing. I want to, but I don't know. I feel like people want me to review long-term just to show me what they have, but like I was kind of disappointed when everybody sent me them last time because every single long term, it wasn't even like a long term. It was so weird. It was just literally everybody making 100 stocks in their portfolio. So there was a lot of that. Bitcoin. Oh, maybe we talked about it on Wednesday. Maybe we just do some. I might be down for real estate calls. If I call the places that are not in I have to call the places that are only one state, one party states. But then again, too, like that's why I kind of like the Wednesday ones, just because, I mean, if we find a deal, like people get weird online, like when it's all public like this. Like we've had people call other people and like call the deals. So, because I like to be transparent and show everybody everything, but then it does kind of leave us exposed to everything else. Call your dad? So you have a house for sale? Like, hey, just want to call. Say what's up, man. Hope you're doing good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Motel apartments. Oh, I think I remember that. But yeah, remember I told you though, I mean, I'll buy it from him, but it would be cheap, like super cheap. I thought he would have a better time at the market, but I don't know how was it Montana? I don't know how it's doing out there. But hey, man, if he wants to sell it dirt cheap, I'm there. But I really think that property had potential to get a higher price on the market. Rock Nation. SCDG, is that energy? Yeah, Solar Edge. You got to watch out, though, man. All those solars have been all over the place. Well, well, well. Look at the time. And then SPY, there you go. You're getting a little bit of a move. I don't know how long it'll last, considering we got some other things happening here soon. But you are getting to open. Bitcoin below 60,000. Why don't we do an econ lesson? How about... Oh, I forgot. I got to get that done. How about you guys pitch me a business that you're actually doing? We could. It's summertime. You guys think we can make a summertime hustle? Y'all think we can make some money? How y'all feeling? Chad Tank? Or, I mean, I don't know. I would like to see someone, or maybe I could help you do something. Maybe let's get because I'm doing the econ lessons on the watch list, baby. But I would like to see some of that. That would be great. Hold on, LT's texting me. I think the car might be wrapped. It's Rock Nation. Today's the first day of your auto glass business. There you go. Are you like replacing like windshields and stuff like that, or are you doing like tinting? All the new car washers are coming around. How do they clean freight trucks? I mean, I feel like power washing businesses are big. I think there's a lot of competition, but I mean, if you get the right marketing and you get out there, I think it's a pretty good business to say the least. Chipotle. Oh, when does the Chipotle split happen? Is it in a couple weeks? Or is it in a couple days? Okay, so by Thursday. Zillow on the low? Why is this thing dumping? Oh, Zillow's pretty bad. You guys remember Redfin was like good, and then Redfin sold off heavy. Merck KGA discontinue Exvant trials in head and neck cancer. Check Pfizer. If Merck makes a big move again, Pfizer, they're the one with the cancer drugs, so that could help them up. How do you become a full-time travel influencer? So honestly, like TikTok, I've been seeing some people make some good money. I told you guys this almost a year ago. That TikTok shop, bro, you can make a whole account just posting these items. And if you actually get big videos and you get out there, you could make a decent amount. Like girls, or I don't know, like some of y'all should get your girlfriends and wives on this doing makeup reviews. From the TikTok shop, there's girls making 10, 20 grand a month just off of getting makeup, putting it on TikTok, and then linking it through the TikTok shop and the commissions. So it's pretty dystopian if you ever seen the TikTok shop. But yeah, that's a business element right now, or that's like a business thing kind of going crazy. Yeah, you get to be your own Billy Mays, more or less. So, yeah. And, I mean, I don't know. Did you see it? Lending Tips posted one. You can make, like, fake AI videos now. Like, you could have, like, an AI figure do, like a review or something for you. It's the trippiest thing ever. Everybody vlogs from Philippines, and he's killing it. Yeah. Do it. Go make an account and start putting items. If you want to do travel stuff, you got to kind of, it's harder to, because you can't sell shit on, like, the TikTok shop. Like, you want the stores that promote through there. It's harder to get, like, brand travel deals, but, I mean, if you kind of commit to it, I'm sure you might get lucky. It's going to be a matter of if you're consistent and actually, like, focus on it. I think it could turn into something, but easier said than done. Yeah, it's literally like the home shopping network. No, for real though. It really is like that. It's crazy though, but like people, because then TikTok is trying to compete with Amazon, so they're like really pumping those videos if you post the item next to it. Even then, like I post random TikToks, bro, and I get random companies like, hey, we'll send you this, we'll send you that, post a video, but I know people who make like multiple accounts just to promote these items, and then again, if you get the commission, I mean, you could do pretty well. It just all depends on what the items are, and then if you get one video that goes really popular, or if you got a good review on it, you got to sell people. But if you do, you make a good review. Hi. My TikTok is the trading fraternity. De La Greasy, you're back. Well, good to see you, baby. I hope you got the long term. Hope you stay in the game. Yeah, DJT's up 15 or 19, I think. So they announced like $69 million sold from the warrants. So I think we were supposed to get an update on Tuesday, but I think that news kind of brought it up a little bit. I think people were a little bit, I think they were getting rid of the event risk more or less. So that's why it went up, but we might get another update tomorrow. Other than that, if there isn't any other update, I think it's going up simply off of the that news and the event risk going away. Any price for an NVIDIA where you want to buy it? Not unless it comes lower, but we talked about it today. Like, if anything, if I was going to top tick anything, I would be top ticking NVO or NVIDIA. And just the idea is, like, you're just be prepared to buy it for like a month or like a year, you know, like every single month, you know, to get your good average on it. So it's up to you, but instead of going for any of the other stuff, I would rather get an NVIDIA or NVO. That's kind of how I break it down. Airbus facing persistent specific supply chain problems. Sees full year 770 commercial aircraft deliveries. Check Boeing. And then Pfizer. Boeing's actually dropping on that. It's Rock Nation. Adding MRK and Pfizer. Yeah, Merck. I don't know. Is Merck at the premium? I have to double check where they're at. Who else was there? I think Medtronic was the value one. Yeah, I think Merck's actually been killing it. So they're a little bit more on the expensive side. And then Guildman before that pop. That was very interesting. I might grab PayPal for the long term. So, I mean, it's only slightly down, but every other time it's like break even or up every time some of the other names move around. And the video's down 5-6%. I mean, we are starting to dump. Those candles and the low ticker are picking up now. So I think it is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is back down to 6. I'm sure Apple might. Actually, no, Apple gave up too. So Microsoft was the other balancing act there. And then Amazon and Meta. So yeah, big tech is starting to go down here. And then now Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA all kind of going down. So prior it was like Apple holding you up. Not this time around. Let it flush. Are you having PayPal for the long term? I mean, I think eventually it'll have its moment. It's at an interesting spot. But like I said, just every other thing, every time I went to buy it, it was either up from where we paid for it or other names were a lot cheaper that had value. And again, I've been trying to grow my dividends here still. That has been part of the goal. Yeah, Airbus sees full year adjusted EBITDA $5.5 billion. Previously saw 6.5 to 7. Damn. Maybe DJT's ripping. That's on the high. So check Boeing. Maybe that's why, bro, Airbus guided down heavy. So there's Airbus news coming in, but that EBITDA news is very low. It's kind of surprising. My goodness. SoFi, I would rather get a big bank than SoFi, to be honest. So I know a lot of people like SoFi. I mean, it's kind of new, depending on how you want to look at it. It's kind of one of those new finance banks. I mean, there's growth potential, right? You know, if they actually end up doing good and whatnot. But I do think, I already have JP Morgan, so I really wouldn't go for the other ones. But it's up to you, but I would prefer a better one, a better big bank. Like, I like Citi, HXL dying, Hexcel. Are they related? Meta's dying now, too. Yeah, Hexcel Corporate. Are they related to the airlines, or I feel like we made a play on Hexcel before? I like Baba, but Baba, again, we might be, like, extremely early. I still think the whole risk to reward with them is pretty high. So the downside could still be very much downside. VIX is at 1341. I mean, SPY's back to open now. So all that whole, it looks like Monday, that faded. Hexcel engages in development of lightweight structural materials. Yeah, I feel like they're an airline provider, no? Hexcel might be related to that Airbus news. Oh, yeah, you're right back to open now. I mean, so SPY's break even. NASDAQ is down 3/4. Dow is up 0.7. It was up 1. And then same thing with Russell. Russell's given up half of the gains as well this morning. So kind of wild. Pfizer was going up. I had that up there. It was down on the day. But yeah, HXL, that might be related to your boy Airbus and whatnot. Coin, crypto was already down again not too long ago. DJT's on the high. That's the only thing I see going. And then SPY going a little lower. So we are actually getting some movement here. Let's see if we break down below that. WE, where's Wells Fargo and Banks? Remember, Banks are on fire this morning. So I think they're actually all still doing good. Yeah, XLF's not even getting touched on any of this. And then where are the Udals? Yeah, post-switching Mondays brought to you by Tesla. All options expired. Now the market moves while charging. New cyber expiration. What? The fuck is a cyber? Yeah, banks are doing very well. I want to see utilities here. They've still been killing it. It's SPY going lower. I like Bank of America. I think it's a little expensive. Like, they've came up back to some of those highs, but I am not against them. I do think there is I think there's better value in some places. So, again, I think Citi is probably the best value bank. And then I think the best bank is JP Morgan. You know, we already have JP Morgan, and it's up a decent amount. But I'm a big fan of JPM. AMD flood. Remember, chips all bad, and then if NVIDIA, I mean, you have Meta starting to give up. Meta was one of the stronger names. I mean, if Apple goes negative, that'll be a 2 and some change move. So it's not showing where they're at. NVIDIA, come on, load up. Yeah, NVIDIA's down 5.8. So again, SMH, the whole index down 2.7. Citi, yeah, they had the bad. Citi, Wells Fargo, they all had the bad living will news, but they all kind of went up. I think that event risk is kind of out of the way. You are going to get stress test news, I believe, in the next couple days. Who was it? Yeah, Apple's up 1 still. So we're back up to open. Again, SPY went negative very briefly here. Carvana. I don't know. I don't really think Carvana doesn't use that CDK stuff, do they? They probably just use vending machines. should short them. Carvana's wild, bro. All right, getting a little green shoe. Nasdaq down 0.7. Everything is just scattered today. So remember, it was like still 60% of names green. Still Dow is 22 in the green, 8 in the red. Nasdaq 100 is now 56 green, and then 44 in the red, and then SPY 383 green, 117 in the red. I think we're dumping because NVIDIA sold off, and then Apple, Microsoft, and those names that were kind of holding us up, they gave up. So it was only, I mean, you were only getting led by a couple of names, and then those flipped. So, hi. Now we are here. AI pop. No, people are talking about it, but it's earnings. I mean, there's going to be periods where everybody talks about it being done, but until there is a consistently bad earnings, I don't think anything is over. So right now, everyone's like, well, we don't know how to value it to the upside. How can we know what to expect for future growth? But until there's like actually bad earnings and people are like changing their minds, you know what I'm saying? And there's like a real narrative where you could be like, yeah, this stuff sucks. Until that happens, I don't think you're going to get any of that. Thank you. AI is, I mean, chips are smoked for now, though. It is not looking good. Too many. I got like 4 songs stuck in my head this morning. I mean, it's already 10, though. 10:17. Oh, man. So we're getting our little bounce. Maybe it is time. It might be time, ladies and gentlemen. It might be time. People woke up tired, yeah. Bro, it sucks. I don't know if I had energy today. I think I kind of did. But, dude, I had such a bad sleep last night because I woke up, bro. I went to bed super early, and then I fell asleep, and then I had to go pee. And then I woke up after going pee, and I couldn't fall back to bed. It was like halfway sleep, bro. Oh, it was awful. It was awful. So I don't know. Was it like a full moon or Gatorade or something? But I had a shitty sleep. No, I went to bed at like 9 something, and then I woke up at like 11:59, and then I was like, then I halfway fell back asleep, and then I woke up again at like 3, and then I couldn't fall asleep after the 3, and like I fell asleep, but it was like that halfway awake, halfway sleep thing. You know what I'm saying? It was messed up. So I don't know. So I wasn't the only one. I don't know. It's kind of good to hear that we shared the same misery, but nah, man, that wasn't cool. That was not cool at all. All right, well, let me see. Let me go pee, and then I'll be right back, and then I think we start partying, man. We start partying here in the chat. Nope, they don't want. No, never mind. You might have to give me a sec. I was getting abducted by aliens. Nah, I think I drank too much water before I went to bed. It just kept waking me up. It was not cool, bro. It was not cool at all. I hear weed could help with that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure weed helps with a lot of things, but y'all have told me way too many things. They're like, you got a sunburn, smoke some weed. You can't go to sleep, smoke some weed, man. You short, you can't grow, smoke some weed. So it's starting to sound like that Cat Williams joke. But it seems like some fuck it is what's going on. Oh,
say they're just
nice. All right, I'll
going
be
to
right
pay,
back.
you know,
Follow me on
consumers there will
Instagram,
benefit. And others say,
Good
I forget
morning.
who put it quite this way, but they said something like, you know, cutting edge technology in Europe is over.
Well, you know, it's to that point. Now, Apple, their new Apple Intelligence update, they've actually sort of not released it in Europe for this very reason, that, you know, it's unclear, given the DMA, what is allowed, what isn't allowed. Meta didn't launch its Threads app there. So that could be a feint, though, right? Like, I see this, the likely scenario here is that this is sort of the start of negotiations, right? You know, the EU instituted the DMA, Apple responded, made its changes. Now the EU is saying, no, I don't think so. That's not enough. So it's just more back and forth. Ultimately, you know, if it comes to some kind of a resolution, some kind of an agreement between them, you know, Apple moves closer to opening up that app market for, you know, competitors, whether it's a Spotify or others, in terms of apps being allowed to more directly access its customers. So I don't know that Apple wants to really get deep into the game of, like, we're going to fight this all the way and, like, take you entirely to court, because it's not just the EU. The US is also engaged in this. Japan is engaged in this in their own way. So is the UK. So they're just getting hit from all sides. I think they want to get a resolution, create some kind of a blueprint maybe for how this might apply across these other regions who are also sort of looking at antitrust.
Yeah, and again, investors don't seem too concerned. They're just excited more broadly about, and just last hour, they were raising the question about, would this kind of curb Apple's selling market in terms of genuinely denting its earnings potential, because some of these markets might be accessible later on than investors have hoped. But I don't know, I think the stock is kind of telling you it's not going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's been baked in. You know, I think everyone has been anticipating some kind of clampdown, not just on Apple, on all tech, all big tech, Amazon, Facebook. You know, these guys are all going to sort of face it in some way or the other. Apple is the test case, right? They're the biggest one out there, the most influential in terms of owning the platform. So I think that it was very pointed on the part of the EU to go after Apple first, and then just sort of set the tone for everything else. But as I said, it's already been baked into the price. It'll come down to negotiations. They're going to open it up a little bit more. That is the most likely scenario. How much that actually dents their revenue, it's not going to be 20%, right? It's not going to amount to whatever the fines are that the EU is looking to do. But Europe is a big part of the market. Second largest market for Apple. It's like over a quarter of its sales. So, you know, they're going to want to play ball in some way.
Okay, let me then pivot and ask you about Llama, Meta, the large language model from Meta that Apple reportedly is discussing a partnership with. What does this really tell you is going on here?
So they already cut a partnership with OpenAI. They announced it in their developers conference. And what was really interesting about the way they announced it is they refer to this sort of, you know, outside facts, right? In other words, they're going to partner with OpenAI because ChatGPT is actually good at sourcing all this information outside of your own personal ecosystem, whereas Apple owns the personal ecosystem. All your contacts, your friends, your calendar, your email, all the different apps that you use. So Siri has always been sort of functioned as kind of like a sort of a very loose personal assistant. The real sort of killer app here isn't so much just getting more information. It's being able to coordinate all of your data, all of your information, change your calendar, change your dinner reservation, whatever it is. That's what Apple owns. They have access to that. ChatGPT doesn't. So partnering with a Meta, Google, OpenAI, you know, it's a way of sort of signaling like, look, you still need us. We have the actual more crucial information. You have also this outside data. Let's create a partnership.
And it'll be fascinating to see how that power dynamic plays out. Ed, for now, thank you. We appreciate your time today. Ed Lee with the New York Times. Coming up, we're pulling back the curtain on consumer staples. Oh, yeah. P&G, Colgate-Palmolive, Walmart, they're all hitting new all-time highs today. And Coke and Kimberly-Clark are less than 2% away from new highs of their own. Pepsi and Mondelez are underperforming this year, though, amid lower spending on salty snacks. We're going to tell you what's driving that decline and look at one name bucking the trend. The Exchange is back after this.
The Exchange is back after this. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. You hit a low. Hey, happy Yonda days. You guys haven't heard me in a while. Hope you're doing good. Great. 71 counterparties, 435.9 billion in reverse repo. Dude, that keeps going up by like 70 to 100 million. Yeah, the Airbus numbers weren't good. That's why Bowen moved. Monday madness, baby. Well, there's one way we can make Monday better. Maybe it'll help out the market. DJT on the high. But now let me switch this to NVIDIA, and we will begin. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, are you ready? Are you feeling good? I hope your Monday is awesome, but today it's time. We got to confuse the AI now. Now the AI is going to listen to PHILO and be like, what the hell are they talking about? Yeah, they don't go, that's it, the PHILO, man. It's an enigma. It may leave some people confused a little bit, man. I don't know if they feel me, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they feel me. But Chattadonia, I have a decent mini PHILO, man. Honestly, today it's a simple concept, and it kind of it blew my mind. I heard this from one of my favorites, not Charles Spurgeon, C.S. Lewis. You guys know Narnia, man? Well, if you guys have never read C.S. Lewis, man, you should go look into some of his works. He's a very, very smart guy, and I love him, man. You know, he's a very creative individual, and he has a very interesting take on a lot of spiritual stuff. But I like something he brought up. So before I get into it, I should tell you guys. One, I'm proud of you. I'm very impressed with what I've seen in PHILO land. But at the same time, too, don't accept my being proud of you if you're not actually doing shit. Yeah, okay? I'm sorry. I'm starting like that. But what I mean, it's something I've been saying for the last couple of weeks here, man. For real, just be about it, baby. Be about it, you know? Because at the same time, like, I even tell you and I take a step back and I'm like, bro, I don't need, like, for real, bro. I be like, I hope you guys benefit off of PHILO. Cause like I'm not qualified to give you PHILO. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, like you got to step it up in so many ways, and we got to live by the standards. So for those of you actually making a real change, and yeah, you may slip up, bro. You know, and that's okay. And I hope you could get right back on it. But like I'm not like dog. If you ain't doing anything with it, then what do you like? What is there to be proud about, man? You know what I'm saying? So for real, like be about it, baby. And on the other end, today's PHILO it's one of those things where I've been telling you this for the last couple of months. Every PHILO is not about you. Do you understand that? Can you, Chad, do you get it? I know you click on the video, like don't be one of them horoscope people. Y'all don't feel me, bro. Y'all don't feel Chad. You're like, well, I clicked on the video, and then he was talking about it, and then I could breathe, and then I have oxygen in my lungs right now, so then that might, I think it's, are you feeling me or not? Y'all need discernment, bro. For real. Everything that pop up on your TikTok, everything that pop up on YouTube, everything you hear on PHILO, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not always for you. Everything is not for everybody. You know? Yeah, maybe it'll call out to you. Bank of Canada Macklem? What's this? Comments and prepared remarks for Winnipeg speech. Inflation looks to be on its way to 2%. Those just popped up in red. Well, listen, I don't say this to, I'm not trying to bring you down. You know what I'm saying? I do think you are all made wonderfully in the eyes of the Lord, and I do think there's good thing. What is this? Another one, Elsewhere Partners, raises $280 million for a firm. But I'm saying this so that you don't don't get tossed and turned by every message out there. You know, even if I'm sharing something with you, it's not always like gonna be there. You have to literally chew on the things and digest it. It's funny, like milk and the food, right? Certain things are certain food spiritually, but I really hope you could actually sit there and digest it and make sure it's there. And I don't want you to get tossed and turned, okay? So, DVA, bro, DVA and FMS dumping. So, Fresenius, they had something with either Medicare or Ozempic the other day. FMS, big drop, 1% in one candle. And then again, Bank of Canada, Macklem, and then another fund being started. But, that being said, keep it up, Chad, and I encourage you. If you slip up, dust it off, and get right back on it, my brother. And at the same time, free yourself. You don't have to live a certain life if you don't actually want to live it, okay? And pray for discernment, because today is a topic, and this is why I'm telling y'all, you all need to pray for it. You know what we're going to talk about today? We're going to talk about it really good. Some people love this topic, but I want to talk about people not really understanding it sometimes. You know what we're going to talk about today? We are going to talk about healing. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. We're going to talk about healing. Oh, healing. Healing. Wow, healing. I'm not going to heal you. I don't do miracles, okay? That's it. I don't know what y'all were expecting of me. It says I could, and that's what it says in the word, but I've never really tried to heal people. That's not, honestly, you got to watch out too, because sometimes, like, I've realized this at times, like, sometimes we try to, like, help people, and we try to, like, sometimes we try to take on the role of the Lord when that's not us. I don't know if y'all feel me. You're the second person who said Fed Reserve hack, so I don't know. Check news on that. I don't know if Chad is just sending stuff or if there's Twitter rumors, but that's the second or third time I've seen that since PHILO has started, but I don't have anything on my wire. Ozempic phase 3 meets primary endpoint in kidney disease. Man, we have so many headlines during PHILO. And SPY about to hit a new low. But Chad, healing. So I feel like a lot of people want healing. I feel like a lot of people like healing. I don't know. I feel like healing is like a buzzword. You don't have to even be spiritual. But how many times do you, I'm healing. I need to heal. Healing. 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 I don't know. Do you hear it a lot? Have any of you been on a pursuit of healing? Oh, man. I don't know. I hope they feel me, Chad. Not confirmed by the Federal Reserve. Big time. So, can I ask you a question? SPY's hitting a new low. That's not the question. Why do you want to heal? You guys know why is my favorite question, right? But why do you want to heal? I know it may sound weird. You're like, what do you mean, Josh? Why are you telling what? Because doesn't that imply you got something? But like, think about it. I don't need to heal to make my family happy so I can stop hurting others. So I'm ready for opportunity. No disrespect. It's usually females that talk about how much they need to heal. I'm old school, so I just deal with it to give back to the people. Closure, to forgive. Again, it's a safe space. I like all the answers. Heal so I could grow. Live my best life to ease the pain. To be at peace. Amor fati. An empty cup cannot pour. Ooh, that's fire. To look for peace. Heal them lustful eyes. Amen. To grow and share. The girls that damaged your head. To tolerate people. To pour. I like that one. That's good. So, I don't know. Different parts of our life, you guys will be presented with this whole healing concept. But you need to ask yourself why. For real. You need to really understand why you want to heal. And this is something I heard, and it kind of blew my mind. It's what I heard from C.S. Lewis. Because the whole point of healing, it should be to renew your spirit. Let me say that again. The whole point of healing is to renew your spirit. Bro, and if you don't know what that means, bro, let me tell you. Something new is going to happen. For some of us, man, we need to shed the old and enter the new. But this is the whole concept of healing. You can't take the old stuff with you. Or guess what? If you keep carrying the old stuff, it is going to stop you from getting the new stuff. Oh. Think about it. Again, people say, I need to heal, I need to heal. Like, oh, I keep bringing up this stuff. It's like, think about it. All of us, bro, I'm telling you, life is not going to keep you in one spot. I hope all of you realize that. Even if you don't like anything I'm saying in this philo, I hope you understand this truth. Your life is not going to just stay how it is. I really hope you get it. Your life is not just going to remain in one area. You are not going to be this one thing you think you are. You are going to change all throughout life. I guarantee it. But it's hard to move into something new if we keep taking old stuff with us. So why do you want to heal? It should be to renew your spirit. The whole idea of healing is that it is based in moving forward. Oh, man, Chattadonia. It's based in moving forward. And that's the thing, bro. Are you ready? If you think you've already healed and you ain't moving forward, uh-oh. Do you get it? So, my philo today is I want you to if you ever thought about healing, I need you to really ask why. And I hope you can embrace that you have new things and new changes coming your way. Amen. And I know all of you got a lot to grow in life, myself included, in the way that we could embrace all of the new stuff and grow and get better at all these things. It's going to be through that, but it's to renew your spirit. It is so you don't have to take all these things with you and you can move forward. But in the same respect, I hope I could warn you. What good is all of this healing and going and trying to do certain things if you are not moving forward? So do you know what my main conclusion of this is? Something new is about to happen, Chattadonia. And this is why I said pray for discernment, because some of you are like, yeah, TLT. No, shut the up. All of us got something new, man. Bro, again, talk to me in 2030, bro. We have a lot of life ahead of us, God willing. Some has been cut short too. But you have to be moving forward. And to a certain degree, you need an expectation of something new. And that new things and good things are coming your way. But at the end of the day, bro, you have to renew your spirit, and how you do that is by moving forward. So remember what I was telling you on Friday. You got to start thinking and start looking at certain things and ask yourself, what's easy and hard to sacrifice? But now you got to start asking yourself, man, how are you going to move forward? Or better yet, you want to know how you can move forward? By figuring out the things you can't take with you. Damn. Like, what do I do? What do I do? How do I move forward? How do I hear? Man, go and look at the things you can't take. That's going to give you a real good idea of how to move forward. Are those habits helping you? Is the time you put in certain areas helping you? Is there certain things that you can or can't move forward without? So it's a very simple PHILO, man. I wish healing for all of you, because I wish good things and renewed things. But there's a reason. That's why, like, you see why I love this message, man? Imagine all of these damn PHILOs we've been going over. Right? Think about it. And again, a lot of conviction. I don't mean to convict you. I really don't, because I've gotten a lot of self-conviction. Y'all ask me the same questions you've asked me for years, and I'm even giving you some different answers. I'm even telling you, well, yeah, I feel a certain way now. I love it, because I'm realizing there's certain things I can't take. Certain things have gotten me a certain degree, and they've moved me forward in life. But if I want to keep moving forward, I've realized, man, I don't think I could take all of that. I don't think I could keep taking the gray area with me. I think I either got to stand on something or not stand on it at all. Why do you think I've been telling you that? You know, and I hear, like I said, a lot of times you hear healing and people say healing, but do we even stop and ask ourselves why? Why do we want to heal? The goal should be to be something new, to renew. And I know it's difficult and hard, and life has so many challenges. And that's why, like, one big thing, and I really hope y'all could do this, start just thinking of the things you can't take. The old stuff. There's certain parts of you that you know, they benefited you. Ride with that. But then there is the stuff you're going to start realizing, the stuff that's already hurt you. Some of this stuff that's kept you from certain things. But until we think about it, it's hard to actually change it. So, Chad, something new is going to happen, baby. But that's on you to figure it out. Not even figure it out, it's to actually renew your spirit. So, good morning. Happy Monday, baby. You know, I hope you thought about all the PHILOs, and I hope you see that this journey is you know, stepping stones, and it's leading to something. And I don't know if you felt the conviction. Some of y'all, man, y'all been giving yourself the meditation, the prayer. Y'all have given up a lot of things, and hopefully if things have called to you, if you're realizing it now, I hope you're able to say, yeah, you know, it is time to move forward. It is time to embrace what I got coming up for me. It is time to embrace the destiny. But you got to start thinking like some things ain't coming with you. And you got to start really figuring that out. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist on my channel. First link for the Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. PHILO fire. Game time.
A letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Bam, 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 bam.
2020, baby.
I got the board that can make the money both ways. Yalla. News for today. You got a little bit of France stuff. I mean, low key, we got a little bit of war stuff too, and stuff in Israel, Palestine, the Houthis. That was, but not as much. And then other than that, just kind of NVIDIA and some of the AI stuff chilling out. And then it is our earnings week. I don't know if you guys realize you have FedEx, Nike, and and Micron this week. So that's another part of it. And then we chilled out after a very, very wild start, or not even start, but just even from last week after Powell and hitting new highs. But there really wasn't that much data or anything, and then bonds all over the place. You did just miss PHILO. Yeah, we just had PHILO. It's been a long day. Hardcore PHILO. Bum, 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 bum. You think AI will make its way into politics? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people, like, especially with what I've seen lately, I don't think it's that far-fetched. They'll make AI the governor. They're like, AI is just, it thinks better than us. That's it. That's it. What are they? They're going to call it greater intelligence. So right now it's called artificial intelligence. In like 40, 50 years, the kids are going to call it greater intelligence. And then be like, yeah, well, greater intelligence, it's, you know, since we could trust it more and it was able to make good decisions, there's greater intelligence. Back in the day, before greater intelligence, they used to drive their own cars. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to have to ask the Oracle. Man, SPY's still low. You didn't really get your PHILO bounce. Bum, 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 bum. Wale inbound. Hey, I generated politician running for UK Parliament. Like, actually, now? That's hard. I thought it would take some time, but shit. Who knows? No liquidity. Well, last week got pretty active, but I do think we might go back to chilling. And then we don't have anything till Friday, unfortunately. That's what kind of sucks. So like we got to wait a decent amount before we actually get anything worthwhile in terms of data, unless something overseas sparks stuff. And I mean, the bond movement was kind of already crazy, but I'm not banking on much yet. Are you planning to play the petrodollar? And well, I think it's already ended until we see like real effects from it. I'm not really trying to go for it, if that makes any sense. So, I mean, I feel like people have talked about it a lot, but it still feels like it's very early and we haven't really even seen anything. I trade the bonds through like ZB. That's the futures, or you could go for TLT or buying physical bonds. You know, that is something that I own a decent amount of, like actual physical. Again, I did it for you guys before. I showed you that example. High interest bonds to resell. I mean, I think the 2-year, bro. 2 years great. Municipals pay no taxes, but no, I've been buying 2 years. I have a lot of 2-year bonds. I'm a big fan of those. I bought them even when they were a little bit higher too. So that 5% hits on some of those. There was like 4.9, I think. At one point, they were 5 for a little bit. I think I have one with a 5 coupon. I would have to double check. Oil, dude, ever since I told you guys at that 76, because oil's cheap relative, as long as gold and all those other commodities stay up, considering how much like risk premium there is and all these other things happening overseas. Oil is like, it's cheap. I mean, it got a little bit more expensive, so that has definitely changed. But generally speaking, that last 2-3 weeks ago, there was a very good opportunity to get oil, and it made a lot of sense. And then some people are even saying that about bonds. So I brought that up on the watch list yesterday. I hope that makes sense for you guys. It kind of does. I mean, think about it. You literally have the hard landing odds so low by default, that kind of implies that bonds are cheap. That means bonds right now, for the most part, are not pricing in. They're not pricing in the risk of a hard landing. There was never an actual petrodollar that ran. What do you mean? I mean, it used to just be all oil was denominated in dollars. Like I'm not gonna lie, those people are being hella dramatic. I already saw when, you know how I got all those like Jesus TikToks, and I told you I got like a nice like Jesus feed. But the thing that sucked was that I had a video come up, and it was a guy, and he was like, "Repent! They're getting off the dollar. It's the mark of the beast, the petrodollar. Repent now." And I'm like, I don't know if that was the sign. I don't know, man. I kind of disagreed. But yeah. So you got to watch out. But it was just something that it supported the dollar, but also in the same respect, like if we get away from it and it still holds up, I mean, that's going to be that could even end up helping the dollar more. So if people still use, I think people will still use the dollar just because they love it. But if the dollar still remains strength after that, then there you go. It may not end up being negative. It may end up actually being more positive for the dollar than hurtful. I mean, this year was quiet, though. I don't know. Where all the TikTok rapture shit. I mean, this has been a very quiet year, like comparatively to some of the other. Like, we ain't got no flying balloons in the sky. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like a lot of things have changed. The dollar only gets stronger until, I mean, just wait until they cut the rates, though, because that's where it's going to get crazy for the dollar. Because you got to think about it. Imagine all the money in the world right now, right? And how much we've printed and everything. Like, what happens if we cut rates again. Right? So like the funny part is how it's strengthened as of recently, but that's not good at all. Like, so if you had a rate cut and now you start stimulating this dollar that we have already pumped, I mean, think about it. That's not ultimately a positive. If anything, that just means, it's just going to add more instability in the sense that, once again, not only did the U.S. spend all this money, now they're going to start, making it easier to get a hold of. Liquidity, that is what you got to watch out for. There is part number 2 of all of it. But then again, things move slow, and you guys, you already see how everybody's kind of behaving. None of this stuff is going to be easy to tell, and it's probably going to move slower than we anticipate. Again, a lot of times, in our heads, it's going to move fast and we have an idea, but you could think about what's going to happen faster than it would actually occur. That is the downside, my friend. Added more Kava. I know the B and the V are close to each other. Yeah, large boat crash. Even then, it may take even just way, way longer. That's the crazy part. Because even then, so far, it's already, to think it's already been 4 years since 2020, even from when Powell, started executing the fastest rate hiking cycle in history. Like, just think about it. It's already been 2 years since then. And now we're entering in that point with the yield curve. It's the most inverted ever. And now we're, it's like, 24 months, the whole entire yield curve will have never been this inverted. So it's kind of crazy to think about. But definitely have your patience ready to go. And then SPY still at the low here for the day. Again, today started off very good. It looked like it was going to be like last Monday. Then we paused about an hour after Euro close, and then we dumped as NVIDIA was down 5-6%. And then Apple and the other names that were trying to hold it up, they gave it up with it. The yield curve, it's been 2 years, a little bit more, I think, on the 2s and 20s, or the 2s and 10s. So again, the last time the yield curve was ever inverted this long, it was literally the Great Depression. GM, are you saying good morning or the stock? Either way, good morning, and then I'll check GM. Affirm's still on the high. They got that upgrade. And NSC was dropping during PHILO. Yeah, man, it's crazy, but do you guys realize that although you may have heard no landing ahead of time, this whole idea of no landing, that gained traction this year with all the AI stuff. That's why I gave you guys the tinfoil the other day. Remember, I was telling you, my crazy tinfoil, all of this AI shit was just to get quantitative tightening and get people to buy shit while the Fed is dumping. Because, look at from January, no landing, people talked about it, but it wasn't until 2024 where this idea gained traction. So this year, if you really wanted to summarize this year with a policy breakdown, it is no landing. It is people believing through the data and everything else. They're like, yeah, no landing. Fed Dolly, we made inflation, a lot of progress, still work to do. Says inflation is not the only risk. Fed Dolly near to a point where a benign outcome on labor market could be less likely. Policy has to be conditional, need to exhibit care. If inflation falls more slowly than expected, policy rate must stay higher for longer. If inflation falls rapidly or labor market softens more than expected, lowering policy rate would be necessary. If there are any gradual declines in inflation, slow labor market rebalancing, then Fed can normalize. Fed Dolly must fully restore price stability without a painful disruption to the economy. Bumpiness of inflation of data so far this year has not inspired confidence. Recent inflation readings more encouraging, but hard to know if on the track for sustainable price stability. Restrained demand, not improved supply, likely needed to get inflation to 2%. At this point, we have a good labor market, not a frothy one. AT&T CEO Stanky says Congress should regulate powers for big tech to contribute to the government. Oh, she's not even live, so pre-reinstatements came out. I have the live video, but she's not even up. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Since market direction depended on sentiment, Powell single-handedly kept market up. Well, yeah, I mean, end of last year, he just started telling you rate cuts. I mean, he didn't need to, but that really got everybody feeling good. And then you already had the AI wave continuing to have increasing earnings. People started loving that. And then before you knew it, I mean, that's it. Like, everybody was like, you know what, maybe we don't have a landing. You know, economy's good. These companies are all doing good. And like I'm saying, you know, 2024, you heard the phrase prior, but it was 2024 where the whole no landing got legs. And now you almost have 30% of fund managers expecting it. It's like 28, 26 or 30%. But that's crazy. Again, this was the odds of soft landing. The market was already there for a while, like 50, 60% for several years now, almost like 2 years. But at the whole no landing thing, that was just talk. But it got like waiting now over the last 6 months. That's why I was saying people don't want to change their mind. It doesn't matter what the data. Remember, we had data 3 months was amazing, and then March till June, that data was not good at all, and it was too slow. And then we finally had that one low print, and then even the jobs, and then that's it. But no matter what the data said, I mean, people are following this path. They're not panicking like they were in 2022, where one bad thing makes everybody start to flip. Been a while. Glad to be back. Good to have you, baby. I hope you got the long term. We've been talking a lot of long term and a lot of bonds. Yes, sir, baby. Yeah, we've talked a lot of long-term, a lot of bonds, and get ready for this summer session, man. You know, and what I mean is that it's going to be slow, so I hope people are like prepared for it. Bomba clat. Wagwan. But you got to be ready to go at the right pace. That's one of the bigger issues. I think that's where some people this summer, like I'm saying, market is following a trend, doesn't want to change its mind. So you got to be very, very mindful and don't kind of get caught up in it. Or if you're expecting a lot, you just got to, You got to kind of take it slow because the market is going to move slow. MLGO, that was a runner earlier. That thing's starting to go again. On Boeing, I don't know, man. It's an interesting government company or a company with government history, but yeah, I'm not really a big fan of it. If Russia strike, I mean, I don't think we're gonna have an issue with Russia. The only thing would be if, the war in Ukraine and Russia kind of expands. But it's crazy, man. Isn't it wild to think about how long that's actually been going on? And then it's been almost, we're like, what, 4 months away from Israel-Palestine being a year now? So sadly, I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on, man. And it's like if any of those things expand, then we have a problem. No big deal is that deal. Isn't he good? I like him. Good guy. Somebody said the Fed Reserve got hacked, but I haven't seen anything on that. I think people are just talking about it, but no, like, confirmation. The Crimea civilians? No, I did not. That sounds awful. I know there's like a fire this morning and a couple of other things. And then bonds going up while spies near the low. Oxy and oil names still going up. Intel a little off the bottom. Lockbit hackers claiming they hacked the Fed, but no evidence. Like, what are they going to be like? We know who the Federal Reserve Chair is. We have him locked. We know exactly who he is. What? I'm not following. How would you show evidence, I guess? Pfizer's even coming up here. Watch the value plays again. MO came down. I'm glad we got out of that, but it bounced up a little bit. Big day for coal. Starbucks under 80. That could be an interesting one. I wish we grabbed that one at the 72. But back to 79, we'll see what they do with earnings. I mean, again, all these earnings are about to happen. No news on Pfizer. I think, remember that Merck news I told you, though. Merck had a failed cancer thing in neck and back cancer or something, and then it popped. So maybe that was it. All right, here. I need to go to the bathroom, but then you also have a Fed speaker. I don't know if you guys want to listen to her.
The labor market was just starting to rebound, and the federal funds rate, the Federal Reserve's primary tool,
she's really in touch with society,
was near zero.
She thinks if you make $500,000, you
so
shouldn't
things have clearly
feel
changed.
Inflation.
The federal funds rate is now over 5%.
Very loud.
Inflation has receded,
But good, wake you
although
up.
not completely. And the labor market has more than recovered and is moving gently and slowly back to a sustainable level. Now, that's a lot of improvement, and I want to acknowledge that. But I also want to say that we're not there yet. We must continue to do our work as the Federal Reserve to fully restore price stability and do so without a painful disruption in the economy. So today, I will review where we stand as an economy and what it will take to finish the job. But before I do, if you haven't heard a Federal Reserve official speak before, I have to give the normal disclaimer that the words, my remarks today are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of my colleagues. So where are we? Where are we at this point in time? Well, we're still in a fight to bring inflation to 2%. We've made a lot of progress, as I mentioned, but there's still work to do. As the figure shows, now I'm going to wait for the figure, here it is. As the figure shows, FOMC began raising the interest rate. It came down from a bit over 7% to now just under 3% as of the most recent readings. Importantly, and this is something that I had a roundtable this morning of business leaders in the Bay Area, and we hear this from them, we hear it from households. Inflation expectations, or what we all expect to happen going forward, have come down as inflation has. So people feel more confident that inflation is really on its path back to 2%. And this has made it easier for the Federal Reserve to get a boost to further reach its goal. If households, businesses, and markets all expect inflation to come down, then that's part of what continues to bring it that way.
Yeah, I believe she is a voter.
Now, the decline in inflation,
we already got her
that
statements.
pretty
She
large
kind of
decline
sounded a
you
little
see
hawkish,
there,
but then
owes to many factors.
I mean, they've been doing the same shit.
Including, importantly,
say two things hawkish,
improvements in
two things
supply.
bullish. Market
And
only
supply
cares about the
includes
rate
supply
cut
chains,
aspect.
productivity, and labor force growth, all of which contributed to this re-regulating of inflation that you see. San Francisco Fed researchers have found that, in fact, the lion's share, most of the declines in inflation in that early period came from these supply factors. Now, as higher interest rates have taken hold, supply factor improvements have got a boost from demand slowing. And that is really how monetary policy works. We raise the interest rate, demand slows, and then that becomes an important contributor. And since the second half of last year, demand, rather than supply, has been the key driver of falling inflation. Importantly, as demand has slowed, this is also how policy works, so has the labor market. And this is translated into slightly higher employment, or unemployment, as this blue line shows. So far, however, the rise in unemployment has been very modest compared to the decline in inflation. And right now, the unemployment rate is just below what many, many people think of as its natural settling level, the level it will be at when we only have people searching for jobs, but we have plenty of employment. That's the full employment level. So far, so good. In this departure, or this kind of re-regulating of the economy we've had so far, both supply and demand factors have contributed to the reduction in inflation, and we've done all of this without a big disruption in the labor market. When I put all this together, I think monetary policy is working, but there's still more work to do. We're not at 2% inflation, and that is our target. As we navigate to this next point where we get fully to 2% inflation, it will require balance. Now, the bumpiness of inflation data so far this year has not inspired confidence. So, of course, we have to think about inflation. Recent readings are more encouraging. We had that 1 month of good CPI data, but it is really hard to know yet whether we're on track to get to price stability. And importantly, when we're thinking about forecasting out the path of inflation, we won't be able to count on all the supply factors that helped us last year. Supply chains are largely mended, domestic labor force participation has largely recovered, so it is unlikely we're going to get as much help this year as we got last year. Now, I always remain open to positive supply responses or developments, especially living in the Bay Area, where we're the center of all this technology and generative AI and others. So we have a lot of innovation that could come and help productivity,
SVB.
but we really can't count on that.
We don't tie it all?
So
Okay.
in order to get inflation down to target, it is very likely it will take more of a demand restraint
Pfizer's
to
in
do
the
the
top
job.
right. Tesla coming lower.
And that
Novo
naturally
invests
brings
$4
the
billion
labor
in
market
North
into the
Carolina
conversation.
facility.
Because as I mentioned, when you slow
That's good, 'cause
demand,
again,
the
they
labor
need
market
supply.
slows. So as I showed a moment ago, so far, the adjustments in the labor market have been modest, not really pushing up the unemployment rate. But we're getting nearer to a point where the outcomes on employment may be less benign. Although job growth remains quite strong, most other measures of labor market strength or most labor market conditions have basically returned to their pre-pandemic levels, telling you that things are pretty much in balance. And importantly, we've got metrics that show that the balance between demand and supply of workers has largely normalized. Now, I said we had metrics because I want to show you one. Now, this is a chart that I am sure many of you do not have hanging in your house. If you're an economist, you have to have this, especially a labor economist. But it's a really important graph called the beverage curve. It's received a considerable amount of attention of late. And the reason is because it captures the relationship between job vacancies, which is on the vertical axis, and unemployment on the horizontal axis. If you can think of vacancies as demand for workers, how many firms are posting vacancies, and you can think of unemployment as the supply of workers, how many workers are available to take those jobs. And that black line in the figure, that shows the historical path fitted across the last couple of decades of the dots. The dots show these specific examples in a particular month, and the red dots point to the very recent history. Now, if you look at the very top of those red dots, that's March of 2022, what you see is a lot of vacancies and low unemployment. And that's because firms posted historically large numbers of job openings. They were scrambling. If you remember, firms are scrambling. The labor market is tight. They're scrambling to find workers. They're trying to manage their turnover and their hiring to keep up with the surge in demand that came after we all came out of lockdown. So we exit, we start buying things, we're out in the communities, we're going to restaurants and other places. Firms are trying to keep up, and they post a lot of vacancies, and they have a lot of churn.
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, TLT's still going
The
up.
consequence of that is we go up what's called the steep part of the beverage curve.
From here,
you're going to be extremely popular in
both
cocktail
low
conversation
and then
now.
that trend, but
Because,
you're going lower
so we were
now.
on the steep
Low
part of
ticker
that
picking
beverage
up, more
curve,
chips on the
vacancies
low.
are high, unemployment is low. Now, as interest rates rose and the economy became less frenzied, the vacancy reversed. Vacancy started coming down that curve. You can see this by getting all the way to the April 2024 dot, where you see that over that period of time, we've been sliding down. So we've been sliding down the vacancy curve, or the beverage curve, where you can reduce vacancies. Firms can pull them back. They don't put as many out. They are settling in. And you do all of that without increasing unemployment. It's just fewer vacancies chasing about the same number of workers. Now, this is the part that I showed the chart for, to make this final, to show you this final point. Going forward, this benign relationship where you can reduce vacancies, you can slow the labor market, and it doesn't increase unemployment, may be coming to an end. It's possible. The reason is, if you look at the latest job market data, April 2024, it shows that we're getting very near the flatter portion of this curve. And the flatter portion of the beverage curve means that any labor market slowing that happens additionally could, and I underscore could here, let's underline could, it isn't a must, it could, translate into higher unemployment as firms go past adjusting vacancies and they start adjusting jobs. So all of this is to say that at this point, inflation's not the only risk we face. Hence the balance I mentioned. We will need to keep our eye both on inflation, that part of our mandate, and on full employment, the other part of our mandate, to really achieve our goals. So then the question, I think, on all of everybody's mind is, what does this mean for policy? Well, simply put, that we need to be vigilant and studious, but also open. We have 2 goals, 1 tool, and a lot of uncertainty. So being definitive and predetermined is not that helpful.
Watch for that relationship.
What is helpful is
flip
planning, evaluating scenarios that could happen, and then imagining or understanding and even studying how policy would need to respond. In other words, to be appropriate, policy has to be conditional. And we have to think in scenarios. If inflation turns out to come down more slowly than expected, feels a little stickier, then holding the federal funds rate higher for longer would be the right thing to do. If instead inflation falls rapidly or the labor market starts to soften more than expected or more than desired, and when I say desired here, I don't mean, and actually it's often considered a poor choice of words. What desired means is we need to have the labor market slow a little bit as we slow the economy to bring inflation down. But the ultimate goal is to give people full employment so that everyone who wants a job can get one and that we have price stability.
Yeah, right.
Those are the goals we're trying to manage.
I don't know.
But if instead, you see that inflation's coming down rapidly or the labor market's slowing too much, well, then we will need to lower the policy rate. That will be the necessary outcome to manage those 2 scenarios. And finally, if we continue to see the gradual declines in inflation and the gradual slowing of the labor market we have seen, then normalizing policy over time, as many people expect, would be the right thing to do. The truth is, as I talk with you, any of the 3 scenarios I just described are in the realm of reasonable. Any of them are possible. And we will need to respond to however the economy evolves, hence the conditionality. So I'd like to end where I started. This is not 2021 or 2022 or even 2023. No. We are in a very different place. I would offer a better place. Inflation has come down, the labor market is solid, and businesses and households believe that we can finish the job. But as I mentioned, we are not there yet. And whether you call it the final mile, completing our work, or simply delivering fully on our dual mandate goals, there is more to do. But we will need to exhibit care as we do it. To really thrive, people need both full employment and price stability. And I think in many ways this is obvious. But I knew this from my own experience. I lived it in my own experience. I grew up in Baldwin, Missouri in the 1970s, the last period of high inflation. And in my world, many people struggled. Inflation imposed a corrosive tax. It eroded earnings, it made it hard to pay bills, and it made it hard for families in my community to do anything other than manage the day-to-day. And worst of all, when I remember that time, is there was no end in sight. We couldn't see a different future. Now, the Volcker disinflation remedied that, but the medicine was harsh. And my family, like many other families, went from being constrained by high inflation to hampered by job loss. Looking back, that medicine seemed necessary. It reflected the conditions we had at the time. But I see the world today, and I know we are not in that world. The Federal Reserve has credibility that it didn't have back then. Businesses, households, markets know that we will get the job done. And all of this means that our journey today can be different than the Volcker disinflation. Not just avoiding a painful recession, not just that kind of difference, but instead balancing policy so that we can achieve and maintain full employment while we get to price stability. That is the economy we are striving for, and that is the economy we at the Fed are working to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think if he does a Q&A, you'll get headlines off of that.
President Daly, that was great. And I'm so honored to chat with you. You are a regular figure on our air at CNBC, and I'm so happy to welcome you in our own hometown as part of the San Francisco Press Club. So thank you.
Delighted to be here.
Welcome to everyone, by the way. Please get in your questions. We're going to be collecting them in not too long from now. So President Daly, your remarks just now, they focus largely on the risk of cutting rates too early and a wait-and-see mandate right now. But how worried are you about waiting too long and the risk of a serious downturn, which can happen by the time you see that evidence?
You're absolutely right. And it's one of the reasons I mentioned balance. Because at this point, in my judgment, we are in a place where the risks to the inflation side of our mandate and the risks to the employment side of our mandate are in better balance. And so we have to be thoughtful about not loosening too early, but we have to be thoughtful about not holding too long. Because if you hold too long, that tightens the economy and too much, and then you can have things like a faltering labor market, and that is not good for people. That's the point of the end of my talk, is that really you want to do both, and to do both you have to have balance, keeping an eye on both sides of the mandate.
I guess the worry from some in the camp who would like to see rates cut sooner is that you won't see those signs. You won't know that you waited too long until the downturn is already here. What is the case to be made for the Fed to preemptively cut rates?
Well, let me come back to the data. And first of all, I do think that preemptive cutting is something that you do when you see risks. But right now, what I see is a strong labor market that's come into balance. I said it was good but not frothy, and that is what we're hearing from our contacts. We hear regularly, we get out in the world. We just had a roundtable this morning where we asked people, what are your hiring plans? How are you thinking about investing? What are you doing? And we don't see there a lot of pessimism. We see cautious optimism. They may not be going full out because they're waiting to see how things go, but they don't see signs that we're falling off a cliff either. So with that in mind, I look at the data, I see a strong labor market. I see initial claims for unemployment insurance, which is usually an early warning sign, be actually coming in low still. People are finding jobs, people are getting jobs, and firms are continuing to hire. So if I see any of those weaknesses, obviously then we can have a different conversation, but right now we're not seeing them. So right now, all that I'm really focused on is both of our mandated goals are into the lens. We have our mind on both things.
Right. When you spoke to business leaders at that business roundtable, what were their concerns?
This is really interesting, and I've been hearing this for the last 6 months, that the concerns now are the ones we had in 2019. We don't have enough housing. How can the workforce get jobs and have a living, and how can I pay them when there's no housing that they can afford? And that's across the country, not just here in the Bay Area. So we're hearing some of those things. We're hearing about the evolution of the economy and how some in our economy, that inflation is a corrosive tax, while others have been able to manage through it, and it's creating two types of economies, one for those who have the ability to manage and one for those who are having a harder time bearing it. I think of those as really important issues we should discuss in our economy, but last year at this time, all I heard about was inflation, and inflation. So I see this as us moving more towards the things that we really are always thinking about in our society.
What do you say to that group of people or business owners or consumers who are having a tough time in this economy, who are sitting on more debt than they are cash, which can earn, a better yield in this interest rate environment? Homeowners who are looking to refinance, first-time home buyers who are looking at higher mortgage rates. And, there's this idea that the effects of inflation coming down aren't being felt by many Americans. So what do you say to them about policy?
So I do think that we have some relief. I am hearing less pain, but the pain's still there. So it's definitely true that inflation's still with us. I showed that on the chart. That's the concept of, we've got a lot of progress, but we don't want to declare victory because there's a ways to go, because so many Americans are still struggling. What I say to people, though, is that we're going to be resolute until we finish the job. That's why not taking preemptive action when it's not necessary is so important, because if you take preemptive action and it's not necessary, you leave inflation at 3% on a higher base of prices. That is actually not price stability, and it's not, importantly, the promise we made. So we are going to actively work on this so that we can get inflation down. Ultimately, what I want for all of those individuals and families and businesses is that inflation becomes something that's no longer considered. That really it's about careers, your communities, the way you live your life, and businesses can go back to thinking about how do I grow, how do I increase my footprint, my market share, how do I engage we talked a lot about an inclusive economy this morning in the roundtable. People really want to get back to work, that kind of work, and you do that by bringing inflation down fully.
Right. You highlighted a few different scenarios, or laid them out, I should say. The scenario that scares some of the folks we talked to on CNBC is stagflation, high inflation, slow economic growth, high unemployment. One,
again,
are those
fears
overblown? And two, what tools does the Fed have to respond to that kind of scenario?
So I think that it's, I don't want to ever say to someone your fears are overblown. What I want because I think that's just an emotional reaction to sort of what's the worst thing that could happen. So what I would say is we don't see evidence that those, what I would call tail risks, are really in our future. So last year, in fact, many more people thought that we might have a recession, but we haven't had a recession, and I think that is reassuring to people. And when you think of stagflation, stagflation means that we get inflation stuck at a high level, unemployment is high, and we're not growing as an economy. But there's no evidence for this, right? You see businesses investing, you see our GDP growth is solid, our labor market is still very solid, and importantly, inflation's coming down. So what I say is that I understand what you might be worried about, but let's look at the information. And when you look at the information, what you see is an economy that looks quite a bit different than a stagflation economy.
Right, and you made that comparison to the 70s when you said it was really tough medicine to take to get back to that normalization.
It was.
Jamie Dimon, the CEO and chairman of JP Morgan, he's someone who has sort of highlighted those stagflation fears. He says that he fears America is headed for a repeat of the 1970s. He says everything felt great and then quickly about turned to a period of stagflation. The argument that you don't see it until it's already here. What is he seeing that is different than what the Fed is seeing?
So let me just reference that I'm speaking for myself here, that when I look at the difference now in the 70s, there's all the things I just noted about inflation coming down and consumers and households and markets expecting inflation to come down. It's interesting. The very first talk I gave at the Commonwealth Club, and I think this was back in 2019, was about how the inflation process works. And one of the things I noted, because it's true historically, is that inflation expectations, meaning how people see the future evolving, is one of the critical tools in keeping inflation well anchored around our target. So we look at metrics, and right now you see short-term inflation expectations are heading back down as actual inflation prints. Medium and longer run inflation expectations have remained relatively stable over the entire time of high inflation, meaning, especially those longer run inflation expectations, people knew that the Fed was going to get inflation down. And our aggressive rate hiking campaign sort of solidified that. And so at this point, I don't see the ingredients of the sort of problems that we had back in the 70s, where people expected inflation to be high, they asked for higher wages, then firms gave them higher wages and then raised prices, and that we got in that vicious wage price spiral. We have not been in a wage price spiral, and so those ingredients aren't there. The final thing I'll say on this point is one of the, if you read a lot of history as I do of the Fed,
we already
one of the
PHILO,
mistakes that was made, which we've been really strongly not making, is to declare victory too early and take preemptive action, and then find ourselves in a place where inflation stays stubbornly high while the economy falters. If you go back and ask why not preemptive action, because the commitment is to price stability, defined as 2%.
I've heard it been called trust but verify, which I thought was a good way of
trust but verify. I always like trust but verify, by the way, so that's a good thing in general.
So it is an election year. I realize the Federal Reserve is apolitical. It's very difficult to be apolitical in this world at the moment. When you think about the timing of rate cuts and the idea, too, that consumer sentiment around the economy still feels negative.
Hey, man, see if this green shoot turns in anything.
Are you concerned that
We only
negative
have an hour and a
perception
half
of the
left,
economy
Chad.
could shape the way that
Monday
people vote?
flew by.
So you are right, we are apolitical, and I will say it is actually not hard to be apolitical.
Oh, yeah?
It is the requirement of service if you work at the Federal Reserve, and it's something I've never had a trouble holding up, because Congress gave us this role, said you must be independent. You know, Alex in the introduction said, or it wasn't Alex. I'm sorry, Alex. I almost credited you for something else, but the roundtable. One of the speakers in the roundtable said that when he travels to other countries, we are held as a bank with independence, and people from other countries admire that. That comes with us clearly being apolitical. And as the chair Chair Powell has said before, our interest rate decisions are meant to do the things that Congress gave us, full employment and price stability, and we'll make those decisions accordingly. So in terms of how people are feeling, the thing that I worry about as a policymaker for the Fed is this, that there seems to be a gap between the published data and how people feel about their future economic prospects.
Let's see what she says
So
about
one of the
this.
things we do
Amazon
when we go out,
working
I
on
don't
an
know how
AI
many of you
assistant
know
that
about
competes
what regional
with
Fed presidents do.
ChatGPT.
We spend a lot of time in the communities
Uranium on the
asking
wall.
firms and community groups, and importantly, groups of workers, what is it that they're feeling in the economy and how they're thinking about it going forward. And increasingly, I'm hearing the following thing. I feel like I'm okay, but I'm worried about the world around me. So I do think that people are worried that the future doesn't look quite as bright. But one of the true things I know myself is that if you have low inflation and stable prices, then people feel better about things because they don't have that worry that they think about when they get up in the morning and think about before they go to bed at night. So that's our goal. That's our mandate. And whatever happens in our nation around us, the Fed is always going to do the job that Congress gave us.
So how does that come back into balance? Is that why policy, you're kind of taking this stay pat attitude towards it? And if inflation comes down and the economy remains relatively strong, that gap will come more in line?
I think it historically has. That consumers, one of the things that you learn if you've done economics or you've done this job or you've just lived in the world, inflation is hard. It is one of the hardest things for people because you're earning,
I'm trying to get the lecture.
and inflation is eroding how you feel about those earnings. And even when you know, it's interesting, if I may, I'll just share a story because it was so meaningful to me. So I was in a major retail outlet last year, and I like to go out and collect information, especially on weekends, about how people are feeling about the economy and shopping. And I never disclose who I am, but I just ask them questions, and people are more than willing to talk to me. That's a whole another question you can ponder. But
if you see President Daly at your Target asking you questions about what you're buying.
I'm coming up to you. But I ran into a young gentleman. He had a wife and 2 children, and he was talking about how he had plenty of jobs. He had more jobs than he could actually do. You only have so many hours in a day. And he was earning more than he ever had earned in his life, and more than he had ever imagined he could earn.
So many
and
jobs.
Every
more
week
jobs
they
than he
came
could do
to
it.
the place
I'm telling
to
you, he
buy
had the
their
best
basic
jobs,
necessities.
all the jobs.
He could have less and less in his cart. And he
It's
said
crazy. Couldn't
that
buy
was
a lot, but he had all
demoralizing.
the jobs.
That was painful. And so
Deserved
that's the
jobs.
toll that
So
inflation
many
takes.
jobs.
And when I see the sentiment, you know, whether it's younger
much jobs,
workers,
so
you know,
much
if you think
work,
of
employment,
Gen Z and
he
others,
had
they're
it.
thinking about how is this
It's the
economy going
best.
to work?
He had all of
I
it.
completely understand
So
that.
many of them.
And that's why I'm devoted
numerous.
to bringing, Alex said a missionary. I'm a missionary to do those jobs, to bring
I'm a saint.
inflation down,
That's what I
because that's
do.
what people deserve,
I
and to
spread
do
the
it as
jobs.
gently and well as we
And they're
can so
everywhere.
that we don't tip ourselves into a downturn that costs them jobs.
What if that gentleman and his family were looking at their counterparts, a family in Europe or Canada, where the central bank has cut rates, maybe preemptively? They haven't got inflation totally under control, but they're doing so because see the trajectory of the data coming in line. What would you tell him as to why his country is waiting, his country's central bank is waiting versus others around the world?
So let me just say that central banks make their decisions differently, but all towards the same goal, to ensure that they get back to their price stability target. Now, I'm not part of those commentaries, and so I can't say what those central banks were thinking, but I do read the commentary from policymakers in those other places, and they are using, in my judgment, the same metrics as we're using. Are they confident that they're on their way to price stability, and are they worried that their economy is slowing more than they would like to see? So you put those two things into balance, and it's not surprising that certain countries who have a little bit better progress on inflation so far, the data have been coming in a little bit better, or they're a little weaker, might make adjustments before ours. Ultimately, our role is for the American people, and our job is to make sure that we're fully confident that inflation in the United States is on a path back to price stability. And we're not there yet.
Right. And you mentioned some signs that monetary policy has been restrictive. There's also data to the contrary. Certainly we see that on CNBC with equities at record highs, with a ton of money being raised, especially in a place like the Bay Area and generative AI. Commodity prices remain high. How do you square those indicators with how restrictive you want or believe monetary policy to be?
So one thing that is really important is that when we think about financial conditions being restrictive or supportive, you have to look at a broad range of indicators, right? Those indicators are the funds rate, car and auto loans, mortgages, auto loans, mortgage rates, bank rates, all these types of borrowing rates if you were going to build something in your house or if you're a commercial developer. All of those things are part of financial conditions, as are bond prices and the stock market. But the stock market's only one component, and the stock market, importantly, reflects enthusiasm or optimism for the future. So if the stock market investors are looking past this period of high inflation and seeing strong growth, a good labor market, and lots of innovation on the way, then of course it could rally. But that, when I look at the effect that higher interest rates are having on the economy, it's very clear that monetary policy is in a restrictive stance. You don't see that decline in inflation, and a lot of that being demand-driven, and you don't see that gentle slowing in the labor market unless policy is having an effect.
How are you viewing consumer spending, another indication?
Well, consumer spending is coming down slightly. It's been a surprise in its resiliency, but I also think that just because it's been surprisingly strong in the past, we should imagine it's always going to be this strong. A lot of what helped consumers spend is, well, first, the labor market. The labor market is the most important thing for consumer spending, and that remains solid. But the other thing that consumers had was excess savings. And you had excess savings accumulated during the pandemic. And at this point, San Francisco Fed research and other research suggests that those have been largely exhausted as of earlier this year. And so you should start to see consumer spending slow. And, honestly, we're seeing a rise in some delinquency rates across some different loan categories, especially among low and moderate income workers and families. And so I do think that consumer spending is slowing and that consumers are getting to the point where, it's much more what they are earning is determining what they spend.
Right. I want to get into the San Francisco and Bay Area economy. Start with a kind of two-part question. What grade would you give the American economy at large? And what grade would you give to the San Francisco economy?
So this is why I'm a Fed official and not a teacher, because I always thought, well, grades are just a single thing.
Like,
it doesn't really reflect the nuance of our realities.
And fiscal
and
controls
so,
of one of
much
the
like I would
biggest
tell
banks,
my
we said,
students
"Fuck
when
that.
they say, give
You
me
let
the
them do whatever they
grade, I just want the
fucking grade. I'm not a
grade,
teacher."
I would say, well,
You know what
okay,
I'm
I'll
saying?
give you a
Like,
grade because I must, but I'm going to now, you have to sit down with me. They didn't like that too much, but I'm going to sit down with you on the American economy. I think the American economy is been remarkably resilient. If you look at some of our counterparts across the globe, remarkably resilient. I trace that back to just the spirit of the American worker, of American businesses, of the American consumer, just saying we're going to get back in there. We have an economy that we want to thrive. That said, inflation has always been, in my entire lived history and my entire experience being an economist, a toxin. it just erodes faith and confidence in how the economy is doing, and it makes people more worried than they would otherwise be. So inflation remains higher than our target, and we need to bring that down. But if we get inflation, continue to bring it down, and we can do that without a large disruption in the labor market, then I think we are really going to be well on our course to have people go back to the things that they really care about and want to do. So I would give that a high score in terms of where the American economy is.
Hearing like above B.
Oh, yeah, we're above B. But, I'm a lifelong learner, and I expect us all to be. So we need to keep going, and that's why we have more work to do. Now, what other part of the economy did you want me to talk about?
San Francisco economy.
Well, so here's the most common question if I'm outside of San Francisco I get asked. Is San Francisco in a doom loop?
Yeah.
Is the world over? Has the West...
Is it safe to walk outside?
The apocalypse is one that I get sometimes.
No, and I always just say, okay. Well, let me see. We have some of the most educated workforce in the nation. The Magnificent Seven reside in the West, not all in San Francisco, but in the West. The innovation here, you can see it everywhere. The commercial real estate that is available, there are big companies doing AI and other things looking for that real estate. People are coming back to work every day. Every week I come, traffic is worse. I see that as a good thing, frankly, sometimes. In a world where I could get across the bridge in no time at all, this is a much better place to be. It does suggest that San Francisco is starting to thrive. Now, I'll also add that I came to work at the Fed in 1996. And one of the first things I had to do was 1996, I'm in the roaring 90s, we get to the dot-com bust. And I was asked to be on a panel saying, San Francisco, the title of the panel was San Francisco's finally come to its end. Silicon Valley is no more. Yeah. This is the epicenter. All the jobs are going to go to Austin, Texas, and Boston and Portland.
What year was that? That was after the dot-com.
That was like 2001.
Wow. Almost copy-paste.
Yes. And I said, and so they said, do you have a view? And I said, well, I guess I'm maybe a contrarian. And all the people in the audience stood up and said, no, we're with you. But I said, it's hard as an economist and a historian to say that if you've got talented people, a beautiful place to live, great infrastructure, and an innovative entrepreneurial spirit, that you're going to be held back. So I think that's where San Francisco is. Again, we're not there yet. There's a lot of things that we need to do to make this city better and live up to its potential, and to make the surrounding area better and live up to its potential. But I just know that the spirit is here, and the job will get done.
I happen to agree with you.
Excellent.
And try to say a similar thing, yes, when I go over there. However, I do speak to a lot of founders and CEOs who are really worried about the San Francisco economy. It's taken longer for people to get back to work.
It has.
Relative to other companies. You do have issues in the commercial real estate market, one of the highest vacancy rates of any major city. They talk about things like the gross receipts tax that hurts economic growth here. What do you tell them who are seeing these very real problems?
Well, I'm on record for having told people this, so I might as well just say it here publicly. If you're the founder of something and you're part of this, well, then let's change it. This isn't being done to us. We live in the city, so together we can help and assist. So I do think commercial real estate, of course, there's a very many empty spaces, and those have to be absorbed. But I feel like commercial real estate owners and developers are very aware of their situation and working hard to make it better. We're not out of the woods on it, and by any means. I'm looking at Alex over there, but we're not out of the woods. But we've got diligent people working on it. That's what I think. But seriously, this city is any place doesn't thrive on its own. It thrives with people making those investments. And I do think enough people are here, and so it's just about putting public-private partnerships together, working collectively to make sure that this is the place we want, our kids to live and other people to come. We have to do something to start this up. I was in New York back when it was revitalizing. This is several decades ago. And one of the things that I learned there was I happened to be at a council meeting, and someone said, this city will not change unless we change the city. And I sort of think that's the mantra.
How can CEOs and founders help change it?
Talk about what you need to fix, and also encourage your people to come back to work. This is another interesting thing about the workforce. I think we face this real point in time where we have to decide. So, yeah, a lot of people say it's great to work all remotely. And it does offer convenience and abilities, and it gives opportunities to people that might otherwise not have them. But I've got a whole group of younger people sitting right in front here who are the interns at the San Francisco Fed. And they're not different than any other younger new career people in the country. They need people our age
Only 39%
at the office,
of renters
working
can
with them.
afford median
Zoom
price
is not a
apartments.
replacement for
Redfin
in-person
says.
contact for those individuals. And so for founders and developers and business owners and CEOs, it's like, bring your people back to work. We will be able to get a compromise between remote and in-person, and hybrid seems to be the way that we can do that. So I'm a big champion of hybrid work, but I also think about the younger generation, and I think of how many benefits I received by sitting next to people who knew a lot more than me about that particular thing and how I could develop my career. I'm here today because of all the people who helped me, and so I think that's how we do things. We help others.
I see your interns nodding their
They're
head.
right here.
Do you like being back in the office? Yeah.
They like the office. They like seeing us.
Yeah. What if remote work isn't the problem? I've been tracking since the beginning of this year layoffs and either shrinking workforces at some of the biggest tech companies in the world, the Magnificent Sevens, or slower growth rates. And they're attributing it to artificial intelligence now. How do you see that trajectory, and how do you fix that?
Well, I first back up and I say there's a lot of things going on in the economy, not just the development of AI. So one thing that's going on in the economy is the interest rates. We've raised the interest rates, and the way that monetary policy works is we raise the interest rates, as I showed, demand slows, and the labor market slows. So that's going on in the backstop. The second thing that's happened, especially in the tech sector, is that the tech sector, as by their
AI
own admission, right, got really optimistic during the pandemic when growth was at double
bonds
digits,
went from dead
and then
to
ended up
running.
with a larger workforce
So like I said, look
than they
for a
felt they
point where
needed
the market,
for the
it was
growth
kind of
rate
this
going
little pop
forward.
here,
So there was
but
a lot of
there's a little
rebalancing
inverse from
in the
there.
tech sector, and that
Caesar's on the
contributed
high
to a lot
too.
of layoffs.
Yeah, Pfizer woke
and then,
up
of
with the
course, you
bonds
have
as well.
technology and globalization
got a couple
that
of
have
those
long
growth names
been
moving up like AI.
taking some of the work from actual paid employees. So technology is not a new thing. If you live in the Middle West, where I grew up, this has been a process where technology and automation took a lot of the, replaced people doing work on machine lines with technology and robots doing work on machine lines. So this is a natural evolution of the economy. AI and generative AI looks to be doing similar things in terms of being able to replace tasks. But, we do a lot of roundtables on AI. We opened an emerging tech economic research network at the San Francisco Fed in January. It's really something for the whole Federal Reserve System. And as part of that, we have research and study, but we also do outreach, and we have CEO roundtables. We ask them various questions about how they're using AI. And right now, I'd say the lion's share of what we're hearing is that we're definitely experimenting. We definitely want to see if we can harness it. And we're using it to replace certain tasks,
AI
but that doesn't translate into replacing those people.
Pop,
because now those people can do different things that are also important to the economy.
Upstart waking up. A couple of names
they couldn't do
moving
before
right now.
because
High
they were too
Ticker is
busy doing these other more routinized tasks. So if you're talking about AI, people are usually doomsayers or utopians. I'm in the middle, again, a student of history. In history, there's been no technology ever in the course of any technology that has reduced employment on net. The issue is there's often a large time frame in between when it replaces individuals, when it augments individuals, and when it creates new opportunities. That time frame could be shorter with generative AI. It could make, I'm just going to look at you, it could make your job easier and you more productive because you're using your time to do other things.
Also make me obsolete.
I don't think so. Because you know what we're never going to replace? This.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have, avatar interviewing me. That's not going to be successful for the folks here. And importantly, generative AI is a cool thing. I'm totally there. It is a cool thing. It does not do what people do. It doesn't look at the room and say, wow, I see a lot of nodding heads when people talk about how challenging inflation is. Let me ask another question. You do that.
Fair point.
And so I think I think it's too gloomy to think we'll all be replaced. I think what we really will have to do is remember that 10 years from now, when we look at what this technology has done for us or not for us, it's not about the technology. It's a hammer. It's just a tool. It's about the decisions we make.
And how you use that.
And how we use it. If we use it wisely, we'll be better off. If we don't, we won't.
You talked about technology,
water
increasing
units said to draw
productivity, the number
interest
of workers
from
in the longer
potential buyers,
term.
DD.
It's also been deflationary.
That's a pop. Keep in mind from when they said they were going to do the little split thing.
98% between 1997
so they went as high
and
as like
2022.
82. But if they
Computer
sell
and
off a
software
unit,
items
market
today,
will like that for a little
74%
bit.
cheaper than 25 years ago. How do you think about AI's deflationary impact? How does that impact your models and planning?
This just happened this morning. So we had, our roundtable was telling us where they're using AI, and I said, is it changing your cost structure? Yes, absolutely. So it changes the cost structure of firms because it reduces costs, because you're doing things that can be routinized with technology, and it does pass through onto prices, and so then it becomes a disinflationary force, which helps hold prices down. And you're right, prices of goods fell tremendously, TVs, all kinds of things, because we could automate those processes, and that has been a benefit to the U.S. economy. But the important part of that equation is then we have to have our workforce taking up other opportunities, and that's where I think we can be more optimistic about AI and what it can do. It can help us do things better and engage more people because they have a sidekick, really, in learning. You can speed up your learning curve on things. But again, these are all of our own decisions. So I do think productivity growth is possible, but I don't want to count on extreme productivity growth. I'd be happy if we can get some regular productivity growth, which is around 1.5% per year. That would be terrific.
Got it. I'm going to get to some audience questions. If there's more, feel free to write them down, and they'll be handed up to me. It's a classic and a goodie. Is 2% inflation still the right goal? From Bob Walker.
XYL and ELTO listed
yes,
on
it is
the
a good
DD.
goal.
We'll move on.
I'm just going to say this.
Please.
It's a good goal. You know, the very first question I was asked literally by the president of the San Francisco Fed when I started was, do you think 2% is a good goal? And I thought, this is a trick question. What am I supposed to say? We didn't have a target back then. We just had an aspiration. But the reason is, if you study the history of inflation, it's a good goal because 2% is a level where if you're mismeasuring, you don't end up in deflation, where you end up in where Japan has been. That's a struggle. And you don't end up with inflation being so high that people think about it. What you want is for inflation not to be something people think about. I'm happiest when people don't know what the word means. Everybody knows what the word means right now.
Excuse me?
This is another good question. This comes from Max Harrison Caldwell at the SF Business Times. Where are we with downtown San Francisco's economic recovery? Are downtown's economic challenges unique, or do they represent a regional drag?
I don't think they represent a regional drag. I think San Francisco's challenges are different than some of the others. I go back and forth, but Seattle also has them. Portland also has them. LA is interestingly revitalizing at a little bit faster pace if you go down into the area. But I do think we're on a timeline. You know, it's just a matter of tourism coming back and people coming back into the city, and importantly, workforce coming back into the city. And we're hearing that tourism is coming back and that people are coming back, and more businesses I speak to anyway are bringing their workforces back at least part of the week, and that's a helpful thing.
Traffic is always worst on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah, hybrid is going to sort onto Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Those are the high traffic days. I like to come in Monday and Friday.
Same here. You avoid all of that. This is kind of a similar tone, and I understand it because there's a lot of concerns about what we see here in San Francisco. So sort of put another way, I don't know who this comes from, but I'm going to read it anyways because I think it's a good question. Raise your hand if you want to be acknowledged. Wells Fargo is the only bank of significant proportions remaining headquartered in the Bay Area, yet all of its executives are now in New York, and they have reduced hiring in California. Do you expect this to change? Thank you for raising your hand. Do you, your name and affiliation?
I work at Wells Fargo, but I must say.
Okay.
That's funny.
My comments do not represent.
Okay. The disclaimer.
I've worked there since 2000.
Fair.
So a lot of change.
And Wells Fargo isn't the only one.
No, I think, one of the things that, and I can't comment on Wells Fargo specifically or any business specifically, but what I will say is that, we are in a world where people can live and work in different places and where businesses are looking across the nation and the globe for talent. And those decisions are really something that they're able to make that they think are the right things for their company or business. I think that it's also beneficial to think about what we can put here in the Bay Area and how we can keep individuals here and working and be part of a productive enterprise. So I can't say anything specifically about Wells Fargo, but I can say there are many businesses who do want to hire here, who do want to stay here, and who do want to work here. One of the challenges that they continue to tell me is we've got to get some housing problems solved in order to make that equation work. There's an ecosystem that has to happen if you want a thriving
Federal
economy.
Reserve floats
You
weaker
have to have
version of
housing,
bank capital
you have to
overhaul.
have jobs, and you have
So
to have
banks
communities.
might rip a little
If
harder
you have
on that.
all of those things, then
Again,
you
we have
have that
stress tests
virtuous
coming out.
cycle, which makes the community thrive. If
Yeah,
one
XLF
of those
taking a
things
little
is
pop.
off balance, well, then you have challenges. And there's no one I talk
That's
to
weird.
in
I
the
don't
Bay
know what banks
Area
are
who
moving off
doesn't
that.
remind me that
The value ones didn't
it's
pop.
not commercial real estate people talk about. It's housing.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I hear the most. Housing, we don't have enough of it.
I'm always sort of in awe whenever I go to New York, where my company is headquartered, and you can just walk for forever, in Manhattan. And we just don't have that same kind of mix here in downtown San Francisco. There's not a lot of residential housing, and that has to do a lot with the policies that are in place. How do you fix that housing problem?
So I think ultimately, and I've talked about this in the past, and so you can look up other remarks I've made if that's of interest to you, but that really what you have to do is you have to recognize this is a public-private partnership. The private sector won't be able to do this on their own. The public sector won't be able to do this on their own. But there is this idea that we might have to think differently going forward about how we want our communities to look than we have thought about historically. So if that means changing zoning laws, or that means changing the way we think about producing capital stacks and putting things together, then we're likely going to have to do that in order to meet these significant challenges. I think it's all doable if people work on those things, but there are, frankly, let me just end with this. There are places in the 12th district even who are putting those models together. Places like Salt Lake City, up in Portland, places in Washington State. So I think those models are there, and it's about learning what those models look like and trying to bring them to places that need them.
This is a really fun question. Again, unattributed.
Fun for who?
What's that?
Fun for who?
I think it'll be fun for you.
Okay. I just want to be checking so I don't get my expectations.
The next question is not fun for you.
Oh, okay.
But I'm going to save that.
I like
I'm hoping
the
this
clarity
one's
you
fun.
provide me. That's good.
Describe the American economy of 2034 as compared to today.
Oh, wow.
Right? It's interesting.
That is a fun
Does anyone
question.
want to take credit for that question? Maybe it's on YouTube.
So I barely will speculate about next month, but I'm going to go all the way to 2034. But let me tell you what I hope for. This is what I hope for. I think we should all hope for this, frankly, is that we have an economy that recognizes that we've left so much talent on the table, unutilized for too long, that we all work to better as a nation when everybody has opportunities that give them the ability to invest in themselves, in their families, in their businesses, and in their communities. If we have that, I'm less worried about how generative AI works or other things than I am about us recognizing that we all do better when we all do better. That when we participate and work as
Volume at
individuals
25
in
million
an inclusive
and its
economy,
power hour?
the entire pie grows. And we've had
OR
those
dying
periods in our
gold
history.
company?
And those periods are not just in our past. They can be in our future. That's the 2034 I'm looking for.
That's a great answer.
And I hope I do get a cool avatar, too.
We're talking through our avatars or something, but it'll still be us.
I like space, Star Trek, so if you're too young to remember Star Trek, go look it up, but it was a cool show.
I'm sure we have a few Trekkies in the audience. So
I can't
Curtis
say I've
just
ever
gave me
dressed up and been a Trekkie, but I'm definitely a follower.
Okay, here's the question I don't think is going to be as much fun for you. Trump plans to reduce the independency of the Fed. If he returns to the presidency, what would be your response?
So, it's an important question that, again,
Is that you? Your question?
It's really, we are an apolitical organization, the Federal Reserve. We were given our responsibilities in 1913 by Congress, and we hold to those. And Congress can change our responsibilities or not. But the important thing is the best way to continue to earn the trust of the American people and our elected officials is to do our work. So my mind is 100% focused on restoring price stability and doing it as well as we can without a large disruption to the economy. So that's what I think about. That's how I'll respond. Continue to do our work, our core work, and ensure that we have an inclusive economy that works for everyone.
Would you do this work if it wasn't independent?
I don't speculate about what my future will hold. I'll just say I'll keep doing the work. I mean, Alex said this very kind things about me. I'm dedicated as a public servant. I want to make the San Francisco Fed literally the best in public service. I think that it should be something, and it is something that every San Francisco Fed employee, we have a sign at the beginning of our hallway that says, "Our work serves every American and countless global citizens." Our work is important, it's essential, and that's where the integrity comes in. I will hold up on that front and do that no matter what happens.
Okay. This is from Greg Salmson, and I know you don't comment on fiscal policy, but...
wow, you really got this going now.
But he does ask, what does the Fed think? Some say the federal budget deficit doesn't matter. Some say it's dangerously high. What do you think?
So, I mean, the thing that I'll say as an economist and another Fed, we've talked about this before as policymakers, as a Federal Reserve official, we take the economy we're given. We don't make decisions about how the economy evolves. We work on the economy we have and by delivering on our dual mandate goals. One of the things I know as an economist, though, is eventually, and I think everybody understands this, sovereigns even have to be able to fund themselves and fund themselves in a way that matters for the future. Ultimately, what I want as a person living in this country is a country that works better for the future generations than it has. That's the sort of mantra. We should leave the world better than we got it. And so that's where I think these issues of debt and deficit stack up is, what are we doing it for? Are we investing in a future that delivers better value for the next generations, or are we not? And that's the question that we all have to ask ourselves. That's not a Federal Reserve responsibility, but it is something that I think we can all, as members of this nation, aspire to achieve.
I heard you give a great anecdote at the end of your last discussion, I think it was in April, about meeting a valet driver who said that he had dropped out of school because he could make enough money. And it was appealing to become a valet driver, but the upward trajectory of that was not great. Have you had any conversations that have changed that sentiment? And I just love your personal anecdotes of the family that you saw at a shopping store. Anything else you'd like to share along those anecdotal lines?
So I think that, that's a really important, I actually, back in 1996, the economy was thriving,
so now those banks are moving.
Joined the Fed, and I went out to
so there
Las
it is,
Vegas.
again, those bank rules that just came out.
In Las Vegas, it's the middle of the day, I'm getting ready to give a talk, and the car that we're in pulls up to the hotel, and it's a weekday. Middle of the day.
I think all of the banks, even JP Morgan.
All these high school-looking
There was a little bit of a delay, but that hit.
Come out, and they're parking our car. And so I asked them, what are you doing? And they're like, well, we dropped out of high school so we can park cars because I can make a lot of money. That is not an economy that is what I think of as a virtuous cycle, right? That's an economy that's causing people to make choices that may not fare very well. So I think right now, getting the economy back to a sustainable pace takes the edge off of things. It takes the froth away. It makes workers less frantic to try to find jobs, to try to make ends meet, to pay for higher prices and high inflation. And it makes businesses more able to invest in the longer term career trajectory of their employees. And I'm starting to hear that. I was in Utah. I think this was at the roundtable we were at, but it could have just been in one of my meetings in the community. And someone said, well, how's your business faring? And she said, I'm so happy because workers are staying, and now I can provide them I had these education benefits, but nobody was taking them. I have this and that, and nobody was taking it. And now she was feeling good because ultimately many of our businesses, they want to see the future brighter too, and they want people to go to school, get training, move on, rise up. Those are the kinds of things. So the anecdote I have right now is that people feel when I talk with them that we're getting there, but they also know that we're not there yet. And what I try to convey regularly is that I will do my part to try to get us there, and I am confident that we eventually will. That's how I do my work each day, and that's why I get up each morning. And if you want the little poster, we can give you the poster that says, "Our work serves every American and countless global citizens."
Well, that is the perfect note to end on. President Daly, thank you so much for taking the time today.
Thank you.
So, that saved my voice for a little bit, but I think the problem is that no matter what these Fed people say, we are getting way less reaction. So I don't know, man. I might play those just so we could listen, but low key, bro, that was just another, again, so many headlines. There was a bunch of other like stock related headlines that came out too, but yeah, we're just still on the golden path, man. I mean, it's not what used to happen where we would get Fed speaker, then big movement and all of that. It's not punting. They're saying a lot. It's just they say some hawkish things, then they say some dovish things, but you're not really getting, it's not enough to move the market. I mean, it's one thing for all of them to there's varying opinions that you hear from all of these Fed guys, but then at the same time, it's not really like they're saying all this stuff, but then you have to wait for the next guy to say something, and then ultimately Powell, and then even though the data has changed, you're not really getting it's one thing, one statement. It's not enough to move you off this path anymore. That's kind of the way I look at it. I think they're saying important stuff. I think they're adding information, but none of it is big enough to actually move you off of the current path that you have been on. So that is the problem for now. So there you go. That is our issue. But welcome, my friends. Welcome. Does Streamlerts work with Google Voice? I am not too sure. I think some people have had success with it, but some haven't. But I think viewer discretion is advised. I don't know if that's the right comment either. But yeah, usually US number. I hope by the end of this year, we might be able to get some for foreigners, outside of there. Isn't it good though, like seeing the market go where it's supposed to without these people intervening and noise? That is a good take. It's a little different in the sense that we are listening for info, and usually the info should guide expectations, but the point is, like, whatever they're throwing at the wall, I mean, there's a bigger expectation that's kind of already set within the market. But I feel you. It's a good take. So why was Bloomberg talking about inflation becoming unanchored? I don't know why they said it. If anything, it's just going to be because prices are still expensive. I mean, the rate of inflation has came down, but just like Janet Yellen will tell you, if you think prices are coming back to what they were, that's not going to happen. So, and that's a big deal. I mean, not that the prices haven't came down, but the fact of people believing something. And that's literally what Dolly just said. Jerome Powell has said it many, many times. The real big thing is that people are not really believing inflation is going to rocket up. If that happened a couple of years ago and people didn't believe the transitory and you didn't have certain things that brought inflation down, I mean, we would be in a completely different story. So I don't know why they would say it, but I think, that's probably one of the more important factors. If that ever did really happen and inflation really got unanchored, that would be a problem. But I would argue it's hard to do that now. It would have been way easy. Like, we were more susceptible to inflation becoming unanchored a couple of years ago, when inflation was at 9% year over year, when it was at 6% year over year. But now, I mean, it would really take a gigantic surge in prices, or maybe even energy and food would have to really, really come up for that to be an issue. LUV, no, I don't really like the watch list, or not the watch list. I love the watch list. I was just telling LT I'm free after the watch list. I don't really like the airlines. He said he doesn't like the watch list. I love it. I didn't say that. I love it. No. But yeah, airlines, not really the biggest fan. Even then, I mean, we got, it's kind of easy to tell what we like and don't like, because now, I mean, we have deposits. We got deposits available. I'm going to be getting another one. So, I mean, I'm going to be putting my money towards the ones that I like. But for now, I mean, there's only a couple of names. And, I mean, being fully invested, I do like, there's a lot of things that I like in cash until, I like that until we can find something. Booking all-time highs while Airbnb is growing more and staying at this range. Well, I think people are expecting Airbnb to maybe slip up, but unfortunately, I mean, if it keeps going, I mean, that PE ratio has been cut in half. So it's hard to call Airbnb overvalued now, but a couple more earnings, I think it might go crazy once they're able to actually, again, I think that PE, if they keep growing at the rate they've been going, I think by the next report or end of this year, it'll be at like a 12 PE or like a 15. Right now it's at like 20. So liking it for now. But Booking's also a great company too. And like I said yesterday, Wall Street Wall Street loves the travel trends. And I mean, travel trends have been killing it. I still need to try the, what's it called? The AI watch list. I haven't done that. Remember, I was going to do it on that holiday, but I forgot to. But yeah, we still got to get that going. Hunter refiles motion. Last headline I got, Fed Dolly. Again, Redfin came out with numbers on median rent data. But then also, too, those banks. The banks moved a lot, and Chewy popped on that. NASDAQ still clobbered. Dow doing the exact opposite of the NASDAQ. Russell came back up, and then SPY literally at break even. So we did all day today to do nothing. And RTX has been dumping. I don't know if you guys saw that. Called that one out at like 2% or something, and now it just dropped another 2%. So LMT still in the green. Peloton pop. Peloton actually moving pretty big. I don't know if weren't they on some deal agreement? Or people were talking about that earlier. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Peloton, he's moving. Yeah, oil's kind of crazy. Oil's going back up again. I think that's a new high of the day. Gold went up too, but then they flipped. Not so much. For Josh, what do you think about Teladoc for long or short term? There was just some news on it for the short term. I think that was last time, I think like a couple months ago. I mean, I think their valuation is extremely high, but I love the industry. I love the company as a whole. I think they got a good brand image, but I think they're a buyout company, but I don't know if they could be bought out. Like they have a lot. Like right now, it's still worth $1.75 billion, but then I think they have even way more debt. That's kind of they have $1 billion in cash. Oh, that could help out, but I think they have a lot of debt too. But I do think it's more of a buyout play than not. Did Paul Volcker get removed or his term ended? I think his term ended. I don't think they fired him. I think they wanted to, but I think he just left peacefully. He said, no problem. I didn't buy my oil play. I talked about it from 2 weeks ago, but I'm not in it. We were just talking about the value discount on that, but that was it. He'll look into the debt. Yeah. But again, it's an interesting one. I think if you really want to take the risk, Fed's set to vote the weaker capital. That's old. That's coming out again, though. Enpay's on the high. I don't know if any of the other solar names are going up. DJT, Dollar Pop. DJT's been on fire all day. What is it now? Still 25%? Damn. Last time was at like 15, 20. Oil. I'm not in oil, so I don't know why you guys keep asking me what play I have or how long I plan to hold it. I'm not in it. So, again, I called out the play, kind of like the Gilead, but I never got into it. I said I was waiting. I played it earlier. I think I took like a $200 or $400 profit in the 70s to 80, or a little bit below that, or 75 to like 78. But I didn't get back into it when we were talking about it. But I said if it did come back, I was down that day, and then it just took off, so I was not able to get it. No Oxy shares. I got out of those a while ago. Again, I'm only holding. I got a couple of biotechs. I made a couple of plays today. We'll go over on the watch list, but they're not equity. I have like old Roblox shares from years ago that we've sold mad covered calls on. Then I have those Baidus, and then I'm in my gold, and then again those Intel flip shares, MPW flip shares, and then like 2 or 3 random biotechs that I'm like Outlook and a couple of other ones that I'm waiting on, and Vanny for approvals that are already down. But I've cut a lot of plays. So, I mean, one day I'll be able to get out of the Baidu and a couple of other ones, but I'm sitting on a lot of cash. Carvana on the high. For oil, I would trade the futures, but I did look it up for you guys. I verified. You do have the what's it called? The USO, it holds the futures. So, I like that play. USO used to be just oil companies, but it does possess the futures. So that, I don't know if possess is the right word, or maybe you might think it's a demon, but yeah, that is the good part. You never hold cash. Well, I don't like the concentration of the market. I think it's either you submit to NVIDIA, or you could get trapped on some. I'm making a couple trades here and there. But at the same time, I'd rather just hold. I might even put some more of this into bonds, but yeah, still got a lot though. I mean, even the trades I do hold, they're big exposure, but I'm still keeping the remainder of the cash. Limit to NVIDIA, bro's a villain. I mean, hey man, I don't like to bow down before false gods, but you know, NVIDIA, you either get with the most crowded trade or it's going to just be a different time. That's the thing. There's like 7 stocks, but the other names, 493, they're moving in their own little world. So, and with the yield curve and everything, I think it's just better interest. I could do better at more volatile trades when they happen. Otherwise, it's going to be a slow summer with just a couple of leaders. Apple bonds, they pay less than government bonds, I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of the downside. No, we're just holding it, man, right there at break even on the SPY. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Power hour from Cape Coral. It's actually powered 30 minutes, man. Isn't that crazy? We've only got 30 minutes left. And then low tickers balanced out. I already gave you the breakdown not too long ago. And that Airbus news from earlier, that was bad. And the bank news, they drove forward a lot of things. And then oil, XOM, Oxy, those keep going up. But SPY's not moving. Pinterest on the high. No info on gold. I mean, the latest update was those rate cuts from SMB. I mean, we haven't heard from China. Xi Jinping had some headlines today, and I do think the China market will be good, but I'm still in my gold play. I actually really like the gold play. I'm surprised it's been this many months of gold actually holding up. Do I use RSI? No. BL, yeah, big pop. Yo, Blackline Inc. up 6% in one candle. Ooh, this thing is been at the bottom. That thing was just at $60. That's a huge candle. There's definitely some news on that. BL, Blackline. I don't know. What is it? They bought bought deal financing, concurrent private placement. Somebody sold 2 million in shares a couple of days ago. Yeah, there might be some news on that. BL. And then LRE halted. Again, low liquidity. It's not that hard to get a pop. I don't know if you guys even remember on Friday. Usually something like that at that high, it's probably some level of news. Yeah, Blackline said target a PE takeover approach. Source. Unconfirmed off of Twitter. Oak Valley. It's weird considering someone was just selling and then they did a private placement 12 days ago. So that's interesting. But they have a lot of value. They were just at $60. So I think that's driving it up a decent amount. Ramp Capital, 330, baby. The bond, dude, that bond rally day was pretty impressive. Lift on the high. Market desperate for any moves. NFE on the high too. Weed stock slight pop today. Dude, we haven't had a pandering headline in a minute. But yeah, it is actually up a lot, 4%. Watching the video at the close, I think it's either going to pop or drop. But that's a big day on NVIDIA. Today would look completely different if it wasn't there, bro. Lotus. Oh, man, that's like 3 or 4 of them today, baby. First time. Hey, y'all, just popping in to say I love y'all. Thank you for everything. Shout out from the Bay Area. Hi-Fi Chad. Oh, my gosh. Hi-Fi. Oh, no. I got the north, got the east, got the west with me. So I suggested Chad get a lantern. Be cool, because you just want the lantern. You got me a fool, but you don't want a problem. Put that on, son. I put that on lantern. Put that on, son. I put that on lantern. Put that on, son. I put that on Abby Vi. Run up on me and get... No, okay. Okay, Abby Vi. M-O-G-I-L-D. Coupe de Ville. No, okay. If you know, you know. I think I just butchered that song completely, but amen, baby. Shout out to Bay Area. What's going on, Bay Area? How y'all living? Y'all living good? I hope so, man. I love it. Thank you for the first time super chat, baby. Baby. Ah, the perfect. You think we square? We polar bears. I mean, Bavgate, bro. Goes hard. Gotta pop out and Sean. That's new. Is that new Bay Area or old? I feel like I've heard that. We need glass pipes and scrapers. I don't know what that is. Ghost ride the whip. I'm not gonna lie to you. When I was in high school, I would ghost ride the whip. And I'm not gonna lie. We go to a parking lot. I ghost rode the Honda Prelude, man. It was okay. We weren't from the Bay Area, but you know, I really embraced the culture. That's okay. I did it in a cul-de-sac. I didn't watch the K-Dot concert. I don't really like concerts, but I did see a couple of clips. It was cool. Everybody was out there. I saw Russell Westbrook doing the Hoover Stomp. That was interesting. Yeah, VTech Prelude, baby. H22. Oh, wait, shit. Hold on. I think the terrorist woke up. Give me a second.
Problems of America today. The regulatory state has grown so much, such a complex tax code we have got. For every new regulation that you put in, you get thousands of pages of further clarification. And the other issue for America today, obviously, is the debt and deficits. Now, both these leaders don't have any plan to address that. And you have their key supporters who are telling them on both sides that debt and deficits don't really matter. People have been crying wolf on this for such a long period of time. We've had the clocks go up on Times Square. These things don't matter.
Well, that's the thing, is it feels like no matter who wins, two things might be the same. The fiscal deficit is going to continue to grow.
Yes.
And there's going to be harsh policies against China.
Yes.
Is that fair? Like, those are like constants no matter who's in the White House?
Yes, but I think that the deeper problem, as I said, is the fact that no one is addressing what the core issues are. That capitalism somewhere has gone off the rails. This is not the system that they had in mind. So, but you're completely correct that in terms of that, for people to get more economic freedom, to deal with the issues of inequality, I don't think any of this is going to be fundamentally addressed by either of the leaders, even though there's a lot of talk about it. Someone wants to put a billionaire tax. Someone wants to, do that. None of this is really practical. So I think that that's why the markets have been so oblivious almost of the political debate in America.
But it's just getting this sort of winding the knot even tighter. When we talk about the rise of Trump back in 2015, 2016, he wrote...
The rise of Trump. My goodness. That's good for gold. What's good for gold? I was just making sure this guy didn't kill me. 3:30, man. What a day! Monday. It was looking good this morning, man. I thought it was gonna be like last Monday, and then they said air brakes. He said stop right now. We ain't moving. Yeah, bro. 25 minutes till close. Isn't that wild, man? Monday. It's good to be back, though. Very, very good to be back. It's a blessing. It's a blessing, baby. Apple, I forgot it. Apple will make a move. I mean, Apple should still be green, though, no? Yeah, Apple only 0.37. That was up 2 point something. Good to hear your voice. That's good, man. I know MO, bro. I think I sold it a little too early. So we took a loss on the share, gained through the dividend. But if that goes up, man, that's going to be killer. Yeah, IWM did good, but it's ironically still at 2040. Dude, it's crazy because it's stayed at that price for a really long time. I don't know if y'all feel me on that. It's been at like 24. Futures are at 2060, but like, dude, you pull this thing out, it's the same price since like December 13th from Powell. That's when we were like hitting them after Powell. Remember, we had the ones earlier, but like it's insane that this thing does not move. So some days it outperforms and not, but you know, those days where it just goes down 2% and nobody's there or nothing else is moving like that, that's what's put in the gap into this weird like setup. K-Ro got kicked off. The Crow? You're the Crow, bro. K-Ro? MSOS, yeah. Somebody called that out a little bit ago. It's already up 4. I don't think we have any, like, headlines. And then MO made that move. Let's see NVIDIA, though. I can't believe, dude, 5%. And last week was the first down week in months. And then everyone's like, well, maybe we should be worried about it now. Beto, I think crypto, it's done. It dropped like $10,000 or $15,000 recently, I think, or $17,000. And everybody's kind of like, they're paying attention, but it's not like catching that many headlines, if that makes any sense. But Bitcoin, I've not bought in since I sold a couple years ago. It did go a couple $1,000 higher from when we sold, but I'm still pretty happy with what I did. But then again, I mean, isn't it crazy? You've already had the Bitcoin halving. That kind of blows my mind because it was kind of subtle. It ran up way before. Well, it had the halving, and that helped it out, but it ran up so much ahead of the halving, and then you had the ETF stuff, and then it went crazy, and then kind of topped out there, and then it's still kind of like the Russell, but better. It's been meandering near some of these highs. You're short in Meta. I mean, it's up there a decent amount. I mean, it's still $20 off of all-time highs, but they were running. Even this morning, it was getting that juice off of being tied into the they were tying it into the, what was it? The Apple intelligence stuff. Holo, NVIDIA, Raul. I thought. Fabby Davis, the Prince of the O. So many songs. No news. I mean, there was a lot of headlines. I think that bank news was pretty big. if we get any more word out of China and Xi Jinping, I think that was another big deal with today as well. Other than that, though, it's not really, it's not too crazy. I think meme coins have been going. I think, well, what is it, Solana? The Solana meme coins, if you're into that, but you kind of already saw how the stock market, I mean, eventually just Russian musical chairs, if you're into all that stuff. But I like those games when rates are low, but nowadays with 2 years of an inverted yield curve and then rates at 5% going after like the scammy pumps, it don't hit the same. I don't know how to describe it. I like the more bubbly stuff when the rates are low. We getting rain. MO's going up. Dude, there's only 20 minutes left. Uh-oh. That's what it's not about. Oh. I'm sorry, guys. We got to get ready, man. We got to get ready. Not much time remaining. It's Monday. Oh, man. I love Mondays. I'm glad. Today flew by, man. We get a normal week. It's going to be slow, though, man. This has already been low volume, and you could kind of already feel it. So apologies, Chattadoni. I don't know why I'm apologizing to you, but I hope you're ready. Do we hit plays today? I made a couple, but they were not for today. So I was kind of shooting in advance. The MO was good. We got out of that. We lost on the equity, but gained on the dividend. So I took a $600 loss on the equity, but the dividend payout in a month is going to be about $900, $980. So I lost $600 on the shares. So I made like $380. TBLT. I can't believe the bonds even made that move there. You don't think MO is going to pop when we cut rates? Oh, no, it will. But it's even then, even if we get a recession, I think it'll do good. I think MO is amazing, bro. I think MO, I mean, they held up here even through any of the slowdown. They do have a lot of debt, and they pay out a shit ton. But for the most part, I mean, I like the trends with everything. I think they could hold up. It's a heavy cash flow business, so I'm not, there's a reason why we have more MO than Airbnb, so I'm a big fan of it. Big fan. 15 minutes. Yeah, MO, damn, it's 20 cents higher, I think. We have MO in the long term. Yeah, man. Again, we bought MO even this year at like $39 in April. So we bottom ticked the shit out of this thing. So we even bought some towards the end of last year as well. Like we got in on the 39.40s. And then literally this year, I think our last purchase was what? So again, it's one of the bigger ones in the portfolio. Yeah, April, we got in at, 39.72. That was on March 4th. And we got the divvy from that one too. Awesome. I've been adding since like 2020. I think it was one of the first names we had in the long term. So even from like 2020, but I did start adding a lot in 2021. Then it didn't do anything. And then as that yield kept holding up, we kept grabbing it. But yeah, MO is starting to take off now. So we could have held that there if we wanted a little bit more. But good luck with that. That's killing it. Tesla dump. Remember, Tesla was doing good in the morning. So kind of interesting where it's at. Bought your NVIDIA. Good luck, my friend. Carvana. YM run against the overall market. Well, YM, I mean, it has Microsoft and Apple. But you would need like that equal weight to go up. The Dow's not doing too bad, but I mean, you would just need more favorability back to, more manufacturing type names, some of those, bigger 30 companies. But this has kind of been my problem that I've been saying here is like, if you actually go and look, more names are down than not. Like, so if you go look, like the 7 names are holding us up, but everything else, I mean, there's a lot of names that are trading below certain averages and have lost a tremendous amount of value. So I think that just like but the Dow is still near all-time highs, but I think that's where, again, Apple and other things are helping out with it. But the general idea is this thing is, every other name is not doing as well as your chip names and all those other ones. That's what's given this kind of lopsided market we're in, but you don't feel it on the index level considering, how everything else is holding up or how 7 names are holding up. Micron has earnings. That's why it's green. So if Micron, FedEx, Nike, all of those are probably going to hold up related to their earnings. MO's really taken off. I have that on the other screen, but that just keeps hitting highs. Habibi. That's what it's not about. Marvel on the low. That thing was doing good last week. Habibi is my beloved. You are my beloved, my love. NXL, a men's S1. Oh, that was the one that went crazy on Friday. A couple of Chads were talking about it. They moved the like button? Did they? I still see the like button in the same place. What do you mean? Inception. Tesla was up a lot, so I don't know. And then SPY's actually coming down here, so 10-minute rigged in 45 seconds. No dark theme is crazy. Why? I don't like the dark theme. I just like not changing it. I've been using my internet like this for like 20 years or something. Use Opera. Use Brave browser. Oh, 10-minute rigged. So again, you're getting a little bit of craziness on the high-low ticker. Emo is rocketing alongside Philip Morris as well. Walgreens Thursday, yeah. So there is earnings. That's something you got to keep in mind. This week, you get Nike, FedEx. Like you're actually getting a whole nother round of these companies. So we'll see here, but that's 10-minute rigged. More oil plays. They're going up. And then 54.4. You're still right on this SPY. NASDAQ down almost 1%. My goodness. So, yeah, I don't know. NASDAQ's probably going to fill this gap. You got, like, what, 50 more points? Oh, no, maybe 100 points? 120? Shit. And then Philip Morris on the high. Pfizer was going up from the Dolly speech. Pfizer low-key followed the bonds. When the bonds bottomed out, what was it, like 1302? Yeah, bonds are already running a little bit. And then, I guess, 1250. Yeah, no, literally. So bonds ran a little bit earlier, but ever since the bonds bottomed out, so did Pfizer. We do need Pfizer above 30. Market on close, $1 billion to buy. So not bad. Again, SPY barely moved. Dow, though, and Russell are killing it. Again, Philip Morris, again, that's running up. Mondelez. So more value plays. And Humana. I don't think we heard about Humana. They were supposed to come out with that Medicare stuff. Qualcomm was down. They got killed in the morning. I don't know if they're going to make a pop back. Yeah, Qualcomm's getting murdered. They're down 5 selling into the close. NVIDIA, they're selling into the close as well. So unless Apple and Microsoft want to bounce, Apple's trying to hold up. But that'll probably determine whether or not you kind of flush more or we get the end of the day bounce. Yeah, a lot of names are moving, but you could see the index, I think, is getting driven primarily Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Remember, Microsoft and Apple, they're also on the Dow as well, so every other name on the Dow is holding up. But as far as the NASDAQ and some of those chips, I think those are getting affected by those three. But not bad, man. We got 8 more minutes remaining. The 5419 pivot. NASDAQ just hit that low, kind of trying to bounce. Actually, where's gold and oil? So oil's still holding up. We're like barely down on that, but it hasn't really moved much over the last couple of days. And then SPY, I mean, you could go to 54.52. That's the low of Friday. It's crazy, though, because I thought we were going to break out of Friday's mode, but this is now 2 days in a row. Like, remember, that was the big expiration day, and you are just holding up right there. Do I play Wordle? No, I'm not like, who was that, Goolsby? Weed stocks popping into the high. And then NASDAQ almost down 0.9 or almost 1%. And then final 5 in about 50 seconds. Macy's running. Keep in mind a potential buyout with that one, or they're running off of the Nordstrom's buyout. Humana, I keep seeing that one on the high ticker too. And then another burst there. Stocks, final 5 in 30 seconds. SPY a couple points off of Friday's low. High ticker, low ticker are matched up. That's what kind of sucks. Okay. I'm getting rid of one. So that's final 5. I trimmed one of the plays from the morning. I'm only going to keep one because I bought 2. Small gain on that one. All right, Chattadonia. Game time. So God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Honestly, I don't know how you guys have done it. I've got the timeout and ban a lot less people. So I don't know, man. I think y'all have embraced a lot of the freedom. You know, with a modless society, y'all have done very well. So as a thank you to all of you, I'm here to let you know that it is going to get extremely loud in here. When I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers unless you like loud noises. So if loud, unexpected noises bring out the BBB in you and they turn you into a whole nother animal, they make you be all disrespectful, they ruin your day, they ruin your life, frankly, then I don't want that to happen. Some of you enjoy it. Some of you thrive in those environments. So I'm just here to tell you, when I say earmuffs, it is going to get extremely loud. So please take all necessary precautions because you have been warned, and we warn you because we appreciate you. So thank you for the day, not getting banned or timeout and showing respect to the community. This is just one of our many offers we could give you as to show our love and appreciation. So earmuffs. Earmuffs, it's happening now. This is not a drill. Earmuffs, please mute your speakers. You have been warned. Spy dumping too. We'll double check the volume here at the end. And bonds going up, but earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 75 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day unless you thought the market would move more than it did on Friday, because we pretty much did nothing unless you consider NVIDIA moving the whole entire index. But good news is we are no longer under the COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia. Chattadonia. Welcome to Monday. It's almost over. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. What are you going to do? You got earnings in the AM, earnings in the PM. You got to wrap it up and bring it home, but you have less than 20 seconds to do so. You got to bring it home and finalize all of those plays, my friend. Less than 10 seconds remaining. Monday in the books. It's home. That's it. Last week of June, baby. Last week of June. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn! Oh, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. First day of the week. Dude, all these things after the bell. What is this? Look at even that close into the bell, but I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, info. You held it down. You are part of it. You didn't get banned or timeout. You showed love to the code. You showed respect to the community. You brought something, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. Amen. GG. GG, baby. Amen. Members, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter. You contributed. You were there, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Amen. Y'all doing a dono today. You didn't have to. You doing a first time super chat. You didn't have to. But you showed the love, baby. God bless you and GG. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. And way to hold it down. Way to show love, baby. For real. Way to respect the community. God bless you, baby. God willing. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, baby. GG, 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 GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Cool.
Please.
Allow me to show you something. I was going to play something else, but I might let this ride. But Chatadonia, that's the day, baby.
2020, baby.
That's the day, baby.
Straight up, man. I just hope you in the game.
I ain't seen this in a minute.
I ain't seen this in a while.
That's it, baby. God bless you. Happy Monday. We did it, Chatadonia. Way to start off the week, baby. Let's go.
Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No meaning to the word gone viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Yeah, this one different. You should listen. Take a minute. Cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions. Reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn. This is the system deflating. But this coming off as inflation. That's why the dollar's still strengthened. The money ain't moving the dial. But you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall, that's when you don't buy the dip. Ay, so what I'm gonna do? Break it in two. Feasting the famine, the cycle ain't no. That's just a view. It could be your way, yeah, it could be your two. It could be a plot and it could be a coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute. All of these bitches got bias. Your attitude or your prices. Chill when you what, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be a way to the way that I'm. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes the word gone viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to the word gone viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting.
I'll give you something else.
Hey, man.
Chad, I gotta go. That's it. We starting off Monday. But I love you, baby. I'm going to see you on the watch list. But I love you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Chaz, baby. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Long Term. It's Monday. It's already over. Oh, get ready.
throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while, I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired? Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life, I don't think twice. Instinct on beast, had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place, all in one take. I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a
people that each one defend their pride.
Careful the things you thinking you speaking, what's so sorry.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god.
Ooh.
Cold.
So, Chatadonia, I love you. God bless you. Oh, wow, you already got earnings coming out for a couple of names? Pool Corp? What's Pool? Is that Leslie? Is it LSL? You guys are something. Pool Corp just raised guidance by a shit ton. Or no, they just lowered it a shit ton. One of them, but get ready, man. Earnings season is about to kick off. So, Chatadonia, unfortunately, I do have to get going here. I've been leaving. I've had a lot of stuff last week, but now I got to take care of this terrorist animal. So, yeah, I have to watch out for little guy here. I got to go take him out and shit like that. So, I love you. I will see you on the watch list. Thank you again for being here. For real, man. If y'all respected the community, that means a lot, and it's an honor to have you here. And get ready, baby, and get a law term so nothing ever passes you by, baby. You know what I'm talking about? So, thank you for your time, Chad. Thank you for the opportunity. And get ready. Let's go. We're going to turn up this week. Even if the market's slow, then we got to move fast. We're going to do some things. All right, baby? So, Chatadonia, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Go read the books. Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World, Richest Man of Babylon. And don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why we moving forward and realizing the things we can't take with us to go forward, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo. So, Chatadonia, I will see y'all tonight on the watch list, and God willing, tomorrow morning. And peace out. Hey. Come on, grab it up. My name's Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Joseph. And I'm training. I got to feel this tiger. I'm gonna fuck up Donald. No, you're not. I don't think you could take me. I don't know how many drugs they'll give you before the debate, but it's not gonna work. I know. Can you believe it? I don't know. I'm gonna treat him like El Baghdadi. That's it. I don't know if he could do public speaking. Get ready. I know. And I can't wait to moderate. All I know is America. Fuck yeah. All right. Like the video. Goodbye. See you in the AM, PM. Like a gas station. Okay. But goodbye. Bye, Chatadonia. Okay. How do you end this? Is it stop?